Yo, let's go. Was? There we go. Ay, teka. There we go, man.
As a child, you'd wait and watch from far away. But you always knew that you'd be the one that'd work while they all play.
Oh.
You'd lay
Oh.
awake at night and scheme of all the things
Still you would change.
but it was just a dream.
Okay. Damn! Holy fuck.
Willing to lose
Come up you once underneath them.
a million voices in your head that whisper, stop now. Another twist in the knife, it's turning the screws, it's on your mind and it's fighting you.
Arm yourselves, the storm is coming. Well, kid, what you gonna do now? Let's go.
It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So you're gonna die today and make it out alive.
You gotta conquer the monster in your head and then you'll fly. Damn, almost.
Go bury your demons and tear down the ceiling. Phoenix What you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down.
Ganda. Is calling out your name.
Begging you to fight.
Pick yourself up once more. Pick yourself up.
Legends never die when the world is confused.
Damn.
Let's try
Oh! Let's go.
legends never die. They become the every time you
BDD.
reaching greatness. Legends never die.
Holy crap guys, sorry sa buhok ko man. What's next? Damn! Mm-hmm. Ang ganda ng inlove lang outfit niya, man.
I like it when the bright lights cut through the skin. I like it
You
when
want the bite marks cut through the skin. Oh, hindi ba parang ang dulas nung platform na yun? Love. Ganda ng outfit niya, man. Level ng outfit, man. Oof. Ganda nga ang boses nila, man. The fuck? I like it when the bite marks cut through the skin. Damn, atakan! Ang angas, gagi. Wow! Gando! Damn!
What's in your heart? What's left to give?
Ooh!
Everything's broken, chasing the wind. Under those scars, there is a lion within. Stay in the moment. History lies because you wrote it. Make your heart when I
Sacrifice.
every scream you cry when the blood
Damn, like, pati yung mic, man. Like, yung itsura ng mic, man, ang ganda. What the fuck? Damn, Xin Zhao. Man, my hair is fucking chopped. Okay lang yan. Mahalaga. Makanood ng finals, man. Taas ng boses. What the fuck? Ang angas po, ta. Damn! What the fuck? Oh, Zahin! Okay? Wow. Okay, bro. Wow! Damn, sa Azir, oh. Azir J4. Is that Rice? Rice and LeBlanc?
让我们以最热烈的掌声欢迎2025全球总决赛对阵双方 PP 以及 Team One。有请上单选手 Perfect
Damn!
Run。
My boy Kaz, man. Honor. Pre.
下路
Dok dam.
不满戏。
Ganda isa-isa sila. Ang cute talaga ni ano man. Carry na to man. Finals MVP, let's go. What if? Siyempre, panla si Faker man. Scripted! My goat. Siyempre, oh. Kumahanap yung isang Faker jersey po tayo 24. No run! Ang ng boses yan. What the fuck? Let's go. Let's go.
古人夜观星象，得见天界分野。遂分28星宿，
28 sections.
又归4象：
Chinese lore, man.
东方青龙，南方朱雀，西方白虎，北方玄武。4象环绕，紫薇其间。
Di nila naprotektahan man. Invade sila ng Korea. Hindi, joke lang. Faker. BDD. Dam.
T1 与 KT 于此聚首。
Nag-iingay yung crowd nung nakita si BDD man. Gusto ba ng crowd matalo sila Faker? Never mind, T1 yung China chant.
그리고 이 기나긴 여정은 바로 여기서 시작되었습니다.
Let's look at the moves, Baker. What was that?
2013년 롤 챔피언스 서머 결승전. 운명을 가른
Oh god, 2013 Faker man.
통신사 대전.
3년도에 KT와 결승에서 플레이를 했을 때는 사실 그렇게까지 많은 사람들이 좋아해 줄 줄 몰랐는데
Yep, yan nagsimula yun eh.
13년도에 그 KT 경기로부터 제 이야기가 시작됐던 것 같습니다.
SKT 대 KT 경기를 보고 당시에 서포터였는데 페이커 선수가 제대를 플레이하는 모습을 보고 아 나도 미드라이너로 포지션
Ah,
변경하고 싶다
same man.
생각을
Same BDD.
했던 것 같고
Pares tayo pre.
거기서 제 꿈이 시작됐던 것 같습니다.
Support player ako nung time na yun eh. Quack PDD.
Kapikit eh. Ako na lang ma.
Dumb.
어렸을 때 제 꿈은 롤드컵으로 처음 비행기를 타보는 것이었고 롤드컵을 우승하는 거였습니다.
Ah,
롤을 안 할 때에도 LCK 보는 것을 좋아했고 EDG 전 울프 선수가
same. Nanonood lang ako dati, di pa ako naglilig eh.
와 나도 진짜 저렇게 한번 다 같이 팀 게임에서 한번 해보고 싶다 이런 생각을 좀 많이 했었던 것 같습니다.
기억나는 순간 같은 경우에는
Oh, of course.
어떤 원딜을 하게 된 계기 그런 생각을 많이 했던 것 같고요.
레거시는 언제나 승리로만 새겨지지는 않습니다. 비록 좌절됐던 월즈 3핏의 꿈도
Ah, fuck man. That year man. 2017.
페이커 선수가 눈물 흘리는 장면을 라이브로 봤었는데 게임하면서 저런 감정도 느낄 수가 있구나라는 거를 많이 생각해봤었고 그래서 저도 프로게이머로서 그런 감정들을 항상 많이 느껴보고
Same.
싶었던 것 같아요.
유사는 때로는 별처럼 무겁습니다.
태어나 있을 때 당시에 외부에 관심이 너무 많다 보니까 그 무게를 견디지 못한 것 같은데 그때 시절이 너무 좀 아쉬운 것 같다라고
Ah,
첫
Kaz,
데뷔하고
my boy.
많은 사람들이 저를 평가할 때 두려움도 많이 느꼈고 자신감이 없었던
No run. Ah, sad.
T1에서의 저는 그때랑은 좀 많이 다르다고 생각하고
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
이번 연도에 팀을 구하고 있을 때 보상이가 함께 하자고 얘기해줘가지고
WBDD man.
기쁜 마음으로 함께 했는데
Yes, sir.
같이 결승에 가니까 너무 자랑스럽고 증명할 수 있는 기회가 생긴 것 같아서 너무 기쁩니다.
Let's go, guys.
프로게이머로 활동을 하다 보면 청춘 그리고 20대 다른 사람들이 하는 경험들 못한다고 생각을 하는데 희생이 있어야만 위대한 업적을 이룰
오.
수 있다고 생각합니다.
Grabe yun.
롤 e스포츠의 수많은 유산들은 한 선수와 깊이 얽혀 있습니다. 오늘 그는 누구도 이루지 못한 역사적인 월즈 3핏에 도전합니다.
3-pit man, please. After 8 years, man. Here we go again.
하지만 그의 길 앞에는 그에게서 영감을 받고 자라난 선수가 서 있습니다.
BDD.
일하는 시간 동안 되게 많은 굴곡이 있었던 것 같아요. 그렇지만 이제는 눈앞에 다가왔다는 게 느껴지는 것 같습니다.
2013년에 시작된 그들의 운명은 2025년 월드 챔피언십
Ah, crazy man. Telecom War sa World's Finals, pre.
맺습니다.
Crazy.
롤 e스포츠 15주년
15 years of legacies.
Oh my god, look at them, man. Heavy Ben, man.
15 years
My
of
boy.
sacrifices.
Tất cả cho một khoảnh khắc.
摘星之刻，
Cinema, man. Daw, bagong Summoners ka po.
KT의 첫 번째 별.
Remakein luma.
T1이 아직 이루지 못한 3핏 저희가
Oh!
우성이 형에게 빛나는 별을 선물하겠습니다. 별들은 오늘 저희 편입니다. 꿈을 꼭 이루겠습니다.
Oh my god, let's go, man.
원하신다면 저에게서 쟁취해야 할 겁니다.
Ooh, what the fuck? Cinema, man. Damn.
Everyone to the 2025 World Finals. Faker and BDD, a date with destiny, a chance for a trophy.
Let's go.
Or for three.
Eh guys, lang.
In the
Mabilisan,
case of
mabilisan,
Team
mabilisan
One,
lang.
welcome to
AFK.
Cash. As we get ready for this game one, it's my distinct pleasure to be joined by none other than Chronicler and Kobe for what is going to be an absolutely amazing best of five.
An amazing day ahead of us, and what better way to start it than what we just saw? I think the most important thing for everybody watching is their emotional attachment to League of Legends and League Esports, and hearing every single player on the stage talk about how much this means to them. Their whole lives poured into this moment really hits hard.
And it's the ties between the players individually, the ties between these two teams, right? There was so much. Cuz playing on T1, Doran on KT a couple of years back. And I can't wait to see what we're going to get here today. I think we're all hoping for the same thing. A series that goes the distance and a telecom war to rule them all.
All right, let's get into the draft now. To me, Wukong and Rumble are super high priority, especially for KT. So you need to get one early. They do that, so they get the jungle part. I still think Perfect's Rumble is like his best champion, and they should probably still index in that pretty early on in this draft before there's a chance for T1 to ban it out. But here you go, T1 immediately grabbing Faker's Taliyah, which has been point and click this tournament.
It feels like there is not a skill shot that this guy cannot connect with. He has been incredible thus far. I want to point out, as we get deeper into Fearless, something to keep our eye on. Double support bans targeted at Keria. The Bard, the Nico, impressive stuff. KT, are they willing to keep leveraging these bans as we go deeper in the series? Something that we'll need to track, something that the Death brought up. But the Taliyah, as well as the Varus here in game one. T1 are not pulling any punches. These are picks that have been so incredibly successful for them across the tournament.
We're doing greatest hits, right? Triple bans going towards BDD, which I think, given his form this tournament, has been absolutely stellar. Complete no-brainer. But there is that Rumble you mentioned, even when Perfect was struggling throughout this year. Rumble was a champion you could trust him on no matter what. And I love that they took away the Taliyah, not just because of Faker's pedigree in it, but also on what BDD has been able to do with it. Particularly that Wukong-Taliyah combination, absolutely lethal. And it's going to be the people of the rise here for BDD, a counter we've seen many times into Taliyah. And we're not done because Owner gets his sins out.
Oh my god, nakuha ni Owner yung Xin Zhao niya, man.
Epic matchup we have ahead of us.
What up,
Watch
Kuis?
out for BDD, looking for some flash plays.
Hi,
looking
Kuis.
for some
What
solo
up?
kills. As you mentioned, though, we are going down the tier list for both sides. So both sides are getting a lot of what they want. This is what you expect in game number one. All right, let's get into the bottom lanes, though, because the rest of the bottom lanes, for both these teams, the push has been incredibly
Ay,
important.
kukunin ba yung ano,
already
Alistar
banning out
or
some of
Baban?
these poke answers to the Varus. The Ezreal has definitely been one of those.
And we heard so much about
Ah,
how
tayo na. Binan yung Alistar, man.
T1 securing the Varus earlier.
Binan yung Alistar, sir.
Some of the potential comfort picks for Doc Dom. Something that
What up,
has to be
Lotus
respected,
Spree?
because KT, yes, their top side is incredible, but if it costs them a strong bot lane, it could be disastrous.
Yo, what's up?
Yo, yo, yo.
I think both teams drafting towards their
What's up,
tendencies.
bre?
KT have been an incredible team fighting team this tournament. It's also what they used to take down Gen G way back in LCK playoffs. And T1 already have so much early skirmishing power.
I mean, yeah,
Both
si
the
Bir.
Varus as well as the Xin
Kasi
Zhao,
isang ADC pa ulit.
Xin Zhao Taliyah
Or top
can
lane.
really allow you to to snowball early, something that T1 has loved doing ever since this 4-man core.
Wala, walang Ornn ban ah.
Eyes now on what the final ban will be here from the side of KT. Another support potentially to be taken away. Sivir, Ezreal, the two AD bans. Sivir, of course, fantastic,
Renata.
powering a lot of these diving threats from the side of KT. And
Ganda ng
T1
teaser. Kinikilig
Real.
mo.
taken away. I like that.
Real.
Play from the side of
Ganda
KT,
gagi.
limit the counter
Solid
engage
man.
options, make sure that their dive can be affected. But we're looking at a carry, a counter pick
Yes.
available.
Ulitin ko nga ulit.
Yes, Poppy. Ayun na,
Does make
Poppy.
sense here. Poppy is gonna come through here.
Poppy.
Valkyria.
Teaser pa lang, tapos na yung laban eh.
Mhm. Earn it from me, man.
Yeah, maybe like an Ashe or something like
Di
that.
naglulog yung ano ko,
That
share,
might be
yung
really
share
good for
screen.
both of these AD carries.
Di
So you
naman.
pick Ashe early,
Nice.
then the Fearless Bands for later, and that would lend some more engage to this team. But they've got a lot of options open down here. He is also really
Sana
liked
maraming
Caitlyn,
bakulo.
pretty early on
Kaya
in
nga,
some of
sana
the
game
series.
5.
Nice, okay, so
Oh,
they do go for
Ashe.
the Ashe option we were talking about.
Ashe,
and
bro.
just pair that with some sort of team fighting support here for Peter. The Braum, he has been able to use Braum as an engaged champion even in some scenarios. And the
Yeah,
double
Nambesa.
Freljord really rounds out their team fight.
And Doran gets his Ambessa. This to me is the
Nice.
champion that he started kind of the turnaround on. Coming into T1, there was a lot of pressure on this player.
Let's go.
And it wasn't until that layup towards
Kasi wala pang
Ambessa
surprising
where
na
it
ano sa
started
drop.
popping off, and a lot of that
Normal
was on
drop pa lang.
Ambessa. My only question is that Poppy blind pick, I think picking it away makes sense. It is
Ah.
again really good into the Wukong, but it does
Inspire
mean
siya
that
kay ano?
I think now
Kay
Dr.
Faker?
in that
Ah.
2v2 are going to be feeling great because Poppy, strong
Ibig
as she
sabihin,
is,
idol niya
can
pala
struggle
yan.
in the lane, particularly against a bully like Ashe.
And it is carry as Poppy, so he could just have a magical Poppy ultimate later. He could get some flash plays going off. You can just turn around entire team fights. You hit a couple people with that ulti. Let's get into it. though.
Support
I
yung
mean,
role niya dati.
Well, we talked about the Rumble
Oo,
priority
support
early
nga.
on
Sabi
for
niya,
him.
sa ano,
He has been
teaser.
one that is not afraid to play it into Ambessa, so this is going to tell a lot for the series. As far as the top lane does go, throwing this down, if Doran is unable to actually
Idol
punish
nila yung ano?
Perfect up here in the top lane, I think that
Pati
will
yung
bode
support
very
nila
well
ngayon.
for KT.
Mm.
For both of these teams, bringing
Yes,
out
sir.
the best of the best. We call them
Grabe
haymakers,
naman
the
yung
comfort
teaser.
picks. The best champions we've seen from them. A win here is crucial for the
All
momentum
aligns
to
kay
add
Faker,
to
man.
such a high-pressure stage because T1
Lahat
undoubtedly
ng
comes
KT
from
na
even
yan,
when they're down.
halos
But for
idol na
KT,
yung mga
we
ano.
saw them test
Ah,
T1.
except kay ano,
to see them
sa
keep that
ADC ng
momentum
KT.
going forward. And we
Nung
look across
finals na
the
natalo
board
sila
at
Faker.
these lineups,
Yung
a
sinabi
lot
niya
of
kanina.
potential for huge playmaking
Pero maging
moments,
AD si
but
Per
that
dahil kay
early
Ruler
game
yung sa
inside
engage
T1,
na nahuli si
very
Faker sa
on
mid.
that Poppy. With the Xin for owner,
Yung flash
is
ulti
gonna
ni
be a force
Ruler
to
kay
be
Faker
reckoned
na
with.
ano, karma si Faker.
Sino ba ADC nila? Si Kuz?
Kasi kasi jungler yan. Dating jungler ng T1. Like grabe rin yan, tayo na yan. Normal mag-jungle yan. Aggressive yung si Raulo na yan. Ang ganda ng stage, no? Ang unique. Bago yung itsura ng stage, man. Ayun, no? Ganyan, no? Tapos nakaano lang.
Game number 1 as well.
Kaharap.
I really liked how after the Genji upset,
Like yung mga stage kasi laging plain lang eh.
referenced how important game number 1 was for their mentality, for their confidence in pulling off that upset. And they referenced
Sana
that
masarap
after
tulog
game
ng
one,
both teams,
they
man.
really thought they were just going to be able to do it. And so game 1
Para
here
solid.
on this huge stage, World Grand
Gusto kong
Finals
boxing.
versus T1. This has huge implications because T1 are the more experienced.
Hindi ko mahanap yung 2024 kong Worlds na jersey. Hayop na yan.
If KT can grab that
Saan
game number
napunta
1
yun?
though, that might just give them the confidence.
Yung
to
23
keep
lang ulit
that
suot
KT
ko ngayon.
roller coaster going
GG.
up.
Absolutely. That's the spark that we need to see because we've seen it from T1 before. To dig deep, to make the impressive runs happen, to make it to this final stage so many times. The 4th time consecutively for KT, it's a bit of a mystery. We saw them dig deep. We saw the tenacity we had been waiting for from this lineup against Genji. In that game one that you mentioned, on the Yone, making the plays to bring it back. Can they do the same today? Moments away now from getting into the game. Bit of a delay on stage, but we have to talk about again. I feel like the top side here for KT, getting comfort. This is going to set the pace. This is going to set the tone for the series because if they get a win on these picks, that is a surefire path to bringing us late into this one.
And as another reminder, perfect.
Okay, masisira na ba yung sumpa na ano? Mahirap mag-3-pit?
Make sure that he wasn't on comfort, and thus far, Perfect's had an absolutely stellar tournament. He's been playing incredibly well, but we also
Kaya na
haven't
ba?
really seen
Ito na ba yun?
any team pay attention towards the top
Kahit sa
side.
MSI, di magawa yung
Bot
3-pit
side.
eh.
And I don't really expect that to change. The Ibessa matchup to me also says
Ngayon pa lang.
to just take the early beating and
Sa
lane
ano,
trial.
RNG sayang eh, nag-back to back na yung RNG.
Once Ibessa gets that 2-3
Kaso sinagasaan yata si Genji yata nag-stop nun. Hindi ko maalala. Yung nasa ano na si Chovy.
When Mbessa gets a clips,
Sa
if
Genji
he
na
gets
si
a clips.
Chovy.
Honestly, we did get a little update though. I think they are remaking the champion. Select,
What?
so we do
Ni-remake?
have a bit of time here. More
Ah.
anticipation before we get into
As
the
if
first
the
game.
opening
Di
ceremony,
remake!
the incredible video wasn't enough. We just have to keep building the tension.
Yeah, I mean, Jem singing about sacrifice, all of the players talking about.
Kobe talking about sacrifice in the video.
Yeah, you were there. How much they have all poured into this though. It really does hit home so hard when you hear the stories of so many of the KT players being inspired by T1 members specifically. You know, BDD talking about Faker and his Zed play being the moment that he even chose to become a mid laner. As well, you know, some of these legacy T1 players like Wolf as well, inspiring the next generation. And now KT, these players that were inspired find themselves here on the stage, capable of inspiring others.
Yeah, and it's a reminder that competitive League of Legends is grueling. How many millions of players does it take to churn out 100 pros across the world, to break it down over constant domestic tournaments into international events, to bring us down to just the 10 players left standing? How many people have lost to Faker and Solo Q over the year, or BDD over the year, just to lead to this moment where they can
Isa sa
play
mga
their
e-sport na game
absolute
mahirap
best
mag-pro
on
yung
the
ano eh,
final stage.
league eh.
I'm
At
still
tier 1.
flabbergasted that we have a telecom war in the grand finals at worst. I don't know. We've had a week
CS,
to kind of
mahirap
deal with
din,
this.
sobra.
I'm still not quite there.
It's
Dota.
It really is epic. I mean, the telecom wars spanning multiple decades
ML
of
sucks
rivalry,
lang.
multiple games, multiple genres of games, and now fighting.
Oh my God, ito na game 1!
Winners' Cup. We have made our way onto the rim.
Let's
for
go!
the first game.
A brief moment for the fans on both sides. But no surprise in any arena when the T1 fans are just that little bit louder. We've said it before, but it feels like every single arena we go to, no matter what region it is in, T1 are the hometown heroes.
So real.
A very aggressive level 1 as you would expect from both Ashe and Braum here. I want to highlight one thing that we've seen this tournament is the arms race when it comes to teleport in the bot lane. Right now, Guma did actually go for the teleport and Dokdom hasn't. So Dokdom does have the combat summoner, but they need to actually get any mileage out of that, because if not, you are going to lose in the long run if you have even trades, because your opponent will be able to cheat tempo way better than you do. And we'll also see whether lane swaps might play a part in that as well, because teams have been very happy to swap for grubs.
Yeah. Meanwhile, on the other side, Guma won't have a cleanse if he does get hit by an Ashe arrow.
Yeah.
And so we'll see which bet ends up paying off.
And it's important to note, as thrilled, as excited we are at this matchup, the story of these two teams this year has been incredibly one-sided. The most recent best of we saw, KT were able to make the upset happen, but it's only because of the tournament form that we've seen from KT that there's faith that this telecom war isn't just going to be one-sided.
Yeah, there's a little interesting bit at the very end there.
That was a 2-0.
One little bit of an upset, and we have been seeing this KT roller coaster keep going up. Gen G had similar dominance over this team, and KT were able to upset them.
Yeah, and shout out to the production team for this graphic on a side note. We said Galaga, we were kind of joking, but it does feel apt. It's not a roller coaster anymore, it's a spaceship. But if there's one team that might bring them back down to earth, it is Faker himself. Of course, we did see in the meantime a bit of early trading on the bottom side. Heal used for Peter for that additional movement speed to make sure some of that damage would stick. But Peter and Dokdam, they're getting cryo, but losing out a bit when in terms of overall HP. That said, Guma has already popped the pot, so it's quite favorable for KT overall.
Still cookie for Dokdam as well, as both junglers will be pathing towards the bot side. Obviously, Wukong prefer to just farm to 6. Has decent access to lanes, but not really any CC, nor that meaningful damage to speak of, particularly pre-first base, but really not until he gets a Triforce. Onodo on the Zinzao has been for me, the main early game engine for T1 for, well, I could say the entire year, but we can go a couple years back at this point. There's been a reason why this man has really been, I think, by many considered over the whole year the best jungler that we had in the LCK.
And the desk so beautifully highlighted his consistency, right? He feels like the rock for this team. That's been doubly true for T1 domestically. Of course, at World, so many of the members of the team have stepped up, so it doesn't just feel like we're running the show in the early game. but need to see where those early ganks are going to come from, because the Xin, we know, can have that early impact, even while we expect the Wukong to farm.
Yeah, and on the opposite side, that Wukong that I really highly prioritize right now, as far as the jungle pool, is going to find the first skirmish.
Cuz kicking things off, Carrier waiting off to the side, TP already used, flash back.
Oh my God! Patay si Owner.
Manages to lock him down, and that's going to be first blood. They're donating it to BDD.
Oh my God, BDD first blood pa.
Up the bottom lane here, Peter on the Braum again. He's able to roam early into the
Ganda
river.
ng ganda ng
That
roam
makes
ni
the
Peter,
difference.
pre.
The concussive blows actually makes the difference. They pop the blast cone, and it is
Very
KT
good.
who strike first.
And let it be known that BDD is like, oh, you want to fight for Scuttle? I'm TPing straight to River, and it's that bot lane prio we talked about. Because they had the prio starting level 1, Peter was able to roam up, and Owner gets caught off guard.
Pushing lanes are everything for early jungle skirmishes. This is the first highlight that you ever talk about for jungling, for objectives. BDD comes over, he roams down, Peter roams up, and KT as a team are able to collect their first blood. We did warn against the possibility of BDD also taking over, by the way. He has been
Yeah,
magnificent.
ay,
at this
last ni BDD,
tournament. He has been
last ng form ni
such a
BDD
carry
man.
player all year long for
This
his
Worlds.
KT squad.
Actually, nung bago maglas
And what I love from
ano
BDD is it goes way further back,
yung
right?
CK. Oh my God, patay si Do. Oh! Oh, tek nag-overhit. Imagine kung may easy ano dun man, si Perfect. Ay,
Carrier going for the knockback on the heroic charge. Guma
ouch.
a bit more damage, but clearly
Kate,
the lane's
kaso
getting
wala
a
pang
little bit
mana man.
anxious, trying to force these bigger plays.
But we're seeing there is no hesitation.
Ah,
for
mga
KT,
cancel
both
recall
with
mo
the
dyan.
confidence on the Rumble to go in. But for BDD, as I wanted to just as a small
Guma yung recall
reminder,
mo.
this man was one game away from main
Oof,
game,
na-cancel.
and I would say dragging his team to finals back in 2021. As
Oh my God.
Hunter's volley not quite enough. Now Carrier is looking to finish the job himself. Slowly but surely, the Poppy whittling him down. Doctor
Joktom! Ah!
Carrier hungry for blood. A little bit more
Oh!
time. Forward. Doctor with a bit of a sidestep.
E? E?
Make it through the minions.
Di na kaya. Carry, wag na.
The angle back into the wall. Carrier gets the knockback. The clutch coming out.
Okay lang. Sige.
One in the bottom lane.
Sige lang.
And Doctom tries to get Guma, pays for it with his life, but he does get the trade back.
Okay,
Not
now
bad.
they're
1
gonna
for
get
1 lang
bottom
naman.
lane too. Guma's trying to push the wave in.
Wait,
They're gonna
nagkasi si
punish that
Guma.
flash.
Nice.
The wraparound. Braum is there. Wukong is there.
Oh no. Guma.
Looking to mark him up. Concussive blows finally.
Nah, he's dead.
Auto attack reset more than enough. Guma Yushi falls at the hands
Oh
of
fuck.
And KT are
It's
not letting them breathe. That is already a kill going over to Cuz. Wukong accelerated, and it's a 1.2k gold lead at 6 minutes, Kobe.
And Cuz has done so much for this KT squad. He has been carrying really heavily himself. With early money onto Wukong, you get to your Triforce so accelerated, and you can win those mid-game team fights. Here's another look at Guma baiting down until
Q.
the last
Imagine
auto
kung mas maaga nakuha yung kini
so that
Jokdom
his
man.
support can go for the kill.
Among
Kuha ka
2-0.
pa, mamamatay siya dun.
Oh, real.
Just cancel the base, but they
Kung
don't
maaga
cancel
nakuha
the
yung ano,
kills in the Tribush, canceled his base.
yung Q,
That's what
yung
led to
Valley.
the extended sequence.
Oh.
And Carrier going for this was fine, right? At 1-for-1
Kung
trade
may
speed
wave
to
dun
be
sa
carry,
medyo
but it's the
malapit sa ward.
punish onto Guma here that
2-0 na
turns
si
it
Guma dun.
very much in favor of KT.
Ouch.
The reason why you say
Arap
that
quiz.
play
Musta
is
dyan?
fine is
Malakas
because
ulan?
then they're going to assume that they get the push on the minions
Ayoko
afterwards,
hilingin.
which
Wag.
wouldn't
Hangin
be
lang.
worth it. But the timings from Peter and Cuz, they've been so
Oh my God,
synced up
grabe
this
yung
game.
bagyo man.
Early roam into the river. This
Ah,
right here,
wag tayo
they come
matitilt,
back
guys.
out onto the map at the perfect timing to punish the attempt to push the wave in, which also earns them this
Putang
early
ina,
tag
Hextech
in.
Drake pa
And as
para
we
sa
talked about
Wukong.
with the
Patay ka.
setup before you got into game number one,
Araos.
Game number 1 can have huge implications here as far as the confidence for KT in their ability in this grand finals. They talked about it after upsetting Gen G, and they are off to a very good start here early on in game number 1.
Incredibly oppressive start is once again the flick connecting onto BDD. Faker holding his own in the mid lane decently well.
Ah,
despite
feel
those
ko na
early
sayang
kills
yung ano,
down, but
feel ko na
Guma
sayang yung
so
Poppy.
well. Doctor
Like magagamit lang naman yung
really
W ni
everything working out
Poppy para sa
perfectly for him
Wukong.
as his team
Pero sa
is
bagay
there
magiging
to
main
support.
setter
Team
kayo
is
si
there to
Kas
cover. We
dito.
did see in the picture-in-picture
Okay lang.
while we were breaking down that replay an attempted gang top
Dalawa
side
sila ni
from
ano,
Owner.
bro.
Wanted to try to find an angle onto Perfect.
Yung talon din pala ni Bro, actually.
oh,
in
jump
W.
bait.
But KT on the bottom lane, now that Guma has this 6, potentially more angle here for T1 to play if they want to recoup some of these losses.
And for T1, there is still a lot of power in their team.
Ayun, kung medyo low health si Guma sa lane na yun, tapos nakita ng KT bot lane na low health si ano, ay na nag-declare ng ward si ano.
Bakit si Perfect yung naglalaro?
High enough value targets, But we also
Ah!
need to be real. This early game is being
Di
completely
mo
sabagay,
ako
okay din naman si
right
Perfect.
now by KT.
Yes, sir.
T1 recognize they cannot contest the grubs. Prio on the top side still in favor of Perfect. Mid lane relatively even, slightly in favor of the side of T1. Faker hovers into the darkness, threatens maybe a Weaver's wall to the bottom lane, but
Ay,
Faker and
tinamaan.
Doctam pretty effortlessly holding
Para walang
it down.
W.
So difficult to dive this Ash
Faker.
Braum, but Keria might
Faker
go for it
looking.
anyway.
Ah, dinauntog.
Forward, Doctam there.
You go ba?
Time he wants to
Kaya?
go through, but Keria, of course, can interrupt. Flashing
Wala,
out
malayo si
instead,
Faker,
then
pre.
using the W to escape just to make sure the steadfast presence does not come through. However, they're zoned away from the tower and they're going to be losing some plates.
Pero sige,
Okay,
para
so
sa DR
KT,
din.
they back off. That does
Para sa
mean
plates
with
din.
the half throw mid from Faker, who is hovering to threaten the full commitment from T1. BDD is going to shove out this mid wave first.
Ay na,
And
medyo
see if
nakakagalaw
there
na si
is any
Faker.
contest over red. It
May
looks
tir na
like Cuz, you know, early pings, he knows that may be an objective that owner would try and go for, and so immediately goes out to protect it.
Braindead pa naman na slow ni Rice. Ang tagal mo. Tagal mong gumagapang.
Okay.
Tug na talaga.
Faker, not
Di man lang kinabahan.
But yeah, the T1 with the presence of mind, it was about a
Ang
300
ina kayang
gold
maipagsabayan
swing
ni Rumble sa ano, ng Bessie, Gagi.
But there were free grubs
Niluluto.
for KT. We'll see if that's going to be worth or not, because it really depends on how much access they get to turrets.
May ba tayo dyan?
Remind people that this is
Okay.
fearless. So the importance of these picks that have worked before, working again. Doctam played the Ash, had an incredible arrow hit ratio. Shout out to our stats guy Hayden for manually tracking every arrow
Ari
that
hit,
It's
wow.
a similar story for Guma.
8
So
to
for
1.
Doctam to take this
22
away
to
from
8.
Guma and have a good game is crucial for KT's
Ah,
game
dito
plan.
mama yung public execution. Ouch.
Very likely would have been a sure thing on the initial kill, and now Perfect wants to go for the all and carry on the way up, but Perfect is completely overheated. Buying a bit more time to overheat now as he turns back into the wave. Damage
Oh my god,
coming
andito na yung ano man, firefighters ng KT.
top of Dorn, and there's a cyclone.
Oh my god, it's a
Keria
collapse,
running
man.
for his life. Concussed.
Yes.
Taken down. KT dominating game one.
Perfect on his Rumble. There is a reason he is so
Are we sure?
on that champion. Teleports
May
down to
TP
the
si
bottom
Rumble
side,
eh.
will equalize
Kaso
the
low
play.
health din.
So the cross map doesn't work out.
Bro,
And
kaya niyang
targeting
mag-ano.
Perfect
Pero
has
dahil
been the
ano pala yung
strategy
Braum pala
employed
nag-TP gab.
against KT for the
Naluto.
whole year.
Nabuo na
So
ako.
it makes sense that T1 tries to go for it.
Nagre-recall pala yung nagre-recall pala yung
Misses,
Rumble.
You can't keep forcing it.
Naka-spellbook nga pala si
Perfect,
ano,
able to stay
Peter.
alive, doesn't really take any meaningful damage, and his reinforcements ensure KT now up 5-1.
We were thinking there was so much talk about T1 and the possible
Bang.
3P. And
Ah,
4
cancer
finals
ng
in a
W
row.
ni Ash.
And how
Umabot.
their advantage is going to be how confident they will be under these bright lights. But KT are playing this game number 1 like they're the most confident I have ever seen.
Which is so impressive when we
Info,
look back
mid
at
lane.
the media day at the press conference, and Peter was talking about how Keria is perfect in every way. The only thing he had going for him was supposed to be his rookie spirit, but he's been first on the map. He is paired up with Cuz so incredibly well. Now almost a 2,000 gold lead for KT. T1 not out of it yet.
Parang mas
but
maganda nga
second
sa
in the early
drafting,
game
pre,
where
no?
they gave the
Ban mo
ideal
lahat ng
top
support
side
ni
to the
Keria.
side of KT.
Para wala talaga siyang
Walang
kwenta.
choice.
And it's honestly
I mean,
impressive. I really like
ano ang
the angle
tawag
from
doon?
Peter, who again debuted in 2022. And obviously
Bigay
mo lahat ng mga trick nilang mga carry.
Oh, wag lang
Pero
yung sa support.
Wag lang yung sa iba yung iba usapan pag nakukuha ni Keria yung gusto niya.
Ayun, buhat talaga eh.
But thus far,
Oo.
we're actually seeing, I think, coming into the draft, we were looking at
Sa ano sa state ng T1 ngayon yan ang nakikita ko eh.
Si Keria nag-ano ngayon?
did go for this blind
Siya gumagawa ng himala sa ano ngayon.
and thus far hasn't paid a lot in these team fights. The Poppy
Kung
can still
mapapansin mo
secure
lahat
numbers
ng
advantage.
team fight, lahat simula nang napasok si Keria, tanga na si Keria talaga eh.
Nagulat nga kay Faker, yung buong year niya sa LCK, this year, di siya nag-step up eh.
Ayun na nga ba?
Ayun na. May ulti siya na. Faker wall. BDD oh, si BDD oh. Si Keria okay lang yan, may flash eh. Kasi si owner na wala. Wala, walang Q.
Ano 4v3? Kala ko 4v4 eh. Ay, kala ko 3v4 eh.
Second smite, this time cannot find the arrow. Second Drake goes
try.
over and it's again no
Ganda ng
hesitation
Ash
from
arrow niya
KT.
dun. What the fuck?
Linis.
They've just been so methodical in this game with their lane
Ipit na
assignments
ipit
and
sila dun
Jump
sa ano,
choices
walang
here, four
liguan.
objectives. They pull the pincer
Okay,
close.
side
They
push
trap
na.
Bago
T1,
makaliko,
force them off,
putang ina.
multiple flashes invested from both
Sinakot
sides,
to eh.
though. So I'm definitely looking at Doctam as well. This Ash with no cleanse and no flash after this bottom side river fight. That may be an area where T1 look to to try
Uy.
and punish him, to try and get some gold, to get
Tama yun,
back
stuck
into
din yun.
this game.
Because it does feel thus far, KT has been
Eh,
the
ganitong
one
game
controlling
state,
most of the
useless
shots.
talaga yung besa eh.
Even
Hanggat
the
walang
kill he got
items eh.
onto Dukdom was him going in. He didn't get
Magkadalawang
punished for
items
that.
lang yun, tas isang
Traded.
boots. Haha,
It's really
Riot.
been KT on the forward. Even here, where they did not have Cryo, as you highlighted, Dracos, they were still able to use the engage
Pero tangina
power
kung sa
of
teamfight,
that Ashe, as well
ano,
as the
magkadalawang
Wukong.
item yung Rumble, iba usapan, putang ina.
Ayan na nga, meron na. May maskara na.
Di, isa pa. Isa pang AP item, putang ina yan. It's cooking time.
Kaldag talaga.
Ano, gagawin ko yung pizza niyan. Ano yan, oh.
The confidence with which KT is playing
Total
thus far
grind.
is really impressive.
So I think we're gonna have to keep our eyes on if
Sana
T1
keep up nila yan
are
hanggang,
able to create some
ano,
pockets of
hanggang
vision that they
buong
can
series.
mga
exploit and make
preceding
some
games.
plays of their
Oo.
own. They do have
Ang
Taliyah
ina, pag
Wall
hindi,
as well as the Bessa ultimate,
ngungaw
very
sila dyan.
long-range, abilities
Actually, ang
there.
ganda na ginawa ng KT, binigay agad yung ano eh. Binigay agad yung Taliyah eh.
Fairly good at
Ayun yung
this
pinakamagandang
Oo.
performance ni
At the
Faker na
first
hero
skill
this
shot,
ano eh,
so
this Worlds
we'll
eh.
see if they can actually
Mm.
punish the Ashe in mid. So
Para
far,
di na nila
I'd say
poproblemahin
KT
yan kung sakaling
really
manalo
well.
sila
Look how
dyan.
safe he is being on the Ashe.
KT, ano,
Right now, when he has
ay
nobody
ano,
near him,
at saka
he backs
Asir.
out to his
Putang
side.
inang
So
Asir
he's
yun.
showing he's got his hot shot, and KT have
Tatlo yun eh, Taliyah, Azir, Rice, yung best hero ni Faker in this Worlds.
giving him that safety where he can just kind of hug that wall. And so I feel
Pero,
like KT
mas
almost
okay pa rin para sa akin na
removing
ibigay nila si
comeback
Rice
options
ng game
and
2.
avenues for T1.
Hindi,
Diba?
pick na yung Rice eh.
What they're looking for, but BDD
Gamit na ni
Yung ano,
BDD.
The root does manage to connect. Doran can't keep the dive. But BDD is not gonna
Di
Yung
na
Azir.
pwede. Ah, yung Azir, oh,
Nice
pwede.
force by Doran. Gets
Mas
his ult
mas
off,
maganda
BDD
ibigay
forced
nila
the
kay
flash.
Faker yun.
Blue
Big win
side.
there because that does mean some of the
Tas kunin
engagement
nila
goes
Oriana
to
kung hindi
T1 a lot
baban.
more scary.
Exactly. Plus, you know, maybe
Para hero rin ni
someone
Faker
else on the side,
makukuha.
not just looking
Kaya
at
naman ni
that
BDD gamitin yung Oriana eh.
flash down.
Oo. Kaya din naman ni BDD yung Asir eh.
Real.
Oo,
Oo, ang kati niyan!
Asir yan eh.
Ang kati niyan!
BDD came back to lane.
Ay.
Redemption coming down to heal him up. Major
Ay na.
cooldown that will not
Ano,
be
nagamit yung
available
Redemption.
for this Herald.
Nung
KT are
ganun
already
lang.
on it, and they've just been one step
not.
ahead of
Anong yan?
T1
Lusawin
Awit
siya
ka
dun.
talaga. Awit talaga. Minus na naman sa teamfight capability yun.
With Doran being pushed off of the top side of the
Oh,
map,
walang objectives,
there's
oh.
not much for them to get except
Tangina
for a scuttle crab. Bottom side mid.
Oh,
Gagamitin.
no.
He's not even gonna get pushed all
Oh,
the way
no.
out.
Uy, naku po. Oh, shit.
Concussive blows. The Cyclone immediately comes out as well.
Walang public execution, putik.
Tang ina, tas limo.
Wala.
Gago.
Caught asleep at the wheel. Overconfident T1 trying to fire back.
Ah, nakuha ng KT.
Tower race pa.
Who get it? They've got the boot upgrades
Aray
already.
ko,
and
lahat
the
positive
tower
sa
early
ano,
here.
KT.
2,000 now the gold lead. The dragon stacking continuing. KT in game number 1.
Oh, wow.
The coaster does keep going
Tapos
up,
ano pa?
Chronicler.
Hextech pa yun. Putang inang.
What goes up
Sakit yan.
eventually.
Ayusin
Ah!
na.
Doesn't hit.
Sidestep Peter there in time to body block if necessary.
But I want to highlight, what did this cost for T1? So Doran TP's top to try
Like,
and salvage.
Promise, pag natalo yung KT dito, sira na yung mental nila. Grabe yan, no? Ang laki na niyan para sa ano, 16 minutes.
Faker also has the TP towards top to prevent them from taking down the inner. So now T1 not going to have those available for any
Pag
upcoming fight. And
pag
about
umandar na yung ano,
possible soul point.
kabomberuhan ng T1.
And credit to T1 there.
Oras na magpatay ng apoy. Ay, ay, ay.
They've consistently had mid prio. They've used it to chunk
Teka,
away
kunin
at
ko,
that
putang
turret,
inang internet
chip
ko.
away at that potential
Log.
objective. Losing out on the boots is very unfortunate. But need to see if KT can keep this momentum going, because this is the pocket of vision you were talking
Wow.
about. Already set up by T1. One step ahead when it comes to this objective and the control they have over the area. KT might just give it. Only now are they getting control of mid lane.
Yeah, at the middle
Yeah,
stage
pwede
of the
mag-give.
game, the team fights are definitely still very
Mag-iingat
winnable
lang
here
tong
for
Ashe,
T1.
tsaka yung Rice.
There's not been this huge breakpoint that KT have hit, even though they do have a very nice lead in this
Ah,
one.
nakiklips na si Dora, no? Medyo makakasayaw na siya ng konti sa fight.
Just yet, so it is still about
Standard Sky
positioning
na.
and
Tapos,
execution
potek,
as
Seraps
they
na si
look
ano,
towards
Faker.
the Dragon
May
Soul
first
point.
items na
4
yung
seconds
T1.
on the arrival of the Mounted Dragon, and Rifthold is used mid for priority.
Wall to try to block the initial
Good
charge.
ult, Faker.
Deny that. Well played. Good piece of mind by Faker to deny that potential prio point.
Saktong-sakto
Still
lang man.
does mean, however, that KT get access first to the objective. Owner, Guma, Faker,
Kaso walang
Keria
ano,
all ready to go.
walang Weaver's
Keria's
Fall si
ult,
Faker sa
highlighted it
ano,
earlier,
BR.
can be crucial. Can deny some of the members
Uy,
of
kumalma
KT.
kayo. Wala kayong
Doran Plank.
ulti.
Teka.
Very slow,
Teka.
drawn out, secure. BDD
Doran?
Doran on the
KT.
flank. Arrow starting to rain. Peter getting chunked out.
Perfect. Masyado ang malayo sa teammate mo.
Those resources. Eyes on the equalizer. Redemption now used. Cooldown up just in time.
3, 2, 1. Ayun, bibilang pa lang sana ako. Gumawa na, pre. Ayan na. Honor. Okay. Doran. Ayan na nga. Ayan. Ito yung sinasabi ko eh. Ito na eh. Ay. O, diba? Potang inang T1 talaga. Oh my God. Wala nang gold lead. Wala na. Puta. Sira. Ay, na pumikit lang. Oh my God. Man, gusto ko manalo yung KT. Seryoso, kahit T1 pa na ako. The fuck? Kaso yun na. Ang ganda ng palo. Ayun na, nakakasayaw na si Doran, no? Holy fuck.
So meticulously, and they immediately steal the objective on top of it.
Dapat nung nasa mid pa si Faker kasi nasa bush pa yung T1, dapat gumapang na si Perfect, hindi na siya nagplank eh. Kasi may info naman sa may info naman na kay Doran si BDD. Makakapaglapag nga siya ng ulti kaso di siya makakalapit agad ng Q. Lalakad pa siya eh.
Tangina talagang entrance bush na yun. Patalo talaga yun. Promise, tangina kahit sa atin nangyayari yung entrance bush na yun, tangina patalo talaga yun eh.
Diado talaga yung bush na yun.
Could have been a difference maker. Now T1 slide.
Ang dami kasing likuan.
I do think it's important to remind everyone that I do still love the KT Cup when it comes to the actual 5v5, but we are seeing if
oh my God, nawala yung gold lead ng ganun lang, isang team fight. Fuck.
Wala, natago na KT.
Yeah, and the reason we keep highlighting a lot of the setup players here for this team is because if you do have good setup for Taliyah, Faker's Taliyah, the combos are so deadly. And Faker this tournament as well has been able to do a lot of raw W's.
We have info, di ba? Kita mo yun? Apat?
Let's see about the approach to the Otacon.
Otacon, for now just the ward.
Doran is getting the top tower at the moment.
Oh my God, Tapos kung sakaling magpa-fight yan, putik may TP siya. May TP ba si BDD? Ah, meron na. Pati si Faker, meron. 8K, TTP niyan. 8K?
Ayan o, tangina nakamauna o.
Ayan na, nakamauna. Oh my God, bigay?
Kunin na nila si Doran o.
Ayun, nahuli yung Ash! Nahuli yung Ash! Wala na, it's a fucking wrap na, pre. Yun na yun. Doran? Oh my God! Boy, si Doran. Wala. Sira ang mental, puta. Oh my God. Kahit man lang pinoke man lang nila si Doran, walang nangyari. What if si Kaz? Teka. Makate.
T1 know it's a 50-50 now. 5 seconds on Doctam, but he doesn't have access to a TP to make it to the fight any faster.
Oh, Doran! Oh my God, why? Oh my God, ano si Faker? Realm Warp! Wow, boy pa si Guma! Patay na si Guma! Smite! Oh my God! Oh my God, perfect! Why? Guys, tinothrow na.
Throw yan.
He gets that shove. They get the Otacon.
Tagal nila patayin si Guma dun. Nag-iisip sila kung ano gagawin nila, gagi.
Oh man. KT man. Please KT man.
Perfectly 41. 3.5k gold lead. 1 minute till the next Mountain Dragon. And now T1, it feels like they're in full control.
What a fight.
Namang kasi nakuha na nila si Doran eh.
Flashing on the Doran to get the first kill of the fight. And then T1 are communicating.
Maganda na yung Realm Warp. Maganda yung Realm Warp.
Ay no.
Ang tagal nilang patayin siya.
Putik na dab. Grabe talaga si Faker. Hindi sila nakagalaw sa EW ni Faker.
Shoot sila ron, hindi sila
pumasok eh.
Not in time.
Mwah.
T1
Mali.
now with the biggest
Difference
lead
maker
so
talaga
far.
si Faker.
After that,
Tahan
4K
talaga
will
na
be
ito.
on top of a discrepancy of 38 petals, 40-2.
My God.
Oh, wow! Tignan mo!
In gold and an additional effective stats or XP
Oh
for
my
those
God,
petals.
choking man.
A nearly unstoppable advantage.
Oh,
Luxury
yay,
items
KT
coming through.
man.
The Seeker is there for
Paano tayo
Faker.
magpo-progress?
Sama-sama sila, kita sila apat oh.
Things are getting dark for the side of KT. They're going to fight back to the
Public
bottom lane,
execution
try
si
to get
Doran,
vision
uy.
Of this area. They could not secure the third Drake, but they desperately
Ayun, si
want
Faker,
the soul
nakita na.
point. They spot Faker on the flank. One more fumbled fight might just take them out of this game.
Doran, walang info kay Doran. Ayun na, nakita na.
Yan na naman oh.
Already took an arrow. Faker's looking to split the fight.
7K.
Ay lang, kahit yung Brom lang, Faker.
He's going to have a hard time healing back up that chip damage.
Reset.
Does have access to the
Reset.
Sundered Sky. Objective reset now. Eyes on those support cooldowns as
Okay,
well.
nakamanam yun na
Result to be
siya.
unbreakable for the Braum will be important as T1 already getting mid-prio. Doran fishing for the flank once again. Ready to come over the wall with the public execution. Carry
Oh, si Keria wala na talaga. Putik. Guma? Dead? Kaya pa? Basta boy si BDD. Play lang. Perfect. Play for BDD sa katatakbo. Oh my God.
And Cuz just doesn't get to play the game. Keria.
Kailangan ba ang stats sa T1? Huwag nyo silang dudurugin sa game. Ano, nakakabangon sila eh. Tag-inang yan.
And he gets CC'd 100-0.
Grabe naman tumakbo si BDD. Parang walang kakampi.
Oh my goodness, what an engage. Honestly, let's watch
Ano
it
healthy
again,
niya sa
guys.
fight oh? Anyari? Ah puta, magpa-plank. Bakit ka magpa-plank? May info kayo sa Talia, pre.
It's Doran is ready. Owner's there. Faker sets up the wall for the sandwich. And even though BDD and Perfect are trying their best, again, without that Wukong, without that front to back,
Taranta si BDD.
T1 is just reigning supreme.
Eh kung nagstay na lang siya dun sa tribush, nakabackup pa siya kagad, di
Kaya
ba?
nga eh, umikot pa siya eh.
Ito ni BDD, gusto gumawa ng imposibleng hindi pwede.
Ay na. Ano ba to BDD? Kinikip mo lang ba yung stats mo? Hello? Ikaw may pinakamataas na KD sa ano, alam pagkakalam ko eh.
Doran is 2 levels up.
Sa Worlds ngayon. Like what the fuck? KD player ka na? Nyari sa'yo? Pay for your team man. What the fuck? I mean, tignan mo yung isa oh. Oh, walang pawis man. 2-0-10. Easy.
They're gonna start up this Baron.
And it's a terrifying position for KT.
Si Old Man
because they know if
Faker,
a
man.
single member of their team makes a misstep, the fight very likely ends. The Braum was supposed
Ang
to be
hirap
the
nito,
tool
puta.
that stopped this dive from Doran, that stopped the dive from Owner from coming through. But if T1 are the ones to kick it off, it just has not been.
Faker!
Seen this one before. Yeah, they don't dare to go for it. We've seen this exact bait a million times. Obviously, Faker does a
True,
flash.
bebait si Faker tapos puta, magbabaron yung T1 man.
But they don't want to go for it.
Yeah. Faker with his arm guard has a couple of ways.
Ay no, ganun dat ginagawa ni BDD katulad kay Faker eh. Hindi ako sumubok ng ano eh. Magbato ng skill shot eh. Si BDD akala mo nag-i-stack pa rin ng tier eh. Basta sure ball yung tatamaan ng skill.
You're going to be able to surprise someone with an Ash arrow and immediately delete them.
And we're looking at Doctom. You highlighted it. That's the arrow. The sustained damage that Ash can bring to the table is, of course, impactful, even on 2 items. But none of these
Para
fights
maaga
have been
pa. Game
one-on-one
1 pa lang.
fights.
Game 1
It's
pa
been
lang.
deleted to the start of every single one. So finding that advantage, finding that additional member in a fight, making sure it is a 5v4
Tangina, game 1, ganyan
in favor of
performance
KT.
ng KT,
Crucial
GG.
to the fight. The combo is still there.
Promise.
The side
Tangina yan.
Di sila papahingayin ng ano dyan, ng T1.
But it just has
Oh.
not been working out.
Lead na kayo ng ano, 3K.
I also love that Keria Poppy
Na-
has the most
nabaliktad
kills of
ng
any
isang
single
fight lang.
player in the entire game.
Feels apt.
Battle Poppy, baby.
Yeah, look at his items. That helps, right?
The redemption.
The redemption.
Oh
look
my
at
God.
his- They're gonna start it up.
He's got the TP, he's got the heal, he's ready to move across the map and make plays. Eyes on the keeper's verdict to see if they can force Cuz out of the
May
pit.
summer
7K
spell lahat,
objective
kompleto
being
lahat.
lower. Owner
Uy, Faker is
isolated
dying!
to the side, like
Eto
they're
na
gonna
yun!
use the arm guard, extra shield
Si
to
Kaz!
defend.
Nastan si
Faker
Kaz!
goes,
What?
He holds the cooldown. Doctam starting to push forward, but he really doesn't have too much damage. Eyes on Perfect
Inang
and Cuz,
tagal
the
ng
equalizer,
follow-up.
the Cyclone. T1
Equalizer
moving to
na
the
yun
choke
eh.
point, but KT don't have the vision they need. Finally, the ward dropped.
Takot sila mag-pick up ng isa? Gusto nila dalawa, tatlo?
cooldowns and back away.
And it was the resilience of KT
Patay na si
that upped the
Faker eh.
win against Gen G. That game looked dire as well. TP comes in from Faker.
Ayun oh, ganyan oh, tignan mo si Owner oh.
Breakable used to kick off the fight. That's the ulti from Gumayushi. Good response coming in from Perfect, but the damage not really enough. Ulti does not connect.
Oh my god, ano yun? Hello? KT?
On top of Doctam. Concussive blows buy him an additional second. Perfect running. The flick
BDD, nasan ka na naman?
damage down, but now he finds himself in a breach.
Oh, tas ngayon, mag-isa ka dyan. Oh, wala na, na-cancel ni ulti mo. Wala.
Carrier there right in time.
Oh my god, BDD man, please. Oh my god.
Doran dropping Perfect as well.
And they're gonna at least get the shove. I was kind of wondering whether they wanted to play for the end, but not
Oh,
gonna be the
no.
case. TP's toward the Baron. And T1 about
Dito
to
maganda
close
man.
out this game.
Yep, that's a T1 Baron. All right, here's another look.
I mean, bias ko yung T1 nun, pero KT, please, please naman.
Ang inang equalizer yun, ang baboy gago. Napakapangit. Putang inang yan, equalizer pa ng words yun. Putang ina talaga. Ah. Niliteral na pang zoning yung equalizer ah. The fuck? Hindi naman makakapang zone yun. Tangina dapat dun pag may nahawakan yung ano.
Dun eh.
Yung Rise, yun na yun. Spot na yun eh.
Kasi expected yun na may magpa-follow up dun eh. Sa mahuhuli.
Kailangan yung mahahawakan niya automatic. May slow na kagad, di ba?
Ay.
Inanitong mga to eh. Ano pinag-iisip eh.
Yun lang na pressure sa ano, T1. Puta.
Wala na pre.
Sira mental talaga nito. Sabi ko na eh. Yung isang clash lang na yun.
Hindi ano to. Anong ang tawag doon? Hindi sila kasing tibay ng ano ng Samsung White. Tangina kung yung Samsung White dati kahit gaano.
Ayan, tignan mo si Owner oh. Tignan mo si Owner oh. Oh. Play for your team pre kahit pumatay. Oh. Tignan mo yung result ng fight. Okay, KT? Ah, wala ipit yung KT. Play. Each other lang. Out! Ah, gago din ako. Oh my god. Wala. Di na lang makakontest yung drag. Nakuha si Perfect.
To maybe get a soul point because T1 took that Baron. Not going to end up working out. That's going to be triple Mountain Drakes to come through here. The turn on to Owner actually ended up working out decent, but it's
Ay no, ganyan no. Play for team mo. Tignan mo si Owner.
Yeah, and he's just annihilating Doctam fight after fight after fight.
Wala. Di na pinapansin ng T1 si BDD. Gagi.
Gosh talaga no.
Walang pakialam.
And then Chronicler once again perfect.
Oh my god, perfect.
Well, the rest of the team escapes in the realm warp on the edge.
And you can see there's so much damage from this KT top side, but I guarantee if we were to look at the healing, the owner, that Sundered
Ano
Sky
ini-ignore ng T1 si ano? Di ikaw yung carry pre.
so impossible for KT, even when they spot that member.
Bahala ka dyan.
Pinapansin eh.
That someone like owner has overstepped. They just cannot finish these crucial kills. On top of that, their reliance on magic damage to burst through health bars being very heavily mitigated by the double
yung equalizer tsaka yung hold ni Rise ang combo dyan eh.
Dapat nga nung kanina, nung mag-isa lang si Owner, dapat nag-boost na sila ng skills dun. Wala silang ginagawa eh. In-stun lang.
Oo.
Ay. Ay na 11-20 na yung score oh.
Brought in the mid lane from Faker. Wall to isolate the tower. They want to break open the space, limit the options for KT.
Wala.
T1 outplaying.
Lugi sila sa macro. Ay. Nyari.
3 minutes on the next Baron, 3 minutes on Soul for T1.
Ayun no.
Is Faker still fishing for the flick back, for the seismic shove. But KT running out of options fast. The damage has not
Yan yung
been
kailangan gawin ni BDD, yung ginagawa ni Faker eh. Kahit malayo, may value yung ano niya eh.
Tear apart this KT team.
So telling that KT is still stuck at 2 pedals because
I mean, yeah, sure. Mas mahaba yung range ng Talia tapos may passive siya na para makapag-respo agad. Pero tayo na laging late si BDD sa fight eh. Nasa game state na siya na pwede siya mag-ano. Nasa gitna lang ng fight.
Ito ng lineup nila oh.
Kaya nga eh.
Lulusaw talaga yan eh.
Like, durog yung ano eh. Durog kaya yung bot lane. Like, pag titignan mo yung ano, yung mid to bot lane ng KT, lamang yan eh.
because we're gonna teleport
Yung
up to
top
the
lane, yung
side
top
and
lane
look to
ng
get our endgame
jungle
push in
pataas ng
for
top
T1.
lane, kaliwaan lang yan.
Quite probably as they rotate everybody over to this
Tangin
corner
ako,
of the
ako
map.
kay
Bot side,
Peter.
BDD trying
Wait
to buy
lang.
some time since
Okay,
the inhibitor
guys.
is down in this lane. He's pushing it out to try and
Ay, ay,
hopefully
ay.
for KT set up one of many defenses that they're going to need to fight their way back into this game.
Perfect, gonna use the equalizer to clear the way, but it will not stop the tier 2 tower from falling. Does give a bit more time to BDD to get a tower back in response.
What are we
Securing a
doing,
bounty,
man?
But it's still a 9,000 gold difference. I don't even care about the pedal math anymore. All you need to know is it is a lot. It is a lot of lead for the side of T1, and for KT, it will take a miracle or a misstep from the side of T1 to bring them back.
And you already kind of start to think about drafts for the rest of the series as well, as we are in Fearless. And we're seeing why so many teams ban Poppy versus Keria. But then you're thinking, okay, yeah, Keria, he had amazing Poppy ultimates this game. He had amazing engages, but are you going to give him Nico? No. Are you going to give him Bard? No. Are you going to give him Renata? It's so hard. This player is just so good.
He got 4 bans in our first draft. Alistair, Renata, you highlighted the Bard and the Nico as well. Obviously, those first two a bit more contextual, but when his 5th pick is winning games and team fights, it's a reminder to why this player is held in such high regard, and a reminder to what a glow-up in form he has had. Domestic Keria was solid, right? Still a good support, but this version of Keria, world-class.
Faker also has 100% kill participation on the Talia, by the way. Full 20 for 20 there.
That's 18.
Just kidding.
Okay.
That Keria
Oh,
double kill
no.
didn't count. We don't give that one. We don't. That one, those two just
It
didn't
happens
count.
to the best of us.
I felt like
Don't
we
worry
needed a
about it.
comedic break.
Yeah, because barring a KT steal of this next dragon, the game will end on maybe Baron, definitely Mountain Soul.
We do see a Vamp Scepter for Doc Dom, some Grievous wounds as well, maybe help him heal back up, but of course the range discrepancy is big, but more importantly, 3rd item coming in for Cuz, 4th item for BDD, that death cap. Maybe now if they catch someone out from T1, they'll be able to finish those crucial kills. However, you have the pressure point on the top side from Faker. In the bottom lane, super minions are barreling in. KT, if they make
Oh,
a single
whoa,
wrong
whoa,
choice,
whoa,
they're
whoa,
likely
whoa.
to lose something regardless of the
Yep.
outcome.
And this is just going to be gone if they don't make a play. It's going to be a big Realm Warp. But you're Realm Warping possibly straight into your Doom, and I don't even gonna get the chance!
Cuz
Nanakbak si Cuz!
6K getting lower, KT.
Oh, fuck.
Start to
It's
flounder.
cooked,
They
man.
decide it's not
KT,
worth it.
man.
They decide they don't want it. Instead, they're going to turn their sights to the Drake. Spawning in 4 seconds. T1 already have secured the Baron on the back of a Keeper's Verdict from Keria. Now they might just look to end it.
Oh, nahuli yung Ash!
Execution! Aptly named as Doc Dam takes him down. KT now chasing out as well. BDD trying to
Let's
well
go.
back into the rest of the team. But Keria once again there to interrupt. Doran unfazed by the magic damage of BDD. It's a double kill coming through. Perfect and Cuz, the last 2 left standing. But a TP into the base to bring back and seal the deal in game 1. T1. What a performance.
And Perfect running for the hills. I don't think his survival is gonna matter as Doran and Keria show a masterclass in this game 1. The lane for both, I think, looked
GG, game 1.
but those team fights,
Let's
man,
go.
that's a smile on the face of T1's top laner.
Doran was a heat-seeking missile in this game. He
Doran
found
MVP?
Over and over and over. Analysts, how are you feeling about game number 1?
Well, Kobe, T1 is firing on all cylinders, stepping into this final, doing what they do best, honestly, performing in Worlds Finals and beating KT, Emily.
Wow, you really had to do me like that.
I did.
She did tell me before this she had a surprise because I was like, just come to me first and I'll just be like, this is looking a lot
surprise
like
is pain.
regular season. I'm very used to this feeling.
Are you?
So thank you for making me feel at home.
It's okay. Are you used to the feeling, though, that KT have such a great early game but then drop the ball?
That's a little different, but you know, sometimes they have it in them. I did really think that KT's early game started off very well. I was expecting the bot lane to be huge, right? And I actually did think the way they played specifically around Peter's Braum, linking up with Cuz, as you can see Cuz's early
Peter was
stats
great.
there. Yeah, exactly. I knew you'd agree with me because I'm also talking about your GOAT, but then it all went wrong, Azale.
It did, or it all went right for T1.
True.
And every second counts thanks to reliable Cisco network. Owner turns the tides at Dragon. So I want to rewatch this team fight. A couple crazy things happened in this moment. As we'll pull this up and I'll do a telestrator for it. So it is 2.5K gold lead up at the top of the screen. It's 2 Dragons in a row. KT, the early game really could not have gone better. They're going to find what looks to be a brilliant engage on the T1 members here. You know, right snap engage. They go in. Equalizer is across so many members. Like, look at the health bars here. You were thinking this is a one fight pretty much for sure from KT from this point. But going to draw your eyes to Dorian on the flanking position, and then also Owner right here. So as Owner goes in, watch this crescent guard. The positioning right now looks like there's no way you can actually get through to Dokdom, right? Dokdom is right here, and Dorian is trying to come up from the bottom. But watch, as the ulti comes through, they both get knocked back, opens up the perfect pathway for Dorian right in onto the Ashe. Are you kidding me? Like, this is ridiculous. How do you pull that off? Like, they have no engage.
In World Championship final, by the way, game 1.
Like, that is just insane, man. That is like Shaq and Kobe off the backboard, just like dunking on KT's head.
It's so impressive how clean their team fighting is. And I want to bring up something that we touched upon earlier, because your boy Doran, he is showing the heck up in his first game here, where we talked so much about how at internationals he's had some pretty big flubs. He himself talked about how much his T1 teammates, the T1 support staff, were helping him feel the T1 magic. His Ambessa was feeling the T1 magic.
He was absolutely feeling the magic, and he's helping out T1 now at this point, because his ults were just point and click. He's finding the perfect member in every single team fight. They were so low on engage in this comp, he needed to have a big game, and he delivered.
He absolutely did, also around the Arakan, right? And right now, I was looking at him at this point saying, is he going to do it again? Because it could have gotten dicey for T1, but it didn't.
It absolutely could have, and I mean, again, it was Doran showing up in this moment. You know, KT were the ones that try to pull it. He sneaks the ult past the Braum onto Dokdom, gets into the backline again, and that just lights out. That's your only chance at the fight.
It's hard because you saw that for KT and BDD. Oh my gosh. It was slipping through their fingers, Emily. I want to hear you craft what we have to expect now, right? KT on the back foot. What are the priorities they have to make? Because I think coming into this draft, we thought they probably had the better draft.
Yeah, I mean, I thought they had a really strong draft for them. I really loved how they used the Braum. I did really love the Cuz-Peter synergy. I think that is a great thing that I want to see KT continue to have. The big thing for me, though, is, again, you have to find a way to be able to stand up to the massive amounts of coordination that are coming out of these T1 team fights. And I will say, I did like how they played around bot lane, so I would take that into game 2 as well.
And you have to find a way to not allow a game like that to shake you. Everything went right. You walked into that Dragon fight, the pivotal one, with a massive advantage, and you still lost. And T1 will do that to you, so they have to stay poised. They have to stay confident. Everything they did in the early minutes was fantastic. They should look to repeat it.
Yeah, Gen G wasn't able to take more than one game off of them, so hopefully they hope that it goes the same way versus T1 today for KT. They are on the back foot, but they'll come back stronger in game 2, I'm sure of it. And let's also check out what's coming up next in Teamfight Tactics.
As a child, you would wait and watch from far away. But you always knew that you'd be
Let's go.
Okay, one sorry.
Ang ina, wala. Sira na agad mental ng KT nito. 3k gold lead man. Nawala ng isang fight. Oh, sabi Lotus.
Maganda sila. Maganda pinakita nila.
Real. Kaso wala eh. Puta. Ganda ng ano. Boom. Ang cute.
Makakuha ka lang ng isang puntos, malaking lead na agad yun eh.
Kaya nga eh. Nasus. Magkapatid. Boom!
Epic yan sa world.
binalik yung Nasus mid. Tangin na ng meta na yun. Start ng 2024. Nasus Garen mid. Ay. Crazy. Diba siya? Lore and Legends. Bago ano ng TFT. Ay, December 3. Nice. New set.
안녕하세요. KT 피터입니다.
Si Peter. Tinamad ako sa bagong set ng ano. Ang ganda lang nung umpisa. Like nung sa trailers. Putik nung nilaro mo na. Nya, boring.
대리석처럼 표현해놔가지고 좀 이쁘게 나올 것 같고 기대가
Sa loob ng 2 taon, 3 taon. Ayun lang yata yung season na tinamad ako mag-TFT. Yung season ngayon. Yung set. Like, ang ganda ng concept kaso parang ang bilis nakaka-board yung... Oo, bakit? Saj. Ganda pa naman ng concept man. Parang anime yung art style nung ano.
System updated. We will dance together. The future of money is here. Feels good.
I told you I was done with basic browsers. Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back.
Like, tumigil ako dyan sa Opera GX man. Natatot ako eh.
Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
Like, may spyware kasi yung Opera lang mismo.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Sketchy man. Same company pa din. Kakatil.
Kunyari, wala talaga ano.
Wala, yung last clash nahuli ni Doran si ano. Si Jokdam, yung Ash. Put the price in the bag. Nahuli. Tangina. So far, ang naglalaban sa MVP ngayon ng finals, yung mid lane pati top. Si Faker pati si Doran. Grabe yung performance.
Grabe si Doran kanina.
Mamamaw si Doran. Actually, pababa lang. Tayo na.
Alam mo, kumakain lang ng pandesal eh. Nang ayop.
Ang ganda.
Panalo talaga dapat KT dun eh.
Ang ganda ng ano nila eh. Ganda ng heroes nila man. Tayo na.
Parehas sila ng capability. Tangina, 1 lakh KO na yun eh. Kaso namimili ng FF. Aray ko.
Ano? Ang pangit ng ano? Ang pangit ng laro ni BDD pati ni Perfect. Yung top lane pati mid. Puta, nagdadalawang isip lagi. Lagi naiiwan yung ano, jungle pati yung bot side.
Dapat every time na may mahuhuli, ano na kagad? Do or die na. Tangina ko, ano pa kasi iniisip eh.
Diba, tignan mo yung pinakita ni Honor ng buong series na yun. Yung game 1.
Oo.
Tayo na pumapasok sa 5. Pumapasok sa 5.
Tangina, pag nakita siya ng pagkakataon, tangina, itatapon niya yung 4. Tangina, tas kung saan lalapag, doon na nakaabang si Doran. Aray ko. Ganda.
Beautiful league lang. Ay, ay, ay.
Paano nyo makakamit ang beautiful Dota?
Ay, na-excite talaga ako. Nagulat ako. Putang ina. Full Pinoy lineup, OG. Dam. Mga nasa big teams rin pala yung mga player. Si teams lang kilala ko dun eh. Tinignan ko yung background ng mga player. Putang gaganda rin ng achievements eh. Puro mga nasa international teams. Hindi galing hindi galing local teams.
Oo. Sayang nga, wala si ano eh. Sayang, wala sa lineup si ano eh. Ano to?
Si Bosco?
Whitemon.
Si Whitemon. Si Whitemon.
Oo. Tangina, magaling din yung hype na yun eh.
Kasi alam ko di ba si Whitemon umalis ng SEA? Parang nasa Europe yata siya ngayon.
Ano yun, di ba? Fanatic.
Oo, Europe yata siya. Ngayon, di ko alam. Ano, sakit nun. Tayo na. Feel ko talaga plano ng plano talaga ng KT.
Tapos nag-T1 Dota team, di ba?
T1, yung kay Lakuko.
Oo, kay Lakuko. T1 Dota team. Cute.
Ignition Tagalog, man. Kabisado. Walang utal.
Tinuruan ng katarantaduhan ni Kuko yun eh. Tanginan to ni Kuko, ano talaga eh.
Gagi na, natatawa ako sa sa page mismo ng OG. Tayo na sabi ni Notel kay Seb, good luck learning Tagalog, something. Tapos may nag-comment doon, there's one more, Bisaya daw, sabi na like yung language ng Bisaya, sabi sa comments. Tapos sabi ng page ng OG, oh no, there's 2 languages, good luck Seb.
Pero putang ina, malakas backer ng mga player ng OG.
Real?
Matututo sila ng monkey plays.
Actually, kasi kay Teams pa lang, unggoy na eh. Putang ina eh.
Pag natuto ng unggoy OG yun, GG.
Ay, tayo na, nanonood na ulit akong Dota. Tayo na.
Ibang-iba kasi ang Monkey Dota sa Monkey League eh.
Real. Mas nakaka-enjoy manood. Para sa akin, na-enjoy ko yung Dota pag proceed. Tayo na.
Get ready to learn Tagalog, buddy.
Get ready to learn Tagalog, buddy.
True story.
Grabe rin talaga respeto nila sa Filipino players, no? Ever since nung natalo sila ng Manila Major.
Gagi, ano nga tawag doon? Nakikita kasi ng OG na na okay yung Filipino player. Wala lang talagang sumusuporta.
Like talaga?
Natalo sila sa major, ilang beses sila kinupal sa major ng
TNC.
Si team eh.
Si Ace, puta.
Ayun yung team fight
Ayun na yun.
Ganda ng pasok ni Doran dyan eh.
Yeah, si BDD, tignan mo health. Laging ganyan. Laging 70 to 60% health. Naawa ako sa bot lane ng tayo na, lamang sila. Wala akong sinisisi pero ang pangit talaga ng laro ni Peter pati ni ni BDD pati ni Perfect nung game 1.
Tangina. Yung OG ngayon all Filipino.
Real. Uy, Philippines. Sarap. Nanonood ulit ako ng Dota.
Babalik ako ng Dota dahil sa mga hype na to.
Last nanood ko ng Dota yung noong unang year nila Toronto Tokyo. Puta yun sa TI. Unexpected din yun.
One like. Tangina to ni punta ni Note. One like and I'll show a roster.
Yeah.
Tangina siya na mismo nag-like.
Gag.
Ino mo talaga Note.
Gusto ko sa kanila puta yung ganda ng nakatugma nila yung humor ng Pinas eh.
Oh, gagi.
Kanal humor yan sila Note eh.
But getting out macroed and getting out team fight is a little harder.
Gabi nga
Grabe.
lap trip eh.
Especially when the
Kasi sabi
KT
sabi
players
ni
have all really emphasized
5P. Sabi
specifically
niya,
team
alam mo yung
fighting in a lot of
pinapanood
their
mo gabi-gabi?
interviews afterwards. You know, Perfect gave one.
Ba't
Peter
Sabi?
gave one
lagi,
as
ba't
well,
lagi niya,
where they
gabi-gabi niya
specifically talked
naririnig
about
yung
this being
OG.
such a big strength.
OG.
Wanting to focus on those mid
Lagi na Eddie, sabi ko habang kumakain kami
That is where they're
pagdating.
going to have to bring it together. So
Sabi ko
when
sa
you're
kanya, di ba
thinking of
nagtatanong ka
team
kung
fights
ano
and
yung
how to construct
pinapampatulog
those,
ko?
I'm thinking of
Nood ka din.
Ito,
Trundle and
panoorin
Tanks, and
natin.
you already see Trundle ban.
Banding.
Tangina, naiyak
So
din
KT
siya
being on blue
eh.
side,
Alam mo
the
kung ano
priority
pinanood
for
ko sa kanya?
Sion just goes through the roof.
True
There's
sight.
no
Ayun,
Trundle.
true sight.
Sion
Tayo,
has just
ina.
been gone.
Nakakayak
Naiyak
talaga
din.
yun. Tagi-
Hindi ko sabi niya sa akin, hindi ko naiintindihan yung nangyayari, pero ba't naiiyak ako?
Ayun, ayun, nakita mo talaga yung ano? Yung... Tawag doon?
The Cinderella story, no?
Oo. Tapos yung ano talaga? Tawag, basta yung ano, yung puso sa paglalaro talaga. Puta.
Gago pre. Sabi na, familiar to eh.
I think this is a B1 Nico.
Yeah,
It
Luis.
was like a no-brainer.
Yung nasa
It was
FB.
Peter who, for a
FB.
period
Yan, oh.
of this year, was genuinely the best Nico
Yan,
in
yung
the
babae,
LCK.
yung may ano,
Found incredible
piercing.
engages on it. But it's also the Yone.
Gago,
This
pre.
tournament opened for
Si
BDD.
Urmi yan.
There was easily something matchup.
Oh, Rose.
Last time they bended because they played the Talia,
Yun nandito yan, sa
which can
Dakam.
really struggle post-6.
Ah.
We'll see if the Sion to me does
Ay,
feel
ay, ay.
inevitable as highlighted. But what
Naklanger ka
Ayan,
din
oh.
pala.
And then you have to worry about
Ayun,
how
oh.
effective do you feel like the Rek'Sai counter into Sion is? Because we have seen varying levels of success
Clank,
or
clank pa.
failures
Ayan yun,
of players using it. I think that Perfect definitely can
Sabi ko,
use that
"Tangina,
very
parang
effectively.
familiar,
and,
nakikita
get
ko
some
na to eh,
early
dati
CS
pa."
lead, get some early turret
Oh.
plates if they do it. So
Aray ko.
as expected, the Sion goes
Oo
down
nga.
because of the Trundle ban, and then I'm already thinking of KT, possible
Teka, ano pa
Rek'Sai
tayo
there
ibang
for
picture?
Perfect
Meron
in
pa
answer
siyang mga
to get
picture
his
na
own
masarap
kind
eh.
of
Aray ko, nakuha ni Doran yung ano. Kagi, nakuha yung Sion paldo. I mean, nakuha yung ano ni Nico ni Keria, pero fuck.
Back of my mind, the potential of a swap. Looking at that bot lane 2v2, knowing how effective Sion can be in those swaps at just withstanding pressure. But
Ayan na yung Sion
how they
Jarvan,
wanna
puking
respond
ina.
to this J4 by a champion who
Ayan.
pro players
Wala
have
akong mainit
loved
na tubig.
for so long.
Okay na
But a
post.
champion that often has struggled to find
Go,
impact on the
Squeeze.
world stage. You can see 4 wins as we get in.
Vibe for your mid laner here for BDD. Are they going to drop BDD's pick, or are they going to drop the top lane answer into Sion here? I guess you could say, Perfect, just play a tank or something, and you don't necessarily have to go the Rek'Sai answer into it, and so they could invest in the other lane.
I do like relying on BDD's champion pool and just making sure Perfect's comfortable. This is one of the champions that he has played. And one thing that T1 does have to be careful about is that already they are looking to go towards a 2-carry composition. And that is something that I do think Devi, Nico specifically, can punish really well, because Sion and Jarvan early game actually do bring out a surprising amount of damage. Jarvan is fine going later into the game, but when you have enough dive to guarantee that one of the 2 members will be taken out, you might struggle. That's why I like the Sivir pickup. Sivir is one of those carries that is very hard to lock down. One of the picks that's good into her is already
Milky, tabi ka dyan.
one-sided
Milky.
with that Jarvan
Milky.
that can actually reliably lock
Wait lang,
down.
ma.
So I think the Sivir prio here makes a ton of sense.
Of course, securing that Rek'Sai, as you highlighted, does
Di mo na
cost at least
tumingin?
1 champion from BDD with the Yone banned away. And we already have a support pick locked in for Peter. We mentioned it in Game 1, and we should say it again. Bot lane 2v2, incredibly important for both these teams. We saw in Game 1, KT with bot prio, able to run the map for the first 15 minutes. The question is, can they set that same thing up again?
And there's also the fact that one of the best champions we've seen with Nico, one of the most impressive, is Corki, where Sivir actually has a good matchup into Corki, which frees up a bad for T1, which most likely, okay, I actually was going to, I thought that they were going to throw all of it on BDD, instead going to take away the Kaisa here for Dokdam with Vi, with Rek'Sai, and with Nico. Makes a ton of sense.
Yeah, it's just too good of a Kaisa angle there for KT, the dive, so wanting to deny that one makes a lot of sense. Faker Galio as well gets taken off the board. The
Ay,
protection
nakabit pala
not
sa...
going to be there.
Di nakanasat yung ano ni
Question
Faker,
is,
Galio.
How much emphasis do they want to put on giving full information to Keria before he goes for his counter pick? Obviously, you know what support you're playing against, but a 2v2 a lot more complicated than
Ooh.
that.
There we go.
Looks like
Lulu
give
Sivir.
that counter pick to Faker to make sure that he is really set up for success, and to use this Lulu to ensure that Keria can do whatever he wants in these fights.
And with the Lulu, you have extra safety for one of the 2 carries that you're going to get, right? It also is a lane that can actually be quite oppressive, particularly with
Ezreal?
Jarvan
Ezreal?
as well.
Oof.
Ayoko niyan.
Tough.
Tangina.
Sure ba?
Ayoko niyan. Hindi magandang choice yan. Tukdam.
That said, I am looking at the T1 lineup waiting for
Hindi ka naman magaling mag-Israel eh.
Sivir takes a lot of time to scale up. You have a lot of
Oh
amazing
my.
front-to-back tools for T1, but with Azir and Orianna banned away,
Oh, no.
where does Faker want to go with this counter pick?
Yeah, maybe the Victor, maybe the Mel that he has liked. Mel, maybe save that one actually later for later in Fearless. But some sort of control mage that does output a lot of damage like you're talking about, like the Victor. Only problem would be then that you would be very vulnerable to the dive. that
What if
KT are
Lissandra?
showing.
Tadya ko lang may lulu pala.
This is what I'm wondering about is
Si Indra? Ay, Mel. Ay, ni Mel. Pinik yung Mel? Kaya naman, oh.
Kahit, kahit may lulu.
Ayun yung Victor.
As, Lissandra, follow up setter.
Oh, may Vi naman eh. Tsaka ano eh. Rek'Sai. Kaso wala eh, putik. Na-nerf kasi yung kit ni ano eh. Pag sa Pro Scene. Pinangra-rank game lang si Lissandra ngayon. Sad. Nakakamiss si Lissandra. Oh! Oh my God! Oh no! Nakakatakot pa naman Sylas ni Faker. Ililimit testing ka niyan eh. Sylas ni Faker. Kahit low hit yan, go ka niyan eh. Baliw yan eh.
Faker stealing away that ultimate from Rakan to make an incredible game-winning play. And let me tell you, there are a lot of
From Rakan? Wala namang Rakan ah.
And I'm definitely looking at the Nico ultimate for sure too.
From Rakan daw. From Rakan daw. Ah, baka na narinig. Sabi Rakan.
Rakan din narinig ko eh.
I do think though, with the Sylas, it really does help you with the early game issue that you otherwise might struggle with. Obviously, Sylas also once you're able to get on top of the map.
Coach Quiz.
Habang nanonood, mag-umpisa akong trabaho.
Go Quiz. Good luck, good luck.
But I do think it makes the composition a little awkward. It patches your early game issue, but I do
Okay.
think now you have a composition that
Let's
on
go.
one end wants to play for the Sivir and really try to play that classic front to back, keep safe, absorb the initial dive that comes through, but Sylas kind of does the opposite.
Like,
So
grabe
we'll
kung
see
sa...
how
Ay, okay, Jinx po.
navigate that, because I do think if they would have gone for the Victor, like the first item spike or two really doesn't feel that impressive to me.
And I feel like KT in the later stages of the draft actually drafted themselves some versatility here. Since they index
Ayan na
very
naman, ang
heavily
ganda
into
na naman
range
ng
with
drop
both
ng KT,
Ezreal
tapos
and
tatapon
Mel
na
at a very
naman.
long range. They can try and go for some poke damage early as well and try and force the shorter range squad to do the engaging on them and look for a possible counter.
As we get into game 2 here, remember to log in to your Riot account on lolesports.com and watch Worlds live to earn exclusive world emotes, icons, and capsules. But you might not have time. You might want to wait until after whatever is happening here continues to happen because Keria.
Oh, may fight na agad. Loyal si Keria.
Faker there to body block any potential follow-up damage. Standard comes down. Gives enough information to know that KT is backed away, but KT making an aggressive level 1 play to seize control of this early jungle.
And we do see KT again going for a very aggressive invade. These level 1 plays in the early laning phase was something where KT was just straight up better in game number 1. So to try to leverage that again, not really going to lean to anything meaningful this time.
teka lang, BRB. Wait.
He will be there with the main wave. So unfortunately for KT, no big advantage found as Perfect doing a little bit of scouting here, but they are on the ward, so I don't think either Faker or Owner is going to fall for anything. And no swaps to come through. And we do have both junglers again pathing from that top side towards bot.
And reminder for anyone who didn't keep up with KT, who has just been here for this fever dream of a run to finals, that while everyone has stepped up with this lineup at Worlds, it was the mid-jungle that really brought this team together, that got them across the finish line. And when you look at Cuz and BDD, right, these are guys who have played together for so damn long, and now, anytime KT's backs are against the wall, these are the players that we look at to really make the difference and stand up.
Certainly so. Such a long history playing together, multiple teams, multiple years, and they really do trust each other and have talked about how much it means to them to be here on this stage.
And it's also recently a story of almost, right? As we're going in
Story
again.
of level 2 on the bottom side as well. Docdom and Peter getting aggressive. Ezreal, before that first back where he has to invest money in tier, can be so lethal as long as those Mystic shots are connecting.
They are there. And this time it's Docdom that actually wins the arm race, right? He's the one with teleport, and Gumayushi doesn't, because as Ezreal, you are given the liberty of doing so because your kit has a built-in escape. That's something that I think T1, even though it wasn't necessarily that flashy, did actually end up using very well. We saw them out macro KT once they got control, really applying a ton of pressure to the lanes. As right now, both junglers, I think towards that bot side, and Guma not having flash available, might be looking for something there because both of them very strong early ganks as well.
Definitely true. Cuz continuing to clear out the red buff. And really need to continue to keep our eyes on the bottom lane. The flash, of course, expended. The heal expended, so a potential vulnerable point. Meanwhile, on the top side, Perfect. A lot of sustain, but really hasn't been able to wrest control of the lane in terms of overall priority. Constantly, however, threatening the knockup just to stop Doran from forcing this wave all the way in.
Yeah, the sustain on a Rek'Sai, so nice. And these tank matchups will eventually start to whittle him down and look for the extra pressure there. Meanwhile, speaking of pressure.
Owner wrapping around BDD. False sense of security because his bot lane is moving first, but the jungler already there. Nice initial sidestep, flash backwards onto Faker. The root connects. Good damage from BDD, but he can't quite finish the kill. And the flash expended means advantage to the side of T1.
You'll take that if you're owner. That means that once you hit 6, that is a Mel without an escape. If you do find your ultimate, BDD will be able to maintain his pressure on this lane. He does have to pay for it heavily.
And the critical part is that T1, they don't overextend the play because Cuz and Peter were on the way there, and now they're looking at Guma.
KT getting aggressive, just knocking down Gumayusi, taking first blood as Peter flawlessly turns into the Canyon minion to eat countless tower shots.
We've seen this so many times, and it actually does get old seeing that happen again. Nico turning into the cannon so you can get that massive.
I'm right there with you, Kobe. It does get old.
You can just keep tanking tower shots. This one wasn't too egregious because didn't have to take quite as many, but they pull off that play. And this was, again, Peter and Cuz playing together. They had linked up and they were looking to counter the mid play. Then after the mid play, they just turn their sights, wrap around towards bottom side of the map, and they find the value there.
Now T1 resetting, putting Guma on the top side, knowing that he needs a bit more time. This is one of the downsides of Sivir. We know her to be this wave clear machine. She can take control of mid. She can empower these dive threats, and she can be a late game carry. But early on, if she falls behind, she doesn't do a lot. T1 trying to get some more resources in Gumayusi's pocket, trying to give him time to stack the coal so that he can be relevant in the fights to come.
And KT are off to another good start here, and for them, I imagine coming in, Scores has talked to them too. The early game was great. A lot of the things there went well. We're able to generate a lot of leads across the board. Early dragon stacking plus the grubs, but it was actually following through and not giving T1 any opportunities. We know how much resilience this team has. We've seen them do it again and again and again at Worlds. As a little bit of damage on the door, but he's silent in a 1v2, so he'll be fine. So for KT, that's my test. The objectives early, I trust that they can get, but can they actually keep that pressure up?
And this is one of the advantages of the Scion, right? No real hard CC to interrupt the decimating smash here in that bottom lanes means Perfect can be more at risk when he steps forward to clear. Luckily for him, however, Gumayusi is behind. There's not a lot of damage threat there. And it's Peter
Yun lang.
playing with fire, roaming
Try
into
ko
T1
ulitin, guys.
jungles, giving perfect information to Cuz. Owner,
Sa internet talaga.
I have a false sense of security here.
Surge.
Doesn't have information on Cuz. Peter now
Nice,
committing a little
sabag
bit
yun.
more.
Namatayan
Short
nga kami
wall,
yung
the
turret
wall breaker
kanina.
immediate
Oh,
route to follow,
owner
but
flash.
Owner gonna flash to safety, uses the smite to secure the grubs.
Would you say worth?
I would say definitely worth. I mean, Peter and Cuz, again, we keep on highlighting.
No, for Owner, because he got Grump. Yeah, come on, Kobe. You're a jungler.
I'm going to go, yeah, sure. I'll go worth there for Owner, flash for Grump. But honestly, highlighting, Peter and Cuz once again, doing the setup work there for the jungler to come over. And we'll see. Can they actually punish?
And actually, yeah, I love this from T1 because last time it was KT that were set up early in River where they were able to generate some big leads. This time the trap is the opposite. Perfect has made his way onto Guma, but just doesn't have the damage yet. Not enough items yet to actually friend this Sivir, but does get the barrier.
Crucially does get that summoner. It is a small advantage, but it could matter in the next few minutes. T1, as you highlighted though, get the initial setup, get the initial vision down, so know that they're safe here to take the first Drake of the game. KT with a small gold lead, but T1 balancing it out with this Cloud Drake. Cuz on the top side
Oh
means
my
no
God.
contest to
T1
come
did.
through, and T1 doing a better job of
Objectives.
not giving away too much control in this game too.
Dragon secured in the aftermath, and now you also get your level 6 here for Owner, so we'll see if they can actually apply that pressure to the mid lane. They did burn BDD's flash, but look at it, it's almost back up here, a quarter of the way to go for BDD, and Cuz is doing
Oh my
the
God,
work to
nakapatay
get
pala yung
some
combo.
extra vision
The
around
fuck?
mid lane. Try and bridge that extra little timer, the
I got-
window where you would be vulnerable to a J4 ultimate.
Might have also been the reason why KT they really didn't want to commit to that fight, because if Owner just ults onto BDD, and Faker gets on top of
BDD.
him. Like, what do? There isn't really any counterplay for the Mel, who again likes to play at range, slowly stack up that passive. Ultimate is available for BDD, so that
Matagal
execute
pa, ano eh.
might end up being valuable in the
Classic
fights to come, and there
BDD.
is that stolen Nico.
Oh,
I
really?
think by far the best out of all of those, unless you really want to go for a very specific
So
play
real?
with, like the Vial. But generally, that Nico ult gets so much value. Silas has many ways to get on top of his opponents between his rocket belters. There you
Ayan
go.
na.
On to Peter, catches the real target carrier there for the follow-up. Flash out from Peter, forced to use the heal as well.
Nag-go ka ng go niya ni Faker eh. Baliw mag-Silas yan.
Not having that for the fight when he finally does, that flash is going to be critical.
Yeah, double summoners off of
Literal na yung
Nico,
ano
off
eh.
of Peter
Silas
could
ni
be
Faker
very
ano.
big. Is
Ayun,
gonna mean
chain me
will
up,
start up
daddy.
these grubs, though, and Peter heals up off those honey fruits.
And Faker doesn't have his ultimate available, so that might be the reason why T1 is a little bit hesitant. And also this time, their skirmishing just isn't quite as strong, right? In the previous game, I think that they had so much power there.
BDD.
Not quite the case here.
Getting aggressive, access to the golden clips is there. Wants to reflect a bit of the damage back onto Faker, but not quite in kill range yet. Crucially though, Faker no flash because of the previous play. Cuz still does have access to that ulti as we hear the farm alarm on the top side. Doran there just in time to clear out the wave.
I like it. You know, we're setting up some of these early fights, or really, I wouldn't call them, for the LCK standard, these are fights.
Yeah, it's fair.
You know,
Early
for me,
fist fights, an
yeah,
absolute
yes.
bloodbath.
Yes.
1 kill at 9 minutes.
I'm
yeah,
glad
fair.
you guys are appreciating it with me. That's very
Yeah.
nice. But we are seeing
Less a war, more of like a telecom skirmish. Telecom scouting mission.
a telecom
Okay, bro.
light, you know, discussion between the two. Oh, you will take Dragon? You will take Grubs. That's very nice. Thank you very much.
Deal. Honestly, though, I think we might be in for a long stretch of farming for Guma. You know, you talked about it earlier on. The Sivir here does need multiple items to really have that extra pressure, and the team is built around a Sivir Lulu comp here. While there's possibilities elsewhere.
Nice side set from BDD, just
Ang galing ni BDD dun.
away. Ball breaker coming
Okay.
for Cuz, opts not to flash, the turn back.
Owner?
Owner is solid.
Okay.
Faker now on the way.
Nga?
Trying to use the golden clips.
Okay.
The Ezreal ulti across the top. BDD grabbing one. Faker will turn it back, but he's under the tower.
Okay, okay,
And
okay.
it's Cuz to take him down.
And it's the subterfuge
Okay.
from KT. Cuz
Let's go.
actually spotted that Owner was there. So BDD says, let's go for the play. He's ready to
Please,
make
KT,
sure
man.
Owner and Faker don't get on top of him.
Kaya nga eh,
And
ganun
once
dapat.
they do, they're
Nahihiya
too
sila
close
sa
to the
kills
turret,
kanina eh.
And it's a big win for KT.
Yeah, nicely done by BDD. Flashing
Akala mo yung mga
under,
kalaban
and
nila
then
nakalimang
moves
turn
Faker
mill ng
under the
2013
tower
eh.
so that they can get the 2-for-1, get the
Ayun na yan.
3 kills here.
Ayaw
for
i-hit.
The feats of warfare in the aftermath. And this is even with the beginning of the play is actually quite nice from Owner because he uses his unstoppable from Jarvan ultimate to avoid the CC from Cuz as he comes back in. But then Faker into the tower range and BDD is able to at least
Kung di na-stun si Faker dun, makakalahati niya pa yung buhay ni Cuz dun. Tana,
And
buti
then
na-stun.
also is the one that secures it. And for me, nothing tells the story of these two players together more than Cuz like, BDD, I'll flash. It's fine. I'm going to set you up for that kill. I'm going to make sure you get your execute. And I'm going to make sure that we win this play.
And while earlier on we had about 1,000 gold lead for KT, it hadn't resulted in any major item completion, so the game still felt close. But now it's Cuz with the Sundered Sky ahead of schedule, ahead of the next Drake in 1 minute, and that is a massive early game spike.
Cuz again, I mean, he started last game with a really early spike as well. The Wukong, lots of early money, got to the Trinity Force very early on, and it just came down to the Dragon fights where T1 were able to turn around. This time around, though, since they're running the Sivir, and we do kind of project a longer term for T1's kind of attempts at the turnarounds, this probably should be KT with some really comfortable setups. Look at how deep their vision is on the bomb side of the map.
Oh!
And attempting
Point
another
blank
dive.
range si Jokdab ah. Palo ah.
Slow, but reinforcements, I think, will be on the way. And it looks like the wave isn't in a position for them to actually make it happen as perfect. I'm a little scared there, but Doran can't clear the wave in time. But Faker being this low does mean that Prio is there for KT. He does have
Dom.
TP, but they're not letting him.
No mana for Doc Dom, still advancing forward, knowing that he has Peter behind him to cover. Will now retreat. Tension starts to fade, top side, the TP coming back from Doran, checking in on the sums. Obviously no flash for BDD, no flash for Cuz. Owner's flash available, could be big in the coming
Kinakat
fights.
lang yun lane.
Completed items for both sides, jungle mid.
Oh, this is big though, because Doran at the TP top. He can use his ultimate to join the fight, but Perfect actually finishes a Titanic Hydra, and thanks to the proxy, will be trying to arrive as soon as possible.
Ah!
TP available.
No vision control. of the pit. Finally a ward is dropped, but it might not matter. Peter with flash available.
The ult.
Ayun na yung Sion, nag-ulti.
Off to the side. Ulti from
Oh my god, hinahanap si Gus.
Patayin nyo na yung Sion. Patayin nyo na yung Sion. Patayin nyo na yan.
But the Drake already down in favor of T1 on the hunt pop. Perfect
Oh my
tunneling
god.
out to safety. T1 got what they came for. They're going to make a hasty retreat. They don't want the 5v5. Content trading that ulti of Doran for the Drake.
We'll see if they're able to get anything out of it, or if that is just going to be it. KT don't expend any
KT?
major cooldowns. I think BDD and Doctor we're going to have to TP regardless. We'll get Doran's ult, but that's not really enough. The prio will continue, but 2 Drakes early for T1. Definitely a big win.
Yeah, nice setup, and then, as you say, Doran coming down.
Ayun na,
Good ult
KT
from
Rollstar
Yetzel,
talaga
so
kayo
they
dyan.
secure it.
Roller coaster yung emosyon nyo dyan pag na-3-0 kayo.
Doctor, I'm going to push one more wave. Likely has the Trinity Force in base, but just wants to deny a few more resources from Guma, who has done a good job of evening out what was an early game deficit. Has picked up the Essence Reaver, can essentially infinitely wave clear in mid if he's able to access.
Alam ko na to
What do you see Doctor shoving this wave? Looking for his base. Trinity Force will be ready for the Ezreal.
I played these
One-item
games
spikes to
before.
come through for every member of KT, close to 41 as well.
so shit
Really
happen
only
na.
waiting for Doran. Neither support has that yet, as in about a minute. This
Napanood at
fight
naamoy ko na
will be
ito.
the breaking point, and we'll see if T1 needs to fight out. Do you again wanna
Eh holy pa, kailan ba mag-i-start yung SEA ng Dota? Putang ina-excite talaga ako bigla. Ay, ay.
Would be
Ano?
fun to watch for
February.
sure. Trinity Force
Feb.
fight for
Nice.
Doctum, definitely very big here, so we expect KT to go set up towards that side of the map fairly quickly here. Only 45 seconds left on the clock.
Kailan, guys?
So they're going to transition their extra resources over
December.
this way. Doctum
Paldo.
here
Parang
first
ano, parang
for the
magkaano
mid
sila.
wave, and wait for Cuz to rotate.
Keeping good
Oo,
pressure.
majors na nga pala agad.
Is big. Hard for Guma to step up. Even with the shield area can provide. For them, Lima has the red buff. The back saying the battle over mid prio has begun. Remember in game 1 it was Guma on the lethality bars, infinitely pushing mid waves that made so much of KT trying to advance that lead.
Tagilid naman yung ulti ni Jokdam sa Crips, di tinamaan yung likod.
Right, being Ezreal, being really hard to
Diyos
punish.
ko Lord.
I also want to echo, last game it was the Poppy. This time for Carrier.
Minion wave na lang yun, ha?
Offensively, he doesn't get to have nearly as much agency.
Alam ni Faker.
Cuz is
Alam maganda sa Ezreal, kaya mang 1v2 sa lanes eh.
If he goes in too aggressively and he gets
Kaso pag nagkamali ka ng arcane shit, GG.
gets ulted on and
Arcane
gets
shit.
knocked in the air
Arcane
by a
shit ka
wild
talaga.
throw,
Wala
he
kang
needs to be
dash,
very
tas wala kang
careful about
flash.
how he picks his fights,
Bags,
because, again,
dodge.
T1, there's only 2 big carries, but this early on, the damage is still there.
BDD
BDD.
potentially caught out.
PDD, you dead motherfucker!
Ready to use the ulti, but Faker has stolen one away. The goal.
Ow! Peter! Follow up! Okay. Back na.
Faker just CC'd for an eternity. The Kingslayer
Boom.
healing not available in time is cut.
Like, missed opportunity talaga. Dapat ini-issue na lang nila si Bay, oh. Tapos ayun yung base model ni Bay. Ganda eh, oh.
They close the trap, they get 2 back for themselves,
Sad.
and the teleport from Doran does signal they want something.
Like, maganda yung skin, pero puta, i-issue na lang sana.
Likely not enough damage to kill Doran, but at least
Ayun
zoning
yung
away
chance.
as they set their sights on the
Tinutuloy nila si
objective.
Doran,
Herald
diba?
already started. Cuz will secure
Wala
it
eh.
uncontested.
I did get
Wala
tricked by
magtutulong
Peter
sa kanya dun eh.
Ay, hindi rin naman naangat yung bot lane na ano, ng T1 na galing sa mid. Kahit i-Pokemon lang nila si Doran. Oo, Nico yun eh. Nico Rexa yun. Parehas bully yan eh.
And whereas last time KT wasn't able to actually break the game, it feels like this time they're closer than they were able to in game 1.
Ang swerte lagi ni BDD sa ano, third skill sa Under Tower.
Again, T1, they want to go after BDD. They want to take down the star player there for KT. But it is the rest of the team that assembles and they get there in time. T1 knew that KT were trying to do vision setup work over by the Rift Herald. So they knew they had to make that play really quickly. But being unable to do so means that not only do they lose the extra kill, but they also lost the objective. So now Rift Herald Eyeball in Cuz's inventory will allow KT to really press this lead. That thing basically is going to guarantee you another tower, and they can truly open up this gold lead.
Owner doing what he can with the standard to regain control of vision. And I gotta say, BDD has been really solid on the Mel. The use of the rebuttal to buy time has made what should be an easy kill combo of this Jarvan, paired with the Sylas, really just take far too long to finish off what should be a very vulnerable control mage.
And when Faker and Owner are trying to attack him and they dive these towers, he's getting roots off on them. under tower aggro.
Of course, Cuz is the big beneficiary when it comes to those kills, though. 1.2k individual lead, BDD from the assists, and a bit of a farm advantage. Holding on to a decent lead of his own, has opted for a bit of healing reduction. Going to make things that much harder for Owner and Faker as the charge comes through.
And last time, this was the
Yan,
point where
sige,
T1
alaga
turned
lang
the game.
muna.
The lead this
Huwag
time is
pilit.
bigger for KT. But I think T1 don't want to let them get this dragon. Want to get soap on themselves.
Faker's ulti available. Needs to hijack the ulti of Peter. Chip really starting to...
Ay na, si BDD, di na makakagalaw yan, wala na yan. Kasi Kaz, hindi tuloy.
But they can't quite find the angle.
Tangina
BDD
naman ni
docked out, they've got
BDD
the
kung
range
saan
advantage. Peter
nakapwesto
waiting to peel
lagi.
them if necessary. Perfect. Spots them in the
Kailan
darkness. The
din
Tremor
Ken
Sense showing
lagi
him
sa
what he needs to
kailangan
see,
dun
but they've
sa wall?
stopped moving or have moved out of range.
Ay, ay, si Doran!
The Q from Doran moving in. Peter still gets the ulti.
Uy.
Eclipse from BDD. A new
Wala na, nalalambot si Perfect.
but T1 are unconcerned. Guma
Okay.
area standing the bot lane. Will it be enough? BDD trying
Wala na. Pang! Eh. Ay, ay, ay. Sira ang mental. Wala na.
And Carry, I think he got the timing there on the polymorph perfectly as Faker with a blind chain.
Grabe yung blind
the
chain.
follow-up is immediate, but the most important members on KT are still alive.
That play.
As we will take a look here as they attempt to turn onto Peter.
Galing mo minanipulate ni Doran yung ano. Pag nakita niya na nag-hit ng word si ano, si Perfect, kaya bumalik siya ng bush kasi di siya makikita ng passive ng Rek'Sai. Pag naka-burrow. Ay na, ang galing ni Doran this series, puta, gutom.
Maybe that could have been enough.
Lumabas yung ano, lumabas yung domestic Doran. Ah, dito nga yung flag. Oh no.
Does not care. Look at that record at the bottom of your screen. He might have faltered in the
18-6,
early game. He might have been behind in game 1 and game
76%
2.
kill
But this man
participation.
is a team fighting demon.
Ang bilis.
Dragon starting to fall.
Faker!
As he catches out Dr.
Faker! Oh, buhay pa si Faker! Hell no, ain't no way. Okay, patay. Owner, Doran ulti. Kaz, ingat, si Owner. Guma, ulti, Peter. Nakapag-spell shield. Guma, dead. Okay. Oh, napick ko pa si Peter. Doran. Di nakagalaw. Okay, KT. Okay, KT. Okay, KT. Okay, BDD. Okay, finally man.
said in the trailer that he was inspired to become a mid laner by Faker's play, and he was inspired to pick Mel in this game by Faker, and he's dominating on the Mel. Clutches it back up, and it's after a huge play from Faker, but BDD is able to use the ultimate to snipe him at the end.
And it's an overplay here. T1 try the force the hand. They waited it in game 1, but they're not actually able to get on top of BDDU. Flashes over the pit, and then Peter ensures that Perfect can get
Okay.
on top.
Feel ko mabibring up to sa coaching staff ng T1 mamaya. Dapat nag-play na lang si Owner dun kila ano eh. Kila Doran pati kila Gume. Panalo yung team fight na yun eh.
The funniest part to me is that
Hinabol niya pa si Kaz eh.
chasing down the last of those kills. Kaz was actually just doing blue buff. He was almost dead.
Kaya niya mag-plug and drag kay BDD.
He's gonna steal away the blue buff.
You got it, buddy.
Yep, they also grab the dragon. in
Grabe
the
si Perfect, oh.
aftermath. So KT
15 years old.
remaking this team
Taas ng
fight
experience.
really is meaningful. They put a stop to the T1 dragon stacking.
And you can see how team fights go wrong for T1.
Nagja-German cut lang sa top lane.
So long in these fights. If Doran and Owner don't quite have the damage to finish these kills, it's really hard for Guma to get in position to follow up, to chase down here. He has so many members of this team to work through, and T1, despite the deficit, have been fighting very well, but KT clearly upping their game in this draft.
Ain't no way we lose this, right, KT?
And that's one of the issues that
Right?
we did see with the Sylas, right? Because you have this hyper carry in
Actually, nandiyan na
Gumayushi,
sila sa
who has
finals.
the back
Saka
of
they have
Lulu as
nothing to
well.
lose, pre.
But
Real.
Faker, he is very cooldown gated, and he has been falling behind thus
contender
far.
sila ng
Has been
finals,
going for a
diba?
lot of plays.
Yes,
As we all
sir.
know, Faker ain't no coward. He's going to keep going for those
Please
plays.
lang.
But he does need to
Magandang
line up with the
series
rest of
naman,
his
wag
team. I
yung
think that
durog.
his role,
Wag
particularly as we get
one-sided.
deeper into the game, needs to be one of a little bit more restrained, because the damage from Doran and Owner is going to become less and less relevant as the game goes on.
Guma Yushi, the hope for T1 to carry a lot of the DPS for later on. I still think some of these looks from Faker have been good looks as far as the initial pick, but the counterplay from KT has been so
Ganda ng
good.
pick-up lagi ni Faker na nakakabawi lang yung KT. Nakakasagot.
Extra kills, and now you're looking at BDD over a 2,000 individual gold lead and trying to create his death cap right now. As soon as BDD gets death cap, this Mel is already obliterating people. It is just going to
Kati na ng ult
delete
niyan.
members of T1.
Already has that XP advantage too.
Malachogat ulti niyan,
This
di
is
ba?
something that
execute.
make the game so difficult for T1.
Pang maramihang
because,
tao.
yes, diving on the Mel is good, but if you make one mistake, we've seen he's already able to turn these fights with his damage, and that number's only going to be going up.
We're also seeing the lack of mid lane
Oof.
turret actually being really rough for T1, right? You need to play so much safer, especially because your support is Lulu. You don't really have the ability to just go in and face check, really easily regain control. You always need a bodyguard. You need someone to make sure. And this is for me also a great opportunity to really shout out Perfect, because I think we've seen, as we highlighted coming in, Rek'Sai has been both great and very mediocre. I don't think thus far
I mean, yeah, sure, man. Fair.
Cousin Faker wants teammates going to take a glance at one another. Nothing's going to happen now. But the Otacon already taken by KT. Their next site's going to be on either the Baron in a minute or that Dragon. Second Drake for them. Coming up in about 2 minutes.
Neither side
Boom.
at Soul Point quite yet, although T1 certainly would love to be set up for it, especially with that Sivir just continuing to scale. How durable those team members can become, but Baron, more important, 43 seconds, Perfect trying to push in this wave.
Grabe si Perfect, oh.
Up, and now
Level
it's pretty
16.
easy. It's just such a goofy champ.
It is.
You want a fist fight, he just tunnels away.
I just hope that jungle Rek'Sai doesn't get nerfs for all this top lane Rek'Sai.
This is what you have to
That
accept.
was big
It's,
from the pros.
it's collateral damage,
Be
Kobe.
happy that she's played, okay? Having a great time,
I am.
No.
tunneling away, getting
True,
the turrets.
nakakami si Rek'Sai. Buti na balik, kaso sa top lane. Not bad na.
Oh, you want to talk about it?
I do not. What I want to talk about is what you guys brought up earlier.
Nakakamiss din si Rek'Sai sa Prosin.
For BDD on this team because
Pero ngayon, ang namimiss ko sa Prosin, yung Syndra pati Lissandra.
team members talking about how they want to perform well
Yeah,
for
sobrang
BDD
nakakamiss.
so that he can shine the brightest. Peter
talaga
especially talking about he
Ayun.
really wants it for
Grabe.
BDD because BDD deserves it, and so we've seen a lot of the
Kailan
Nico
ulit
play
mahawakan ni
still
Faker
keeping
yun?
off
Tano,
the
lakas.
field.
Actually, si Caps din, malakas sa hero na yun eh.
Setup plays, those double roots between him and BDD
Least.
have been very critical. Now though, Doran is looking at Doctum.
Doctom.
So
Unaware
real.
of Sion, but knows that he has relative safety. Has to be careful about walking forward towards that
Joke
rush.
damn, you fucking dead! Sabi ko na eh.
Baited Doctom far too
Isang mali lang na pwesto eh.
Lying in wait makes Sion look like an assassin here.
I mean, sure, wala
Walks
namang
into the
info eh.
charged up Q, and that is the perfect play.
Okay lang.
Such a good sell there as well, but KT they're turning
Oh.
the tables on them.
Quiet.
Start the sneak.
Oh,
Oh.
no, I think they're there you go, they're aware.
Oh, alam ng T1 yan. Gawain nila yan.
We don't know. Look at where
Ayun yung Mel. Oh my god, Karya.
Back, but still, Cuz continues to hit the target. BDD ready to clear the wave. Doran not afraid to walk up. He knows they don't really have the
Doran-
damage to finish the
Doran
kill.
smells it.
Cuz 9K, but he is determined to take his objective. The blast shield keeping him relatively healthy. BDD poking off to the side. Gumayushi for now uncontested. Rebuttal already used. 4 seconds till Doctom is up and available, and he has the TP.
I actually love this
Grabe,
stall
brain
from
dead na
KT.
ng
They're
ano,
able to
ng
deny
Vice
the
dahil sa
soul
shield.
point.
Tignan mo, sinolo niya yung ano.
Away T1 from
Baron,
that
tas ganun
battle
lang yung bawas na
for
health.
now. Doran is going to go back for his recall.
Ay,
He
ay.
was the one with the watchful eye staring at them at the Baron. KT, though, as you say, they're going to teleport right down to that dragon and start it themselves.
And I think it makes sense that T1 gives it up, because looking at the spikes, Guma didn't have his eye, he just now finishes it,
I give
and
DR.
BDD did have his death cap. So fighting just before, really your main hyper carry has that crucial throw item breakpoint, definitely not the right call, but it's really the confidence of KT to say, hey, you killed Doctom, that's fine, we're going to put some pressures. He finishes the Serpent's Fang, which against Lulu and Sion, going to get a ton of value.
May mga
Now
angat
we
eh.
get to see the critical point. Can the Sivir with 3 items outplay this KT, dive plus Mel damage? Because Mel has very long range.
Oof.
Sivir, while she does do well in
But
team
hindi.
fights later on and can ricochet and make use of Lulu very well, Sometimes it is
Yun ang
hard
ricochet
to
yun.
play around longer range champions like Mel poke damage and Ezreal poke damage here. So have to be cognizant both of the engages from the Nico.
Faker magdadala ng fight. Siya bahala dyan.
And again, we're looking at Guma to be the difference. Dogdom has really been kind of silenced by the attention that T1 have paid to him, by his own misstep in the mid
Isang
lane.
ano lang, isang mali lang ng flash ng KT tayo, nataob na naman tong game na to.
Ezreal has gone for the Serpent's Fang, but in the face of crit itemization, it's going to be so hard to match the damage that Sivir is bringing to the table.
Everyone holding their breath for the next team
Hinga
fight.
muna,
If
mga
KT
kids.
can turn this gold lead into a team fight victory for one of these critical objectives. Baron is on the map. The Scuttle Crabs have transformed. They can pop this and then immediately clear out the rest of the vision and then try and draw T1 over.
I love it when, you know, we talk about these players, we're like, oh man, they're doing so, and then you look at the damage charts, and like, yeah, that tracks. This to me is a breaking point for the world's title. If KT are unable to actually take this game, you're going down 0-2 against the most successful org of all time. That's perfect. Will get spotted, but is Rek'Sai, so should be okay for now. But for KT, they haven't been able to really break the game. This gold lead has, I think it was the highest, like maybe 4.5K. It's kind of been stymied, and it will all just come down to do you kill Guma, yes or no? And with both sums up, with a Scion, with a maybe defensive ult from Faker, if he can get that Nico ult, and Keria, it's going to be easier said than done.
Absolutely. Game 1, it felt like 2 to 3K gold lead. This game, 4.5, as you said. If that's not enough to close, you start to wonder if any lead really is. T1 have not played flawlessly. Faker and Owner over pushing a bit. It's what's given BDD this massive lead on top of, you know, being able to play those side lanes so well. But now level 16 for BDD. He has the tools. He has the damage to carry these fights. And all of KT execute together because T1 thus far in the series have just been playing the team fights better.
It all comes down to this. The final series of the year for League of Legends. Can KT make their stand? They've got vision on Baron. Currently, I believe we're just awaiting the Guardian Angel completions.
Gihintay na lang naghihintay na rin ng items to eh.
As well as Cuz, but it's just such a huge
Bago
breakpoint for
mag-fight.
junglers. Both of them being the heavy
Nila,
engage.
dapat hindi nila
So
inaantay
then
yung
we'll
ano
get
eh,
to see
item ng Sivir.
at
Kaya
the
nga
next
eh.
dragon, the confrontation here.
Sa kanila yan,
Or
promise.
someone is able to
Promise
maneuver some vision around the Baron. He's got a lot of tunnels
Imagine mo,
available to him.
nangangati na kayo tapos may second chance pa sa life. Ay.
Maybe both teams don't want to run the risk of just starting Baron,
Sobrang
right?
tagal
With the
kong
amount of damage
nagliligo
available on
pre.
either side.
Ayun yung si Birren.
Definitely going to play for vision here and their damage. If BDD is
Isa yung
there,
tunay na fucker.
definitely can do a lot of denting to that Baron.
TP up.
Tapos may lulu pa yung si Bir. Diyos ko Lord.
T1 seemingly
Oh my.
ready and willing to force a fight here. They have bot push in their favor. They know Perfect must respond, so they have a brief window of opportunity to take control of the pit.
Interesting breakpoint too, because Cuz
Buti
finished
nga
this
nanakaw
Guardian
ng
Angel,
KT
but
and
Owner did
Nico.
not. So they have one extra life here for KT for the moment. Doesn't look like T1 are going to give them much just
Uy,
yet.
hindi, patamain mo.
Because of the lack of soul point, both teams can actually just go for Baron. If the other one over-invests onto a Camtac Soul, I do think that this is one of those games where particularly
medyo
T1 will get
mahihirapan
a
Faker
crazy
balik
amount of
yung
value out of it.
balik
The
niya.
shielding and the
Hirap
amount
niya,
of health
sobra.
available to healing as
Medyo
Cuz
mahirap
walks
balikan
in.
niya.
We'll just steal away that ball.
Grabe single target ng ano eh.
Bot wave
KT.
pushed in favor of KT. Top wave pushed in favor of
Tabingin na
T1.
naman yung ulti, oh Diyos ko po.
Using the Ezreal ulti to
Pang-apat
try
na yan.
and control it, but the angle's a little bit off. Shouldn't matter too
Ba
much.
yan, si
Mystic shot
Jokdom?
still giving him the range advantage over Guma.
Next year, pag-aralin nyo mag-S yan. Tangina niyan.
He does get sniped by it. Oh, Chronicler.
Pagtapos ng Worlds, wag magpahinga. Rekta Israel sa rank.
Where as much as I would love to tell you that the center of your screen matters, this is really just about
Laging
the
baligo
mid-map.
yung
It's about
ulti.
the pushing waves. It's about who can find these little advantages. Good news for KT, getting that TP out of Dorn, holding on to Perfect's TP for themselves, but they need to get more if they want to be favored in this fight.
GA's done. The third item for Faker also has a stopwatch BDD. Not a full completion.
Pinakamagaling na Israel this world si ano eh, yung ADC ng CFO. Si Dogo ba yun? Tayo na no? Grabe. Grabe yung Israel niya.
Ooh, the Lord Doms just got completed by Guma as well.
Naku po, may Lord Dominix na yung...
Item Sivir.
Sneaking it. Oh, they're calling the bluff.
Lord Doms yung si Birekta.
T1 now turning to Baron. They don't want to risk the contest here. Owner starting the objective. As you get into the fight, keep your eyes on the key carries, Guma and BDD. If either one falls, their team very likely to win the fight. Interrupt there. The Baron not very
Okay lang,
quick.
Doran. Maunat ka.
Temtech break down. Soul point there. Might just come down to the 50-50. Cuz on the way.
Oh my God.
T1 tried to make the counterplay but walk away empty-handed.
The poke damage is really good from KT. The double
Grabe yung poking ng KT tayo na.
with Ezreal.
Pag ito na-throw pa, di ko na alam. Puta, labo na neto man.
The Serpent's Fang as well. And KT just called their bluff. They're like, normal teams, they see T1 start down, like, okay, we have to, because you know they'll commit. But KT, cognizant of the amount of damage that T1 has, and it's simply not enough. As the soul point of this Chemtech soul now secured for KT.
And really double value out of that because not only do they call T1's bluff, Perfect also able to get some pressure down on the opposite side of the map. And this is the map play that we saw from KT in the early game of Game 1.
Habang pinapatagal nyo, putik, nagkakaroon ng item si Faker, pati si si Guma.
Waiting, looking for these angles. If KT make one tiny mistake, they're looking to pounce.
Ang hirap pa ng barage ng T1 kapag late game.
But he is Ezreal.
Knocked on. Pass over the wall. Peter looking to make a play. Lockdown onto Faker, looking to turn it back. Root is connected as well. Faker's been caught.
Nahuli si Faker. Ulti kay Jokdam. Na-stun. Faker is dead, man.
It's a heist. He buys the time to take
si
Faker down. Doran with a
Peter.
Peter on the chase. They'll only connect onto one, but it's enough to start the fight in their favor. Guma Yushi untouched.
Wala, di makakaparit si Guma.
Damage. Cuz keeping it going. KT
Yun lang, ganun lang.
pushing into the jungle of T1, zoning them away from the Baron as they set their sights on that Red Bull Baron power play.
They win the critical fight. They find Faker. They get the advantage. And Perfect is able to escape. Wait a second.
BDD flash. Doran forced to flash back over the wall. Sidestep on the
Okay lang, okay lang, okay lang, okay lang.
Guma can't push for
Ang
anything
spirit.
else. Doran getting
Okay,
chopped
papatay ka na.
down. That's the ulti to seal it. BDD going godlike.
Pero tama,
Guma
tama
along the
lang.
mid lane. Objective slowly falling.
Owner!
Zoned off. Perfect there with the knockup. Needs to lock it down. Owner's not going to have a chance. KT, it takes some
Kung
time.
nakalusot
but they
yun,
take
still
down
yan.
the Baron.
In the last game, KT went for a couple of team fights. They didn't go their way, and they didn't get to play the video game. This time, it's restraint. They're waiting patiently, find the opportunity that they needed, as it is the catch onto Faker that sets it all up.
Exactly, the root into Vi combination.
Galing din ni
gets
Perfect
his
doon, no?
Zonias
Nabuhay.
early. And then here, Perfect at the back. This is one of the best changes they made to Rek'Sai. After using your ult, your W just goes on a 1-second cooldown. So you
May
can
cooldown
then
agad
use
yung
tunnel
Barrow,
to escape.
yung
It
tunnel.
adds so much more survivability to the champion. Being able to escape
para sa akin,
on the
mas
world
nakakatakot
stage,
pa
they
rin
show
yung
it.
Rek'Sai
Then
dati.
the rest of
Real.
KT after they took down Faker,
Yung
they
global
could
Oh my God,
Rek'Sai dati.
tilted si
form
Faker.
the chase.
Hindi.
I love as well there, because maybe I think
Global
the
ult.
rest of T1 could have
Rah.
been play to try and save Faker.
Ikaw,
Eh.
pre.
If it wasn't
Ayun,
for
guys.
Peter
Diba?
also holding
Oo.
the angle there,
Dating
he
Rek'Sai,
almost
oo.
walked past
Rek'Sai
Nico,
dati, no?
because Peter held his
Naging
own,
ano kasi yung
and
Rek'Sai
now
ngayon
Red
parang
Baron
pinilit
power
nila
play
pang
for
team
KT,
fight
8K, 9K gold lead
Survivability.
here, 35 minutes in.
Tsaka grabe yung ano nun, grabe yung heal nun dati sa W.
Can clear the waves, but the range, the threat that
Ang
KT
bilis.
can bring with the Ezreal, with Mel from BDD.
Sige mo, kakalmot lang ng 2 beses sa creeps, tapos iikot ng 2 palo sa Q.
Looking damn good. Faker
Wala
going
na.
golden. The second the chain
Ano,
spins, you
dagdag
don't wanna push for
30%
anything
ng
else.
health.
Ball break over the wall from Kaz, ready to go, but he's not going to overextend because the mid lane's already falling. KT taking their
Ayun,
sweet
yung
time
una-una ko
with this
nag-level
one,
5 na
knowing
hero
that
eh.
T1 have one
Tang
shot to
bumasag
turn
murot
this back
sa'yo.
in their favor.
Diba?
Just Guma. He's just
German
a simmer,
cutter.
trying his best, but KT doesn't give him the opportunity to do any damage.
Perfect continuing to push, has access to the tunnel to escape. He's just been a thorn in the
Yan
side of
naman
this
talaga
T1
dapat eh.
lineup. So
Real.
many Rek'Sais haven't been able to find this level of performance, but Perfect has been a nightmare for T1 to manage. Waiting now off on the
Hirapan sa
side.
Rek'Sai.
Takes out the control ward. A single empowered cannon minion pushing as another wave stands behind KT, ready to keep
Di
the siege
malapitan yung
going.
ano, kanon no.
The siege is unrelenting from KT. The Baron buff still buffing up the cannon.
Lugi sa range
The
yung
poke
lineup
damage
ng
still
T1.
coming through.
Owner faking the
Pero kapag
engagement,
nalapitan
throwing down
sila,
the flag,
ay.
misses with the Q to ensure that he doesn't go too far forward. KT don't quite break open that bot lane
Pero tama
inhibitor.
grabe step up
Looks like
ng
instead they're going to base. They still have
Game
perfect
1.
timing here on the Baron. That sets
Bilis
up
gumalaw ng
for the
KT ngayon.
Chemtech Soul.
Buti,
That's what they're
naliwanagan na
playing
sila,
towards.
nabuhay
Not the
sila.
best one. Faker might actually
Kanina,
get his
labo
death.
nila.
It would be
Ayun.
a colossal spike for him to get. I just don't know if they're going to have an opportunity to actually contest as again, Perfect to me has been playing on the edge of these
Umayos si
engages
Faker pati si
so
ano.
nicely this
Ay,
entire
umayos si
game.
Perfect
And the
pati
other
si
thing to
BDD.
remember is that Faker had taken away Peter's
Kawakas.
ultimate in the previous fight. Now, of course, has access to the cease and desist. Now wants to make the play onto Perfect. Perfect able to get the blast con
Oh,
out. That
puno
mega
na
blast
ulit yung health.
keeping him
Ang
healthy.
inang Rek'Sai yan.
KT standing strong, poking T1 as they walk into this choke point. BDD waiting for some of those major cooldowns to be used before he takes a step forward. Mega Blast Cone getting 2 members of T1 over the wall. KT retreating back down to the bottom lane as Cuz starts the objective. Flag there, spots the objective play. Faker on the flank. Perfect.
Nahanap ni Perfect si Faker lagi, oh. Napaka-perfect ng positioning niya lagi, oh.
Starting to get forced backwards. Doran to kick things.
Oh, Peter! Ah, si Faker pala yun. Oh my god, patay si Guma! Ang putang na talaga ni Jokdom.
Okay, GG.
Okay. 1-1. Let's go. Let's go. Yes. Yes.
KT get the soul and they want the Nexus too. Perfect continues to push down. They've learned, they've adapted, they've stayed strong in the face of the game 1 loss. KT firing back against T1, but do they have the power to end the
Riot?
game? Another TP.
What the fuck?
On the way.
Hello, Riot? Sa inyo yan. Di yan sa amin.
Surely the Ezreal is enough.
Oh my god, Riot. Bumabagyo na ba sa China?
Standing. T1 are not out of it yet. Doctom needs more.
Oh my god.
Cannot get it.
Guma's up in 10 seconds. The reinforcements from T1 will arrive.
T1 will cling on to this game. No Baron up minions means that
No way,
KT,
right? No way, right?
even with the damage dealers dead,
Ain't no
does
way,
not
right?
get the opportunity to actually end. And T1 battered, but they'll get one more shot to try and deny KT a chance to equalize the series.
The roller coaster keeps going up. So look at BDD trying to kite Owner and Doran on the bottom side. Meanwhile, Peter had the massive engage, which allowed Cuz and Perfect to go kill off the Sivir.
And with Sivir taken out of the fight, really the only one is Faker, and he was caught by that counter engage. And with
Na-stress na
even
si Tom.
BDD going down, doesn't matter if you don't have your own damage dealers. As in about a minute, the Baron will come up, 2 inhibs are down, and KT looking to equalize the series here as Doctom hits full items.
Full build there. Full build for Guma. Now has the lifesteal. 100% crit
Riot.
chance. If he has the space to work, he can do the necessary damage. Death Cap's still a little bit of a ways away for Faker.
Log
Likely
China.
he recalls and finishes it here. But in the previous fight, did have the Pot Blossom, but couldn't
Yun,
find that
dumiretso
big
rin yung
angle,
ulti.
couldn't find that big moment to shift the fight in the favor of T1.
And the timer is great for KT because it's the bot lane inhib that is still down
Oh
for
my
another
god,
3.5
KT,
minutes.
wag nyo na
Mid
i-throw
lane not
to.
that
Tayo
valuable,
na.
especially against the Sivir, but that bot lane needs to be answered or it can just straight up end the game.
Patience, the name of the game for KT. They don't need to take any risks. We've seen the players, they've gotten over eager in game 1. They've made some of those fumbles. Doctom getting caught in the mid lane just earlier this game. The push is in their favor. The map is in their favor. They don't need to risk anything. And still, they'll take their time walking into the jungle. This time around, Doran won't be able to find the blind decimating smash. But the
Oh my god.
things off, he connects
Doran.
to the wall. Perfect waiting on the back line. Doctom untouched. BDD untouched. Doran straying way too far forward in a moment of
Nauntog.
miscommunication. Down
Mali.
goes the top laner of T1. KT start the Baron.
That face plant means Baron, boys.
It was always going to be a Hail Mary from T1 if they wanted to get back in this game, but that one does not
Wala
hit
na
the
to.
mark. That's
Game 3 na.
Baron, the second one for KT.
We talk about T1 hitting
Labo
the
na
wall.
to.
I didn't expect it to be so literal. KT now push on the top side.
Got him good there.
18 out of 20 for that one.
Perfect score, some would say. Perfect himself, of course, has the Randuin's available, or doesn't have it available, but has the slow. The crit damage reduction makes him such a nightmare for Guma to deal with, even with the armor penetration from the Lord Dominic's. KT again in this position where they keep that long-range siege going. BDD not showing on vision yet. The last inhib tower falling down. Inhibitors following after.
Oh, nag-spawn yung towers. Nakakapag-buy time pa.
Game 2, if they can turn it back, it takes them to match point.
Scripted.
KT set to even
Video.
up the series in the 2025 World Finals.
No way, right?
Peter going forward.
Okay, Peter. Okay, Peter. Oh, si Faker!
Knocks down Peter. Doctom.
No way, talo sila? Namatay si Guma! Namatay si Guma! Namatay si Guma! Oh my god, si Faker! Boy pa si Faker!
Doctom doesn't quite have the damage that he needs. KT holding on for dear life. Doctom.
Patay si Faker! Chokdom! Ay, tinamaan siya ni Doran!
A final hold for T1.
Oh! Wala na.
Patayin niya. Masaga na.
Basag. GG. Okay. We have a fucking series, man. Not one-sided. Kago, nakakatakot yun. Kung di namatay si Guma dun. Okay.
Brings KT to 1-1. KT resilient.
Grabe yun.
On this stage, they bounce back in game number 2. They
Dub.
create such a lead, but it still
Okay,
seems so
guys. Be
difficult,
right
you
back,
know,
guys.
brick
Break
by
time.
brick, piece of gold
Teka lang, guys.
by
Baba
piece
lang
of
ako.
gold. KT, they have defeated T1 in the second game to even up the series.
It's incredible stuff. But before we talk about that game, T1 series, we saw him in the opening ceremony. Now let's check out the world debut of Zahan. Take a look.
Incredible debut. Zahin just made his mark on the League of Legends universe. And joining me right now is Paul Beleza, executive producer for League of Legends.
What's up?
Welcome.
Thank you.
I feel like it's our yearly catch-up.
Yeah,
of the
yeah,
Best
it's our
Dream World
one-on-one
Finals.
here.
How are you doing?
I'm great.
Yeah.
That match was incredible.
I know.
They're both in it. We're having a series. It's going to be great.
I'm sorry you had to witness what a KT fan is live. Talking about what we've seen so far, the stage looks sick, the finals is sick. What did you think about the opening ceremony?
I thought it was incredible. I mean, like, there was just everything kind of came together, right? And then the music and just the storytelling that we've been building up all year is fucking cool.
All right, Paul, tell me, what was the vision behind the new US champion that we just
So, you know, as you can kind of see, right, this whole theme's been building towards sacrifice and this kind of doing the right thing, this kind of moment where you have to be brave. And so that's very much a human moment. I think Zahen and Zin kind of coming together for that is all about this transformation. And we really wanted to create something that was awe-inspiring and just kind of get you in the feels. And we're just humbled to be able to debut that to everybody here.
I love hearing this. One of the big questions, though, whenever a champion is going to be released, is the speculations online. Where is it going to be played? What is the goal for this champion? Tell me more about the kid.
So this guy's a top laner. He's a fighter. He's a bruiser. And he's really all about auto-attacking. So the more he's auto-attacking, the more that damage is going to increase. The more he's
Ain't no way, top laner na naman yung bagong character.
He's a kind of good guy, Darkin.
So mas brain dead siya na Aatrox. Pag mas humihit siya, mas makati siya.
Hindi ang sarap niya i-jungler.
Paltos.
I think he's going to be a lot of fun.
Hindi ang bilis mag-jungle niyan.
New to the space.
Diba?
Ay. Oo.
PBE tomorrow.
Kung lalagyan nila ng... Uy, sa PBE? Kung lalagyan nila ng scaling yung passive yun sa ano. Sana.
Exciting. Now, Paul, thank you for joining me. Before I let you go, do you have any closing thoughts for...
Pero kung katulad siya ng Conqueror na pag tumagal ka sa fight, nag-i-stack na nag-i-stack. Ay, ano siya. Pero feel ko ipipivot din nila sa jungle yan.
right? Keep it calm, keep it cool, and then do
Kailangan
what they gotta
matuwan
do.
na nila
But you
T1
know, if
dito.
T1 does what they
Oo,
do,
oo.
we'll be fine with that too.
Pag
But
hindi nila
you know,
natuwan
it's always
T1
nice to
dito,
see some
wala
fresh
ako.
Wala.
faces do good.
Kagat sila dyan.
Closing thoughts for the fans here
Just
or watching finals?
this has been such an incredible world. I've met so many players here in China, and they're so passionate and lovely, and just like we're all bonded by this League of Legends experience. It's been humbling.
Kukuha ko muna
Oh,
tubig.
it was amazing
Teka.
catching up with you again. Enjoy this telecom war, and thank you so much. And that's all for us here for now. We will be right back for Game 3 in just a couple minutes. The telecom war is on. Let's see what happens.
The Dragon starting to fall. Turn back from Faker as he catches out Doc Dom. Cuz there to try and peel, but it is too late. Owner moving in. A Cataclysm across the top side. Perfectly canceled. BDD flashing over the wall. Gumayushi still living. Perfect on the chase. Peter wants to fire back. Cuz running for the hills. 2 down on the side of T1. Maguma might be enough. Perfect. Gets the bite. Tears right through him, and now it's Owner picked off as well. KT fighting for their lives. BDD still standing crucially. The extra damage. Doran set to fall. A double kill for the KT mid laner.
And BDD stands supreme on the medal.
Okay, let's go.
Tangina, dapat makuha ng BDD dito yung ano. Kasi
Oo.
binaban ba?
Oo, taban eh. Worlds 2025, League of Legends Wild Rift. Ano meron? Ano meron sa Wild Rift? Tsaka Worlds 25. Okay, nirecreate nila sa Wild Rift yung ano ni Faker. Okay, bro. Ayun yung bago skin ni Jarvan Quiz, oh. Sa Wild Rift, ano? Lahat ng chroma, ano? Lahat ng nag-world champion na teams. Oo, yun, ganyan. Ayan, ganyan lang. Ayan, ganyan lang. Fanatic. Pakita niyo Fanatic. Isa-isa yan. Ala, di pinakita. Ganda, super. Ang linis.
Bakit tip mo? Ano sa PC din? Hindi parang hindi puro aris lang.
Kaya nga eh. Ay, no, increase ako, no? Lahat ng world champion skins. Yung ano? Ay, lahat ng nag-world champion yung chroma. Golden Cash reward. Ah, yun yung golden, yung bagong ano ng ano, yung maraming reward. Try all champions for free. Oh. Aram!
Aram na sa Wild Rift.
What? Ngayon ko lang. Di ko alam, ma'am. Matagal na ba?
Wala pa.
Killer Instinct.
Wild Rift. Ratir.
Di ba wala? Walang Aram, di ba?
Walang Aram sa Wild Rift.
Wow, okay. Dami ng content. Dami talagang content ng Wild Rift. Ano, nakakayak sa PC.
When I was a player, if I was to like make a mistake,
Ayun yung ads ni Kaydrel sa Secret Labs.
If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
Kulit yan.
The Infinite Precision Armrest
Ayun,
is
ganda.
part of the largest Ukulele on Stage standard initiative.
May sukat eh, oh.
Your home or training room settings to the tournament
Mabisa yan sa esports, man.
저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도
sobra.
세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
Like, grabe na nga yung Secret Labs na Evo series. Puta, in-upgrade ba nila? Paldo.
Dahil sa Crunchyroll, dumami malibog.
So real. Red Bull gives you wings.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Nagpag-unboxing pa lang, pagod na ako, punyeta. Wala pang deployment. Hindi ko pa naiakit sa 25th floor to. Ay.
Ikit talaga ng music na to.
Abutin pa ba? Yan. Hiririt.
Scavenger Hunt, Mercedes-Benz. Dam. Nag-update na ako ng Wild Rift. Ano, kinabano ka lo? Comeback na yung kanina, hype.
Kapit si Faker sa gitna eh.
Ay, kung nabuhay si Guma dun, taob talaga yun. May 2 fights pa yung ano, T1. 2 to 3 fights.
Hindi na, baka yun na yun.
Yun na yung tapos, no?
Oo, kasi mataas na din timer eh.
Sa bagay. Tsaka ano eh, lock item na yung tatlo eh.
Oo.
Feel ko hindi ibibigay yung Galio tsaka Azir dito kay Faker.
Ako. Bibigay yan.
Yun na, malabo. Malabo na to. Pag nabigay yan, sana may plano sila. Dam. Oh, wop, wop, wop.
Game 3. Di ba si Lord?
Wala. Kala ko nga nandito kanina eh, nananahimik lang. Naka-online ba? Ah. Ako baka nanonood.
KT fight and get one back. 1-1 between T1 and KT in our grand final, meaning we get at least 4 games. I'm so incredibly happy. KT, they had honestly good starts to both games, but I want to take a look at this following HyperX Reflex replay where Peter just gets the 3-man root after reals.
The patience that was demonstrated by Peter first to hold on to the E to make sure that he can lock down Faker.
Tinatampuhan niya si Tol kasi hindi siya
Keep track of this man as we follow up in the ensuing
Di ba, ganun siya lagi. Sakit niya yun eh. Hindi mo lang, like crazy. Correct. Sa isang araw may 24 hours. Di lang siya mapansin ng 0.5 seconds. Ayaw ko na sa inyo. Crazy man.
I really want to call out as we take a look at Peter's
Fucking crazy.
Step back extension again. Also perfect at the beginning of the fight to kind of set it up, ending up zoning off 4 people. I actually thought he very quietly had a pretty strong game on this Rek'Sai.
Quietly? Did you see the end of that game?
Diba? Buti naman na naliwanagan na rin si Pau.
So cool that it is Peter and perfect. Of course, we're gonna highlight more, right? But these were some of the question marks they've had.
Ng role pre.
Hey, Log. Tinanggal mo talaga siya?
Ang aking kamay, gumanda din mo yung
Ay.
We just saw from that play that we ran.
Sorry, naglog. Bagyo kasi.
Kaya lang ako
with Cousins.
I mean, the whole early game, the way in which they're gaining control through making proactive players on the map. The fact that Cuz is punishing everywhere across the board is really exciting to see, and it comes back to those players as well. We're seeing resources being given to Perfect in the top lane. We're seeing those ganks working alongside Peter to make early game action happen. And the fact that these players are stepping up on the biggest stage,
Tapos sasabihin
there's always
niya,
the question of nerves in an environment
di siya
like this,
pinapansin
especially
something.
playing
Puta,
against a
paano
team
ba
that's so
naman kasi
experienced,
pre?
so familiar with the stage. But again, it just
Sana
feels
naman
like these
naiintindihan mo
players
na kapag
are as
pumapasok ka
comfortable as
minsan,
they
may
can be.
naglalaro, may AFK.
I've loved their early game plans too, right? From level 1, you can see how
Kaya nga
they're
eh.
trying to play super aggressively. I really loved how they played around the bot lane. And I also love the way that both Cuz and Peter are working together to set up these early games.
Gusto niya yata ako is lagi kapag pumapasok siya ng call, may nagpapakon-petty.
To this world's finals side by side, and Fetty, you have a lot of good things to say about this
Arouse.
jungler.
Absolutely, I do.
That's
Because
not gonna
you're
happen, my
completely
boy.
right. The two together are really kind of the
Arouse.
foundation of what keeps this engine moving.
Ay.
Cuz provides that early game.
Lock in.
impact, and
Mag-lock in
BDD,
ka.
we saw him at the end of that game running 12 kills.
Kailangan mahaba ang pasensya.
The damage that his team needs
Wala,
to
hindi ka
win out on these
nag-overthink
team
kung
fights.
gusto mo
But
magawa.
especially Cuz for me
Real.
was a big surprise because we talked about how Owner is this staple, this stalwart for
Magkaroon ng
T1
part
to go up
2
against him and have these type of early
Kasama
game
sa tutorial yun.
very much surprising.
Di ata nag-tutorial.
KT story, right? If you go down here 2-0, a reverse sweep is incredibly difficult. But they kept pushing, and I feel like that is one of the hardest things to do, Emily, versus T1 specifically at Worlds, not to mention in the World Finals.
Yeah, exactly. The resiliency of this
Like
KT
ano,
team,
ang unhealthy kasi talaga ng habits niya. Puta. Nakakasira siya ng ano, ng peace ng utak ng ibang tao. Ay,
was on, right? So I think the
Amot
big
si
thing
Nicole
that I
tuloy.
really love to see out of these two games,
Ricky.
like Betty already said, it's cause the way he's setting up these
Kaya ewan ko kung paano siya nagalit kila Cole. Buta ayos-ayos naman ni Cole kausap eh.
Now T1 will have their first opportunity
Kaya nag-ano lang yun, nag-drama-drama lang yun mag-isa na naman. Ewan ko ba doon?
when it comes to deciding the draft itself.
Nagawan
But I
siguro
love
ng
that KT has
siguro.
already taken away the Nico. We talked about how
Nastilan.
for Carrier this was going to be an absolutely massive pick. And the answer was the Silas,
Kuhaan ng
which, for those that didn't watch last year's Worlds, was a crazy pick for Faker. He was
Ay,
he sold the
humans.
Silas in that game 4, so to remove that from the pool as well. I love KT's approach to draft and how they've been handling T1, but now at T1
Galing
in
ng
the driver's
KT,
seat,
puta.
on
So
this
far,
right
lahat
side,
ng pick sa mid, puro pick ni Faker.
Oh yeah, at least 4 games. Who's
Like, kunwari, bibigyan nila ng hero ni Faker, bibigay sila ng hero ni Faker, tapos pipik din ni BDD hero din ni Faker na signature niya. Para di magagamit next game. Ang utak.
Ganun ginawa nila kay ano eh. Ganun ginawa nila kay ano eh.
Kay Chubby?
They were able to delay reminds me
Diba?
that this is a team that really
Inisa-isa nila.
for a reason, and it's something that KT are going to
Bibigay namin isa mong hero, tapos pipik din namin yung isa mong hero.
they do it again. I think I like what Benny said. It's gonna come down to draft. It's gonna come down to a lot of these key picks.
Actually, ang ganda nun. Ang ganda ng idea nun.
I like what I've seen so far from KT on stage. They were really controlled and they had to be.
Ayun dapat yung ginawa ni ano eh, ng Anyone's Legend sa T1 eh. Kaso, hindi malaki yung champion pool ni Shanks eh. More on, ano si Shanks eh. More on AD, tapos AP na long range lang. Doon lang siya mahusay. Like, hirap siya mag short range na mage. Tulad ng Sylas, Galio, ganun. Mas prefer niya Orianna, ganun, Ryze. Tapos pag AD naman, marunong siya mag-mid na AD, like, ng Yone, ganun. Pero kapag melee na mage, hirap siya.
Felt like it could turn the tide, like it could have been enough for T1 to turn it. But the most consistent theme this series thus far has been the early game dominance from KT.
Ay, oo, sa bagay, no? Bago pala pumalit si Honor, si Cas pala yung recent na pinakamagaling na jungler ng T1. Ang hinayang din ako nun nung nawala yung lineup na yun.
And it's not just a good series from Cuz, it's a good
Oh,
tournament.
galing
It is
ng-
a good
maganda malupit din
this
eh.
year, I feel like.
Cas, Teddy, puta. Tas si ano, yung support ni Teddy, sino ba yun? Yung may kulay yung buhok? Kakalimutan ko yung name. Galing din nun.
He still has some pretty high priority ones. You know,
Yung lineup na yun.
here is still a very big
Sino nga yung support dati ng KT na mataba?
Si Wolf. Yung makulit. Yun yung mamaw.
Ang galing din yan.
Demonyo yung hype nun.
Ang galing mag-trash nun.
Real.
Never miss yung Q1 po.
Ano siya? Tawag dito? Lahat ng support. Tapos yung Syra support niya nung 2016, tsaka 15. Ay.
Sa kanya ko natutunan yun eh, yung plantita.
Si Plantita. Si Madam.
Oo, sa kanya ko natutunan yun.
Eh, grabe yun. Laki na impact niya lagi.
Yung laging nasa likod lang, tas plant lang ng plant kung ano-ano.
Ay, tas ano nga guys eh. Ay, sige, sige guys.
Yung kada ano, pag umaabante,
Oo.
palaban, magpa-plant na ako kahit hindi ko naman tatama. Basta yung plant ko nakatayo na.
Pampokers na agad.
O pokers na agad yung plant.
Si ano?
Sa kanya ko nakuha yun eh. Nilay pa sa arte.
Real. Poke, tapos ano, gagapang ka. Ingat. Oh, nakuha ng T1 yun, Nara. Ay, kaso makukuha yung Alistar. Naglock ng mundo. Autolock mundo. Hindi hinaber, nilak agad.
Kayang-kayang bigitan ni Mundo Yunara eh.
Ayun na, yun nararakan. Okay, maganda yung sagutan ng third game. Ayun, si Bang pa rin may hawak ng pinakamagandang KDA sa Worlds. Ilang taon na yun? 2016 na? Siya pa rin may pinakamataas, puta. ADC ng T1.
Kahit magaling si Guma
Like, isipin mo yung performance ni Guma, yung ang taas ng KDA niya lagi. Puta, di pa rin umabot. Pang-5 pa lang si Guma sa all-time na maganda yung KDA sa Worlds. Oh, Renekton. Interesting. Magpo-full dive comp yata T1 this game. Ay, Corky! Ay. Nakuha ng KT.
Nakuha ng KT yung ano?
Oo, kukunin na yan. Pag di nyo kinuha yan, katangahan na yan. Oh, yan. Kukunin na yan. And we ban Galio. Ban Galio, KT. Or may plano kayo sa Galio? Kayo magpipick? Or may pang-counter kayo sa Galio? Or jungle ban?
Dapat Galio na yan. Dapat Galio na yan.
Kaya nga. Oh! Interesting! Bambi?
Hindi na mapipik yung Nico, di ba? Pinik na yan eh.
Hindi, Lilia yan, Chris. Lilia. Si Bambi. Magkamukha kasi. Ay, Zoe! Binan yung Zoe. Walang matutulog. If we don't ban Balyo, may... Balyo tuloy. If we don't ban Galio, may plano ang KT.
Pinik Galio, kailangan meron silang ano. Meron silang early game na...
Oo.
Ng Galio.
Ah, binan yung Galio. Binan yung Galio.
Pwede.
Pwede yan. Mahirap yan.
Ang ina to, that's coming lang yung ano.
T1, anong plan natin? Casio. Okay, sige. Wala dito. Andito lang yung nakalagay yung may kumuha.
Pwedeng mag-corky si BGD.
Pwede rin. Pwede flex mid. Oh my God, Kasante.
Kalista.
Pwede rin.
Diba?
Yes, sir.
Taking his time. Luxury of red side, of course, you might lose out on some early prio picks like Nora, but you would
What if... Ay, Victor.
in the previous game didn't opt for the Victor. This time around, it seems like he just wants something safe, something solid in the mid
Bilang,
lane.
kahit mag-victor si ano, Tiger. Madaling dikit. Ano, multo alistar yan, no?
Even though Guma all time is 1 and 2 on it, there's a reason it's so high priority. It really can take over games.
Oh my God, BD Akali or ano? Yone. Jungle. Anong jungle ni kay... Di pwede maglisin? Nidali?
Pwede, Nidali. Sa side ng T1.
Oh, Viego! Okay! Oy, Syndro! Please!
Wag. Wag, Syndra.
Like the Syndra that is being hovered, a champion that can find resets in these fights and really take over against something like an Alistar or a Cassandra.
Kasi makakapag-stack siya eh. May pantulak.
Makakapag-stack nga siya kung saan makakapag-stack. Puta ka ngayon, di ka mo papasok sa kanya.
Oh my God, nilakin! Nilakin.
This is also, a scaling champion nowadays.
Are we sure?
Splinter, so Mundo will be scaling, Victor will be scaling as well. This one is going to be such an impressive clash of team fights.
These two team comps are explosive as well. Both the burst of the Syndra.
Like, putik. Talonan lang yan ng Rakan or ng Viego. Yung Syndra. Hey! League! Hindi, sa akin na to.
Internet, please.
Internet na to. Please, wag ako wag madi-disconnect.
And there was a lot of content around.
Wag ngayon.
And there was a lot of content around owners. Remember that the Mundo that Cuz played in this.
Teka, naglulog eh.
Can't take a professional game of it as well. You know, all of the junglers really being forced to pick up that champion, and now we're going to see it in.
Okay, we go.
For both teams, this is the reset. A best of 3, all that stands
Last
in
4,
front of you.
pre.
Ay, guys.
Both early games have
Last 4 na yung gawain.
dominating the map, finding advantages, punishing where T1 have overstepped, but in the mid-to-late game, it always felt like T1
Paldo.
just find the angle to fight it back, regardless of what happened in the early
Late game
Will
lang.
this finally be the game to buck the trend? Will T1 pull ahead for the first time this series, or KT set to run away with yet another early game?
Feels like this is the draft to do it for T1. There's Renekton, there's Viego, and there is that Rakan.
Gana.
Need normally a little bit of time, but this is basically opposite of last game. That was 2 carries. This time they basically have 4, especially.
Parang mas gusto ko napansin sa ano yung jungle ng ano. Ng T1, no?
T1 na sila nagban. Second ban. Oo. Binan nila.
Super power pick on the patch that has not been given over very frequently. Faker on the run from the early move here from KT though.
Backing away. And as we have
Okay, BDD, good
moment
choice.
to breathe before I'm
Good
sure
choice
inevitably
approach.
fist fightings happens. I want to remind people that both of these lineups have made swaps this year. Despite the fact that they are in the World Finals, it has not been smooth sailing for either team. Guma, of course, subbed out. Doran coming in for Zeus this year. And when you look at this lineup for KT, players swapped in and out. Peter multiple times, perfect on the top side, doubted. And it's such a testament to the tenacity of these players that they have come all the way to the World Finals.
Because there was a lot of hype behind Wei coming in after basically doing the Challengers equivalent of Golden Roading. And it, in the end, ends up being Peter that is here at the World's Finals. And I already
Grabe yung in-improve ni Peter. Ay, ni Perfect.
because this man was the most
Ay, grabe yun, man.
on this roster. And thus far, he's
Paldo.
had a frankly incredible tournament, particularly those isolated deaths. I can't really overstate how big of an improvement that is and how reliable he's become. And KT have clearly been leaning on him.
And even in the game that they lost, you know, his Rumble very good as well. So Perfect really showing up here for KT as the entire
Si
team
Guma,
has
sigaw.
pushing up on the Yunara with the Q charge, looking to use that priority.
Heal coming in for Keria, of course. Level 1 for Peter on this Alistar, notoriously very weak.
Grabe mag-spacing si Faker, oh. Puta. Signature niya talaga yung Victor dun.
See how long they're able to secure pressure as we take a look at the entire map. Doran push on the top side. Mid lane relatively even. BDD, of course, can do a lot of damage in those short trades. Very easy to land those dark spirits. Everyone has boots, but has to be careful about taking return damage.
Yeah, multiple pushing lanes here for T1 with top side and bottom side. And then Owner has Viego into Mundo at the moment. So definitely looking to see if he can actually make use of these pushing lanes and go try and punish. Because probably going to bounce back to the other side and go for the safer Scuttle Crab trade.
Faker's actually been doing a really good job in lane is Peter. There's going to be a trade.
Initial knockup, but potentially a bit over-eager from Peter. Again, Alistar passive a decent amount of healing, and they are up a sum, but have to be careful about trading his life like that.
Still have the heal. Corner does look for a dive. We'll see. Ward should spot him out if he actually makes the play, but I think he's just going to go for Crab.
Yep, hug the side, and then the play here from Cuz, where he recalled immediately after his clear, is going to pay off. We'll get back for that Scuttle Crab trade that you're looking for on Mundo. And Owner down here will be known, so they're going to surmise that it's just normal clears for both.
And I want to draw attention to actually the early laning phase for Faker has been
Okay, farming game, early game. Dahil halos puro scaling jumps. Access sa side ng T1.
And T1, since Owner got bottom
Victor lang.
Scuttle Crab, communicating. All right, Doran, go in.
Pero need ng 1 to 2 items. 3 to 2. 2 to 3. Blah, 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 blah.
BDD also at some point forced to burn Flash. Didn't catch it at the time, but that is a massive cooldown to lose out on. Again, Syndra, one of the biggest weaknesses of this champion across countless times we've seen her in Pro is that, yeah, it's easy to stay ahead. It's easy to stay at arm's length, but once you lose that Flash, you're incredibly vulnerable to these early games.
In the Viego versus Mundo matchup, something we also should talk about is that as Mundo, you always want to try and activate your ult as low as possible, right? That's when you get the most value. But that is something that's very scary. There's obviously also the percentage health damage that Viego does, but just the threat of that execute with the setup from the Renaxer means that Cuz is going to have to play very respectful, as we do have both mid laners now TPing back to lane and BDD again. They can keep track of owner, should be feeling fine, but otherwise, needs to be very careful.
Oh my god, si Doran.
Mundo oftentimes looking for
Nabugbog si
farms,
Perfect.
and sometimes that can be hard if you have multiple lanes getting pushed in, but on the reset here from supports, both junglers will meet up with their supports and combining for some mid lane push.
For now in the early game, T1 holding on to a relatively small gold lead. Again, it's mostly Doran on the top side. Although some of that can be mitigated as that wave is caught. Gumayushi with a small lead over Dokdom. On top of getting the Cole. Again, Corki, that first item, always quite terrifying. So slowing that down, big for T1 in the context of these early game plays. Owner with the bot lane prio will be starting the Drake.
This is a big upgrade for T1. They were able to get early Drakes last game, but it's about the lanes, right? Because even though they got those Drakes, it did feel like KT was able to, again, set up these early gold leads. Cuz maybe doing some poking, but I don't think an actual contest is in the works here.
As long as he has his passive up, he's not too
Wow, run T1! Nandiyan na si Peter.
The CC layering is
Oh my god, nag-go back si Keria. Owner flash. Faker, walang mana. Oh my god. Hey! Hey! Riot, naglalog! Ah!
Lo,
Lay! What the fuck?
Rito please.
Naglalag sa kanila noong una eh. Hindi sa akin yun. Patay si Faker. Asa tayo sa replay.
Patay si Faker.
Namatay si Faker. Naipit.
And the Syndra is a BDD classic for a reason. He's been known for mastery on this champion for a very long time. And I'm kind of shocked. I really did not think that KT necessarily had the angle there, but it's the confidence they've shown so far. Now T1 not going to be
Kit ni Jokdam dun ah. Galing ah.
too bothered by this. We do have Doran immediately trying to apply pressure. They were able to get the Drake as well, so
Replay, please.
not the end of the world.
Yeah. BDD walks
Replay.
him down, waits for his E to come back up, puts all the balls down with the ultimate, and does find
yeah,
the
bot.
kill. As you say though, dragon over to T1 so they can look to keep stacking.
Dokdom, it feels like caught shopping. Panic barrier in that.
Nag-barrier puta.
Cancel the base cancel with barrier.
But
So
of
if you
course,
don't take damage, then but he was a little bit too late.
also the Fury from Renekton eats the shield. So awkward situation for Dokdom. Will be down the barrier, of course, not the
Pero
most.
mapapatay kung hindi siya barrier dun, mamamatay siya ron.
Angat-ngatin siya nun.
Kaya isang i-press down ng isang go nun eh.
Si paring lolong.
Ideal as Faker and BDD continue to trade. The siphon power with Faker is such a strong early game trading just to make sure that BDD really can this mid lane.
Si Doran, no?
Go for the proxy here. You want to get your extra 30 seconds?
What
Well,
the fuck,
move up and
fucking
catch
rat.
the wave before it joins up with the opponents. Is going to mean Cuz has an inside route and access to the
Ah!
That's a Mundo with red buff.
Makat yan.
Syndra's coming.
Doran,
He's just dead.
you only have one piece of CC. Yeah, that doesn't work on him. He's going where he pleases. Doran, I think this might not have been what you wanted. BDD on the way, hoping to get this donated. Doran, I think.
Well, he's stalling.
Barnott might be in the game, but this is certainly a magical journey
15.
for Doran as I don't
Trying for the execute.
Ah, na-smite!
Wala. Na-smite.
Wow.
Dalawang segundo pa din eh.
It's important to choose your timings when you go to proxy.
And also a reminder that no matter what you see in a world final,
May 2 seconds pa eh, bago ma-execute eh.
Hey, they got
Duran.
grubs.
it was a genius play, yes.
for
galing?
speed.
Eh?
He got free grubs for his team.
Oh
You know,
no.
they're still up in gold. He's buying time. He got his waves.
I'm going to ask you as the LCK expert, are you giving him credit for that as a calculated play? It's up to you. You can decide. We'll go with you.
I mean, normally I feel very confident to make a judgment call like that, but Doran has often missed the fight, both in a very positive sense and sometimes in a more questionable sense. So, but
Halika ko, wait lang.
Ay, go, take your time lang.
Getting ahead is not great. But he did actually get a lot for this, right? With the grubs going over, it did feel like it was just unnecessary because I think the first proxy was great, but the second one,
Perfect. Oh, top laners versus junglers. Who comes out on top? Perfect not quite able to pull Owner out over the wall. W coming in there from the Yunara. Perfect waiting for a bit more time because they don't want to fully commit here. Dr. and BDD. Scatter the weak is good. Will at least be some more poke damage back onto Fakers. Peter TPing in bot lane. Headbutts back Guma.
Dodges the Slurkle, and we will be seeing Perfect make his way towards the top lane.
Or the slowing circle,
Yeah.
I assume. Okay, got it.
Max lives on.
He does.
I don't love it, but you know, we're an LCK versus
He's
LCK
decided.
match.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, it's good.
Oh, Perfect actually going for the 4-0 first. There is a lot of healing on the enemy team. We'll get a decent amount of value of that.
Yeah, and we just saw Perfect had to respect the possibility of an owner execute play, you know, down there on the bottom side, trying to get an extra summoner spell or something out of the skirmish, but because of the arrival of Guma, had to respect it and back off from the extra possible damage there. So we remain very calm here, and you can kind of look at it
Okay,
as
chillers
T1
muna,
have
chillers.
paid for each objective with 1 kill worth of gold.
Oh, para sa red ward,
for
oh.
their dragon and for their 3 grubs to get to this point.
Pathmaker, Q3, but of course Perfect already used his own ulti. Dominus meets ult advantage for the side of Doran.
Ang awkward talaga ng W ni Renekton kapag medyo max range. Parang hirap na follow upin yung combo mo. Kailangan talaga malapit. Hindi ka makakapag-auto-attack sa max range ng W ng ngat-ngat eh.
Ooh, that is the ultimate gone for Faker. So we'll see BD is able to catch the wave and then TP his way over because there's not prio in either lane. It feels like T1 should have this on lockdown because it's there and Mundo
That's a
known
hard
to be
steal.
unbothered.
Gagi na hard steal na yung mundo. Run!
Damage as well. Lock up there, but Owner going unstoppable. Peter caught out for a brief moment, immediately going to be forced to ult. That's the ring.
Ay! Mali yung flash Q! Mali yung flash Q ni Peter.
Absolutely nothing means T1 are able to walk away.
Nakaka-out sila.
Peter, but it doesn't cost KT much yet.
Guma?
Yushi standing on the backside, ready to transcend if he needs
Walang
to.
TP walang TP yung bot top lanes.
Owner on the way and looking for the reset to keep
Ah!
the going.
Hindi na naman tumama yung dabog. Oh my god, Owner with a turnaround man. Kuha. Oh my god, nanalo pa si... No. Wait, what the fuck?
But it might not matter. Reset on the ulti from Owner means he gets to back away, but the health.
Oh my god, kung may mana si Jokdam, mas makakati-damage niya. Do we go? Ay, nakuha! Nakuha ni Gaz! Ay, ni Corgi. Brrrt. Ah, tinamaan si Doran! May TP. Uy! Oh my god! Uy! Si Pei! Oh my god! Grabe yun! Oh my god! Hail Mary! Putang ina. Ang chaotic nun. Oh my god, kinain ni Jokdam na manage niya yung ano niya. Mana niya.
Tries to get the execute, but just doesn't have the damage. Syndra's down, Flash is gone, and then as Peter goes down, I want you to watch what Dr. is able to do here. Because he
Hindi ma-pull ng T1 eh, oh. Hinaharangan ni Perfect eh. Nag-aagro sa kanya eh.
and then Perfect goes in and all he needs to do
Kasi balak ng T1 dyan sa side na yun, no? Kung saan nakapwesto sila Doran.
for his Corki to Gatling gun his way through T1.
Ah, di na auto-attack ni Faker si Jokdam. Kaso feel ko di pa rin enough eh. Patay ba yun? Oh my god. Yung chog.
It looks like T1 had taken
Oh, gagi. Stress yung T1.
feel like it was going to balance out, but in the overall extended fight, KT just keep on doubling down. And folks, I'm starting to think the Mundo might be a problem.
Value talaga yung mundo man. Value mill.
That's almost 10 times as much damage. That's a little silly.
This is because it's second professional.
Yeah, contract looking good. And I gotta say, Owner, he gets the Kraken Slayer.
Hard steal.
Uh-oh, Gumayushi.
Uy, kaya i-burst. Ah, dito mama yung double ni Keria. Kaso niya dyan si ka-spray. Balik.
All of T1 forced to retreat. Maximum doses popped. Just to get him in range as BDD then.
Okay. Walang flash si BDD, guys. Alam niyo yan.
Initial lock onto Owner is decent.
BDD, dead.
Sidestep does not work. Owner taking the kill.
One of the hardest parts about these control mage changes is
Ay na nga, sabi ko na eh. Sabihin ko pa lang, yung problem yung Renekton pati Viego eh. Ayun na nangyari na.
Really nice play there from T1. Also, no, right? Cuz shows
I mean, yan yung Victor, walang pang-alis yan, pero pwede yan maglapag ng W sa sarili niya para makatakas. Eh yung, si ano, tayo to? Si BDD. Oo. Yung Q, movement speed. Milky.
Take down BDD.
And it's going to be BDD and Dokdom who have these targets on their back. Cuz very far ahead, incredibly difficult to kill. But BDD who's flashless, Dokdom who's flashless, really vulnerable to the potential engage that can come out from Owner or Keria. If T1 can find these angles. For now, a battle of vision. We're looking ahead to the next objective. 20 seconds until that Rift Herald spawns. Both teams gold, nearly neck and neck, but a completed item for Faker is going to make a big difference.
T1, if they can get backline access with Owner, Keria, or Doran, the fight is going to be really hard to
Pag
play.
tumamblingan sa'yo, Nara, ubos buhay mo.
Position is going to be paramount in these fights.
Hey, Riot! Sa inyo yan! Fuck! It's logging! Wait, lipat tayo sa Twitch.
And perfect. See
Twitch chat.
together. The teleport is ready for Perfect as well, and he is now proxying Doran, but he knows that there's nobody else that's going to come and gank him.
There's no Mundo on the enemy team.
Let's go, Twitch. Don't fail me now, brother.
Pressure in the mid lane in favor of KT. They're going to get first setup on the Herald. Now, there is still vision here from T1 if they do opt to contest.
Oh, there's the TP. There's the flank.
Be from behind.
Keria! Pumasok kay Dokdom pero di umabot. Oh my god, si Gumayushi masyado na mag-advance pero doon si Dora sa likod. Oh my god, na-pick up si Dokdom, man. Owner! Niluluto si Peter! Patay si Peter na burst. Nag-flash W si Perfect House. Nakapag-out si Owner. Ah! Oh my god, Rift Herald 41, man. Good fucking pickups, man. Okay.
That's just a good play. Nice flank there from T1, but
Oh, sumasayaw-sayaw na si Keria.
trying to look for a kill on the opposite end. But with any of these Viego compositions, if you get the first kill, they just feel so good.
Boom.
As Keria sets up the play here, and Dokdom has nowhere to go.
And man, that deep ward value that allows Doran to teleport in for the flank, incredible. And Peter, that cow is in the wrong area.
Definitely was. You could see how he had a bit of hope, a glimmer of hope. He peeled two people, but when the third comes in, when
Nice
it's
try.
on that flank, to seal the deal on the kill, to make sure
Nakasmile pa, nakasmile pa. Huwag matitilt, huwag matitilt. Ayos mo ka.
Who's getting so much of this money. He's the one who's starting to get scary. And unlike the Sivir, this is a champion that I think has the mobility, the tools to really start taking over. You can see he's already getting the confidence to just step right up into Dokdom's face, even in the face of that Trinity Force.
And Dragon is going to be picked up here by KT. Camtech definitely high value. But you do give up the topside turret. This gold
I mean, kung matalino yung KT next game pa lang, mag-start na sila mag-ban ng hero ni Keria.
Hex Flash, pulverize.
Ah! Natulak si Keria kaso napag-W pabalik. Oh, galing ni ano dun? Galing ni BDD dun? Patay ni Peter. W.
I don't know what he was thinking. He doesn't have smite. His team is playing the cross map. Not really a reason to try and fish there.
Doran spotted. Eyes on the scout of the week. QE not going to
Oh,
work.
ang kati ng Q. Ano yun?
Like a truck. Very likely to just have to concede this tower.
Crazy.
They get the Drake, they get a kill. The redemption now used as well, and it's on Doran to instant.
Oh my god, Doran, you beauty.
But can he keep
Buti
it going?
nakalasit ka.
TV's coming in from the side of T1, but it's just Faker and Guma
Nagwala ka
off
ng
the
choice, man.
side. They don't have the tools to keep the fight going.
Perfect.
Going to respond. All of T1 now retreating. KT still winning out, still coming out on top, but in the mid lane, it's the Herald that's been used.
Akala ko ba't sila umaangat? May Herald pala sa mid.
Mid lane tier 1, and it's yet another TP in the sequence of play. BDD wants to deny it. Scatter to clear out the rest of the wave. It'll be a chunk of damage, but the tier 1 will not drop.
Nicely done by KT.
First blood turret yung T1, no?
Extra kill.
Oo nga.
They've got
Sa
Mundo.
top.
He can tank up that tower. They go for the dive. They make the play very nicely and very quickly.
And we do see the gold lead has now evaporated. Basically reduced to nothing. Was 2K just a little bit ago, and I don't want to see a Mundo and Cassante with
Real.
Camtech. That's too much, man.
That truly will be too tanky to take down. Honestly, though,
Oh my god,
Keria,
naka-spectral
like you're
skull
talking
na
about,
yung
sticking
ano,
around the
Mundo.
Dragon, and KT actually turned that pick onto him into a lot of value here. A nice little bit of ballooning of the gold. See if they can actually push it forward, though. Faker in the side lane, trying to keep the pressure up.
And it's really interesting me looking at scaling in this game, because I think the Yunara, the Victor obviously skill great, but when you look at the raw 5v5 power of particularly that Mundo, that Syndra, that Alistar combo, I think we're seeing T1 really hard force plays because they don't necessarily feel confident. I think this comp can always win fights, right?
Sure.
If you ever get the pick, if you can ever start, particularly with this build from Owner, get that early execute, because he has so much damage available, but your front to back trying to get past these big beefy targets down the line might become a problem, especially if they keep stacking dragons.
I mean, definitely could be, right? You're waiting for Guma to get more damage under his belt. You're waiting for Owner and Guma to be able to do work with these double Kraken Slayers, but they're so reliant on these major cooldowns. And if Perfect and Cuz are still standing when those ultimates are gone, that team fight is not going to go in your favor. It's 6 seconds now to the Otacon. We're looking at the bottom side of the
Sana
map.
mag-Kraken Slayer si Corki dito.
Oo.
Kailangan niya. Para wala siyang problema sa Renekton.
Ang kati niyan pag nadikitan siya eh.
Oo.
Para umastan man lang siya, tas habang nag-i siya, medyo kumakatay yung bawas.
Keria to me has to be the difference maker. He's the one that is the initiation.
Okay, sige, pwede naman namin muna. Kailangan niya naman para mapag-spam ng ult. Ba't nyo tinanggal yung package ni Corki? Ayun nga yung masaya kay Corki.
Ayun na. Sige, papalo. Sige, papapukin mo yung ano, Mundo.
Of that information, knowing it's going to take BDD a while to walk to this area. Owner, though, is taking a significant amount of damage from the Otacon as well as getting shredded from it here. So KT feel like they are fine.
KT.
Walang pressure yung inattempt nilang atakan.
You highlighted it well. Perfect needs a bit more time
Wala
for
lang.
TP to come back off cooldown. So KT might just try to draw this out, just try to delay T1 a bit, threaten the objective to give themselves the time they need. And
Ito yung problem sa Viego Jungle pag early game. Putik, ang lambot. Pero, kate.
And the unbreakable from Peter also means that even if they see one of these isolated members, it
Ayun
might
na.
not be the right choice to
Ginangat-ngat
go
na
in.
yung
So
Renekton.
Doran continue to fist fight.
Uray ko! All out! Ulti Doran. Auto-attack. Wala! Oh, okay. Like kung mas maaga nakuha ni Perfect yung Q3, puta. Balik si Doran dun.
On the Renekton, Ruthless Predator, I'm pretty sure, so didn't get stunned, wins that trade handle, also presses tab most
Hindi
likely.
magtitip. Baka pumunta na ng ano to si ano, Doran mid.
Good luck, buddy. Starrick's now down for Doran, though that is a
Wala
big
walang
cooldown.
kwenta yung ulti niya dun sa ano, Tornmail.
But not having the ultimate that
Naka-
Hindi bumalik yung HP niya.
Naka-all out pa. Ay.
not be too big of a hindrance. We'll have to see as Keria again trying to set up.
Tinanggalan niya lang ng barrier yung ano. Kasante. Walang nangyaring lifesteal. Lotong pakang!
KT's zoning away T1 while BDD pushes the wave.
Critical team fight here. Everybody on 2 items, basically. Looking
Flashes
for the setup.
available. Now T1 continue to poke their head in, but they really don't have control of the waves. They're waiting for Guma to push out mid lane, but they really need to respect the engaged threat range of BDD. The Dark Sphere Scatter the Weak combo can be devastating. Gumayushi without a cleanse effect to his name.
Start baro na. Ay, start DR na. Yan, tas pull.
Both on this side.
Ayan na.
Baker continuing to poke.
Kita, di kita.
If you win this fight, you might not just get Dragon, you might get Otacon as well. We'll see T1 might give up the Drake and then play for the objective instead. Perfect.
What?
Darkness, perfect unstoppable for a brief
Chill.
moment. T1 happy to have the poke chipping away at that health bar.
Pop, cancel yung flank.
Answering them.
Papasukin nyo na yung T1, papasukin nyo na yung T1. Hayaan nyo na sila.
Kita si Honor.
Nice.
Ayun na, si Peter, oh my god. Tinulak lang.
Tama.
Tinulak lang. Tama lang. Faker, ang off lang position. Doran, out muna. Oh my god, dipit na kayo sa pit. May mga flash ba sila? Meron. Si Faker na engage. Oh my god, Doran! Oh, nakuha. Ayun na si Guma.
Nice.
Oh no! Oh no! Ah!
Tingnan mo yung mundo.
What the fuck?
Continuing to go where he damn well pleases. T1
I am 70% health. I press R. Easy. Saya talaga ng mundo. Puta gini.
of T1, Peter waiting as well.
Hey!
that dragon because they get the gold and they get the Otacon in the
Hindi
aftermath.
namatay si
I think that was
Perfect
critical
dun.
that T1 made split calls here. Look, they don't have Viego damage with their dive. So Owner finishes the dragon, but look at Keria. He
Bang.
goes with Doran. So Keria and Doran dive the backline, both Doctum and BDD, but they didn't have their burst damage there with them.
As we see score in the coaching staff, I
Dapat
think
si
they
Gu...
felt necessitated
Dapat pala si Guma yun, nagstay na lang muna dun kay, kay Owner.
Doran tries to salvage the play. I think in the moment
Di,
that's the right call.
mas madali silang mamamatay dun kung nagstay siya dun. Kasi wala siyang gagalawan dun eh.
Sabagay, lapit din kanina nung ano sa kanya.
Oo. Tayo na sandwich sila kay Dragon dun. Palaman nila si Dragon.
No doubt. The highest level we've ever seen him at. The
Yak.
big thing is here by winning
Duraan lang sila nun, no? Plema pa naman yung dinuduraan ng Dragon. Kulay green.
Kemtek.
Plema.
DOT. Tangina damage overtime.
every time you level
Real.
up, so that level advantage for BDD just pays double.
For T1 though, look at the
Tangina
cooldowns.
item ni ano. Perfect
Kaya nga eh, sabi ko pa nagsali. Tapos tayo, tiga mo yung nakuha pa nilang DR. Tayo, Infernal tapos, ay.
Kemtek.
Okay, let's be real. Cuz also is about it's getting close to level 16.
May item ni
Not
Cuz.
too good about that one, but Doctor,
Tangina yan yun eh. Mundo pick. Pagkabuo nung ano, nung Visage, meron na siyang ano, meron na siyang plate mail sa ano, giant spell. Gago ang puta.
Paldo ah.
Right before it happened, but Peter, the engage, the setup onto Faker, followed by the scatter the weak. Nice little opening for them. You have to be on the same page in these team fights. Both of these teams
Ay, may ulti na ulit siya.
heavily and found so much success because of their team.
Ay nako.
And I think pressure just continues to be on Guma, right? Had the Sivir game, they couldn't quite get it over the line. On Yunar, the strongest. 80 on the patch. Doctum again. Learn from the previous game. Will not wander into
Alam
the
na,
fog
alam
of
na,
war.
alam na.
Whether it's Renekton or Scion, the lesson has been learned as Cuz has been caught out. Initial CC is good.
Hindi.
Cuz getting bursted through.
Hindi kaya.
Hindi.
Keeps him
Hindi
standing.
pwede.
Peter trying to zone away.
Hindi
Ulti from
pwede
Guma
yun.
means they want to keep
Mundo
this fight
yun
going.
eh.
Good scatter, but doesn't quite connect on Gumi Yushi.
Ah, nandun si
critically
Owner?
He's able to just free fire. KT forced backwards, but Faker now half HP.
Peter, what a psychopath! He went in.
Apat yung bumabawas, walang nangyari.
Come down, and KT they're looking for the chase.
Cuz connecting the cleaver, still has access to the maximum dosage.
Putang
zoning
inang
all
patok sa
the
ulo
way.
yun.
Faker just barely able to make it out. TP is his. He can get back to
Binabatuan
this
ng
fight.
bag.
If KT
Ano,
tries
suitcase?
to force the Baron.
Flip it. Faker can TP back in. A lot of cooldowns are gone though. Look at the ultimates that aren't available for T1.
They have to be careful of moving into the choke, and they know what Owner trying to approach from another side. The potential for BDD to line up a multi-man scatter for it to
Oh,
end
heart
the fight
attack
in a
time. Ah, nakancel yung ini Doran. Wala. Patay na sa Doran.
Doran caught out. BDD unleashing his power. Cuz using the maximum dosage as KT.
Ah, wala anything si Guma.
Inang ano,
Nilalakaran lang ng mundo.
Pushing further and
tang inang pangpukpok ng mundo ang puta. Buisit.
Ah.
The stun from BDD right onto Renekton as he's trying to go through the wall. BDD stuns him as he dashes, and the reward might be Baron.
There is still the
Fucking mundo, man. Di ka mo yung buhay. Bumabalik lang, oh. Hey!
They don't steal this. KT might set up for a soul point as well.
Coming in from BDD, well called. Potential 50-50. The Mundo damage.
Do we flip? Keria, nagdalawang isip pero pumasok pa rin.
Hindi pa rin pwede yun.
Ah! Naglaho.
Nakaabang si Perfect dun sa ano.
Fucking good job, Perfect. You are fucking perfect, man.
Nakabang si Perfect dun sa
Hey, Log!
Listen to that crowd. They are riding the roller coaster.
Payong ko lahat yan eh.
With the advantage.
Nakaabang
Hey,
si
Log.
Perfect dun sa ano. Dun sa taas. Nakita mo yun? Pag dive, biglang sumulpot yung kay Sante. Ang puta. Baboy power play.
Victor trying to make the flank
What
work as
the
they just
fuck?
don't
Lumabas eh. Ayan o.
Ayun. Tuma. Ayun, papasok na sa Keria. Ayun, hello!
Boom.
But the peel
Easy.
is there.
What the fuck? Peter!
Oh, nagulat si Keria.
They've got Baron, they've got a
Oh, no.
4,000 gold lead. They also have the Otacon buff still. in their favor.
And almost the entire year, T1 have
Baited sila
dominated
dun
this
sa
KT lineup.
for people play.
For what feels like the
Tapos
first time
biglang sumulpot sa Baron,
countless
gagi.
years, it is KT
Surprise.
who on the back foot. KT who once again have a gold lead. This time not from snowballing early, but fighting incredibly in the mid to late game.
And for this roster, with Dr. Peter
Grabe yung slow, oh. Ow! I can't move!
Hindi pa still yun, ah. Hindi pa hard still yun.
I can't move!
Inspirational stuff. KT, can they do it?
We saw it in the
What
previous
if magkaka-world
game.
skin si Mundo?
Was almost able to find
Paldo.
a way back.
Kate, ano yun?
Yet though that execution is not quite there, and trying to play a pick comp from behind is known to be an exercise in futility. Look at Perfect, he's not afraid.
T1 have to be careful. A single scatter connects,
Yun, no?
and it all could fall apart.
Mundo pick, tsaka ano na to? Tsaka kay Santi pick. Tangina, apat tinayuan niya sa Torre. Yun.
Ultimate is big.
Is KT pa yung tinayuan niya sa Torre, pre. What the? Ay ano, T1 pa.
T1.
Aray ko.
Level 16 for both mid laners. Carrier with a good combo, Faker with a good ulti. You can see the path to T1 turning it, but it's just so
Oh!
hard to imagine Cuz dying to anything at this point in the
Doran, what are you doing there sa top lane?
Log!
The BDD, 3 items done. 10-stack Dark
Doran,
Seal.
magpa-5 man sila sa
Slow and
bot lane.
steady. As this bot lane inhib certain to fall, you see T1 as well. They're accepting it.
Doran,
maybe trying to trade
puking
it
inang
in
damage sa tao Torre yan.
Cuz just getting a
Oh, no.
grab for his efforts as now the free item spikes have been hit for Faker.
Ay, di na-cancel.
KT waiting off to the side. T1 see an opportunity. Doran continuing to push in the top lane. T1 want to just keep KT around, deny these resets. But there's no real major
Oh no, si
advantage.
Faker.
Faker caught out by Peter. Cuz on the way in, but nothing's going to come from it.
Ang
All
kate.
goes from Faker, and Peter's just going to walk away. Again, no major objective, so it's not a big deal, but T1 have to be careful.
He'll use there by Peter. Doesn't want to go down, and T1, if they had a flank ward,
Oh, ba't nandiyan na yung grabs?
turret taken down. Maybe there's an opportunity, but that one is still standing.
Ay, yung
31 minutes
Krugs.
in.
Layo nun ah. Ngayon ko lang nakita na ganun kalayong Krugs ah.
Are able to get the top side secondary tower for Doran in addition to the red buff, plus this outer tower as well. So a little bit of gold back in their favor, but KT, they stand just 2 minutes away from a Dragon Soul arrival. That fight will be critical.
Yeah, that's Cuz level 16, and that's a Cassante. That's too much. That's too much power.
Just Cassante.
I didn't need to add more. You guys both know.
Yeah, refer to Showmaker.
Yeah.
For the rest
Showmaker
of the
clip.
of that champion. And honestly,
Kaya
that
refresh natin
is
saglit.
their
Yan.
advantage. Those two
Para di
champions
tayo
you
late.
mentioned, plus Peter's possible engages here with the Alistar that KT are going to try and use once they draw T1 over to the Dragon Soul fight.
And we keep repeating it because I think it's the only way, barring a colossal mistake from KT, that they win. They need to find a pick on BDD or Dopdom. These are your two main targets. BDD's flash will almost be up. BDD and his team also have the benefit of getting to choose. They can just play for Baron. They don't have to care about the Dragon, so it'll just be Soul Point. But with Guma approaching his 4th item, maybe this Yunara can do some magic. T1 have found themselves in deficits in a game like
Going
this.
ay
It was
na
the
si ano,
three of us.
Corky.
JDG
Ay,
looked
ay,
like
ay.
they had them on the
Ay,
ropes.
ayun na.
They found the comeback as the TP comes in.
Naku po.
Behind, they want to catch out Perfect. Perfect can try and use Doran as an escape route. Carrier has
Feel ko di kaya? Ay, never mind. Putang dami na nag-TP.
Q3 back through.
Oh my God, perfect! You are perfect, man. Nakapag-buy time pa. Dito na yung KT. Oh my God, binubusan natin perfect pero wala pa rin nangyari. Ulti, kay Faker. Putang ginagyan si Doran ng awkward.
Ikot.
Ay, flash! BDD! Oh my God! Wala!
Hindi pa rin to.
Wala! Ah! Ay! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Ano nangyari? Ano nangyari? Ang gulo. Mundo na lang. Mundo! Yung mundo nag-1v4 man. Hello? Oh my God! Ang katinong mundo! What the fuck? Hell na! Oh my God! Ang puno na ulit yung buhay!
The time has worked out better for KT here. Look, the jungler for KT is up.
Hey, Log!
Because he is unbothered. He's about to secure them. That Camtech soul.
Oh my fucking God! Dat Mundo man.
Fourth fight, it felt like that T1 magic was coming through.
All right, so they get the flash stun to get
Ay na nabubos yung buhay ni Honor. Nakita mo yun, guys?
Oo.
Pinalo lang.
Dalawang palo lang, gago.
Mas malaki na si Kas sa Dragon, no?
But it's the deficit that they're in that makes that close. In a normal situation,
What?
that catch just
hell no.
he will get caught as the Baron is surely in
Pero
the
nakakatakot
eyes of
yun.
KT on the precipice of match point.
If those fights
Hindi
are
ba,
coming down to that
pag nasa
low of
front line,
health
pag
bars, now the
nakapag-backline ng
Captain
maayos yung
so
KT,
difficult here for T1 to
hindi
finish off
pwedeng
kills this time
hindi
around.
pwedeng mag-fill yung T1.
Setup though, BDD throws
Kita
the
na eh.
scuttle crab away. He knows it's a little
No?
bit dangerous at the moment.
Hindi pwedeng mag-fill yung T1.
Available on the Rift. Any misstep could cost T1 the game. KT on the
Damage lang kasi meron yung T1 eh.
But we've seen T1 not out of this
Yung
yet,
KT
but
parehas eh.
because look,
Yan na naman.
all of T1 though forced to retreat. Again, the power of this Chemtech with Cassante and Amundo is a terrifying prospect for T1 to contend with.
Oh my god, pag natamaan ka nun, wala na. Grabe yung slow nun.
For them to buy the time for him to actually get that because KT can just threaten this Baron. You keep the map
Ang nakakatakot dito yung pag nagkaroon na ng maraming items si Honor. Tayo na ano na yun? Chainsaw na yan mamaya.
Hindi hindi parang hindi na.
Uy! Ang hirap.
Oh, ayan oh. Ayan oh. Hindi nila pinipil si Mundo. Alam niya, sakit. Kaya? Kaya?
Getting forced backwards. Maximum dosage
Sinasalo
still there
lang
for
sila ni
Cuz,
Cuz, oh.
crucially. Picks up the canister.
Oh! Isang kill lang yun oh!
It's not enough damage.
Sterix is there. T1 taking a little bit too much poke. We'll see if KT actually want to pull the trigger on this or set up a bait. Eventually, T1's
Tangina, wala pang warmog
you
siyan.
do know with that ward.
Bot wave pushing in the favor of KT.
Pero hindi na
Crucially, if
pala.
T1 take a fight and lose, KT will immediately end the game.
Inasa na lang sa ult yung healing tsaka sa passive.
KT invaded them into the trap.
Doran!
Finding Doran, but not the ideal carry as Guma and Baker are still untouched for now. Gravity field to lock them up. Maximum dosage.
Patayin nyo na si Keria. Nice! Nice!
Oh no! Wala na! Wala na!
GG.
Wala na! 2-1. Oh my god! Yung mundo! Yung mundo! Yung mundo! Point! Match point KT.
Rollster coaster keeps going up and up. We're still not done. KT about to go up match point in the Telecom War.
Grabe, nakaka-excite talaga pag Telecom War tapos Worlds Finals pa. Okay, pakirap. Grabe yun.
A story at this
Grabe
tournament.
performance ni Kas dun.
So far, si Ikaz ang MVP.
And then they beat Gen G. And now they're taking T1 to match point. KT monstrous in Worlds 2025. Let's see what the AD has
Okay,
to say
wait
about
lang. I'll be back. Teka lang, guys.
KT saying one is all you get, just like Gen G. We will take that match point, and they walk past the cup thinking we're gonna be back for it very, very soon. What an incredible game, and what an incredible roller coaster, I just have to say it, that we are on.
I mean, it's just incredible at Worlds for KT to be the team that's coming up big in these small moments where it's usually T1 that are always rising to the occasion. To me, this game came down to a couple of small moments, mistakes and outplays, and it was KT making the big ones.
The magic of the World Championship is it gives the opportunity for players to shine. And for KT to perform like they are today is what we love to see at the World Championship. What a phenomenal performance. And I really want to dive into talking about these players.
I want to listen to Emily first. How are you doing?
I think the most, how am I doing? We'll leave that for later.
Okay.
I think the most important thing to me, though, is that it's not like KT have been flawless, right? They have made mistakes. It's more about how they then deal with it. How, like, especially, like, Peter makes a mistake on the Owlstar, then he ends up being super clutch in a later fight. I feel like every single person on KT has kind of taken turns really stepping up in a lot of places, and that has made a difference.
Yeah, their early games have been great overall, and we got to talk about this Mundo. We have to talk about it, right? I think it's become one of the most contentious and important picks in all of the World Championship.
I absolutely agree. I think it was a great pick in this game. Cuz played it excellently. You could see in the later stages, they just had no answer for it.
Yeah, they had no answer for it. And one thing I did want to point out, despite the fact that T1 did have the early lead in this specific game, we'd previously covered KT's early games, KT has been scrapping a lot early. That was the 100% warfare stat was the feat of warfare. And I love to see this coming out of KT, just that kind of aggression.
I do as well. And Azael, we were talking about it before, but this is the World Championship final. This is when people make the mistakes they usually wouldn't. And this is where people step up where you usually wouldn't expect it. And I gotta say, this last fight we're gonna see, where T1 could turn the game, Guma fails to flash. Maybe it looks different.
Yeah, no, it absolutely can be a series-deciding thing. I think it was a game-deciding play as we can watch this. Eyes on Gumayusi in this play. Faker got such a good chunk onto Dokdom, and they committed a lot onto Perfect. Dorian decides, you know what, we're going to go for it. He flashes over the wall. They get this great engage. They do get the shutdown, but look at Guma here. Steps back, then tries the flash over the wall. Doesn't get over, and as a result, he is out of the fight for such a long time. The ulti is expiring. Imagine if he is there with all these low health bars. T1 probably get that kill, probably take the dragon and delay the soul.
The beauty of this fight is it showcases not only the resilience of T1, the fact that in these environments, they still constantly look for opportunities, constantly look for ways to flip the games, but the fact that KT weathers that pressure, and while it is in conjunction with key mistakes that we're seeing from T1, the fact that KT is able to find these opportunities and punish the mistakes is a testament to how well they've been playing.
It absolutely is, and teams haven't been able to do it for 3 years. How is it KT that's doing it, Emily?
I don't know. I mean, they haven't won yet. I'll just say KT's MO is to kind of bring you up to the point where you're like, okay, maybe they can do it, and then they just, you know.
That's
they
what you told me for the semis. That's what you told me for the quarters.
That's what I'm telling you right now.
And they are getting closer and closer. You have to give them the credit. They're playing incredible.
I believe. There's a lot of stats so that we have to look at, because Emily is saying that because there is such a long history of it not going the way of KT in those telecom wars specifically, right? And not just losses, often like a reverse sweep or pushing you out of Worlds contention. They all hurt so much.
Yeah, and speaking of resiliency, I don't think there is a team that's more resilient than SK Telecom. Now T1 over the years, as we kind of see the Telecom War finals history, because it's only the 4th time
they look rattled. I'm just gonna say it. Some of them look rattled. It doesn't feel the way it did last year.
I mean, well, this is the thing, because I just can never count T1 out in these positions, because as you rightly said, they've been in this position many times before. Even at this World Championship against AL, they've been pushed to the brink, but T1 are 6-1 when down 1-2 at
Yeah,
Worlds.
but Mundo was up.
I mean,
Mundo is
no
gone.
secret Mundo for Oner this time around. But for me, like, Cuz has been such a superstar in this series, and I can't do anything more than sing his praises for how spectacular he's been.
I mean, no one can argue the history obviously is in T1's favor. They have won so many times in Telecom Wars. They've showed up in these big moments so many times, but it just feels different because KT does feel like they have the magic on their side this time around. It only has to happen once. The history doesn't matter.
No, you take them all. You don't care if you win the World Championship here, specifically for these players, right, Emily? And that's how I want to kind of go into this break and go into the next match. For a player like Perfect, who everybody counted out, a player like Peter, who had a bad start and then completely turned it around. They are rising to the occasion.
Yeah, I think the tag of like Band of Misfits is very appropriate for this team, right? Like, no one expected them to do particularly well at Worlds. Like, I didn't think they were going to be incredibly bad, but I also definitely did not expect them to make it this far. And a lot of that was because of so many players we did not expect to be performing as well as they are. Perfect. I want to shout out Peter as well. Those two stepping up in this game. Also to get here has been fantastic.
They have it in the palm of their hand, but we saw someone on screen a second ago who's heard that phrase before uttered about his enemies, his nemesis on the other side. It is 1 and 2 down for T1, but you can never, ever count Faker out. I hope we're going to a game 5, but maybe KT just do it.
They'll have to earn it.
Play as Faker tries to zone away. KT, it's Peter in the clutch. Scatter the fall, but the fall damage is not there. Exhausted is Faker, and Carrier tries to turn it back, but he's all by his lonesome. Doran cannot get into the back line. KT managed to find the initial kill as Perfect starts to pop off. Guma missing completely. They get the Drake, but it might cost T1 everything. He flashes into the wall! And that might be the other con going over to KT!
Cuz continuing to go where he damn well pleases. T1 forced back.
Hey players, you know a lot of you have been asking about the winter map and why we haven't been able to do it, and I'll tell you, it's really difficult. Our tech and tools need some work. Hand painting everything in the map itself is a lot of effort, and not to mention there's gameplay clarity. And can we just talk about how even though it's winter in the northern hemisphere, in the southern hemisphere it's summer, and isn't that where Medler's from? He's from New Zealand, right? So I don't know if we're gonna be able to pull it off. But you know what? Because you really asked for it, we're just gonna do it anyways. Winter map is coming back, everyone. Winter 2025 and summer 2025 somewhere else. It's winter everywhere on Summoner's Rift.
The greatest players in the world are here. They can just burn this one down. Oh my god, Owen by 9! You are going to see them like you've never seen them before. Rocket Will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work, and Genji! They are just going to ace them!
누구 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Genji, the EWC winners! Locking down the Drake is now Doran. Decent position, double break down my walls, but I won't rise again. Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes and stay silent since they try to take me down with their violence? Oh, they go back in! Baker flashes in, and down goes Knight!
It's more than a game. It's a world shaped by you, the fans. And our mission is to elevate that world by building technology that creates moments that last forever. That's why we're joining forces with League of Legends Esports to transform how fans experience live events on the global stage.
All right, guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way, pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
Play the local way, pay your way.
Red Bull gives you wings.
You
Welcome back to Worlds 2025. We're here, you see the League of Legends Carnival taking place here in Chengdu, where 1.8 million fans have passed through over the course of the weekend and are watching now as KT, against a lot of expectations, almost all of them, I think it's safe to say, take us into match point.
They have been playing so incredibly well this tournament. They have still only lost 2 games the entire tournament. 1 to Gen.G and 1 to T1.
Wow,
KT
hello, I'm back.
Playing so well.
Let's go.
It's inspiring.
And we have seen teams be in this 2-1 position before.
Game 4, game 4.
And not be able to close it out. T1 themselves have found themselves 1-2 down and bounced back in the most pressure situations. But after that game, number 3 in particular, it does really feel like KT, their meta read seems so on point, and the level of gameplay in particular is, again, having watched this team just go through a rotating door of, we had Pata come in, we had Wei at the beginning of the year, we had Costing, and yet here we are, 2-1 up against the greatest League of Legends organization of all time.
And I have so much respect for players that are able to work their way through difficult times, complete an arduous journey, and make it back to the very top. So with this roster,
Drop
can
base.
KT actually eliminate T1? As you said, T1 are notoriously hard to eliminate from Worlds. They have been there before.
Wala, di
with their
talaga
backs
bibigay ang
against
Zir.
the wall in must-win
Yone
games.
Ban.
And now into the draft,
Yone
T1 once
Pantheon.
again on blue
Ziggs.
side here for game number 4 of Fearless
Bard
Draft.
Azir.
Pantheon, Ziggs,
Then what?
taken off
Then
the
what do we
table.
ban?
As you said, T1 on blue side, mid lane Prio picks
KT,
also off the
what
board
do we
alongside
ban?
Carius Bard.
So Galio, Nocturne
Yeah.
combinations.
Oriana.
Maybe a Camille in there as well. Some of these T1
Okay, pwede na mag-galio si Faker.
create dive comps. That could be a tool that they use very aggressively.
Kalista.
They're going to start out with bot lane.
Okay.
And now we have, for the second game in a row, despite the struggles on Yunara in the previous game, T1 doubling down, tripling down on Gumayushi, being the center of their early draft strategy. Yunara did not
Boom,
work out
boom,
for them. It was
boom.
not enough. The Kalista, an incredibly oppressive champion at early stages of the game, set up for an explosive bot lane matchup, but the Trundle is there
Nagloko ba yung stream
because
kanina? Teka.
Though, Cuz thus
Oo nga.
far has earned the confidence in this tournament and is really good into Kalista, being able to
Oh my god, ang
slow
ganda
down
ng Trundle.
and make sure that she doesn't get the space that she so desperately needs in fights. This is also, again, there's a layer to this, right? There is
Oof,
the fact that
Caitlyn.
Noctom had a great Kalista game against Gen.G,
Hey!
but he might now be picking up the Caitlyn here to try and fight for that bot lane prio.
And this is a very
Caitlyn.
powerful
Okay, okay, okay.
siege combination. Trundle pillars with Caitlyn pushing
What up,
early,
quiz?
assuming that Peter is actually going to play a bully
Oy!
support. Sometimes they have
Nocturne.
actually KT. They did like Caitlyn Braum. They didn't necessarily fully index into a Caitlyn Lux or Morgana or Karma type lane. And so they definitely have some options still open to them. But I do really like siege comps and an extra range there with Trundle because you can make use of that pillar. But here is the Nocturne that we were talking about earlier, does get locked in for T1. And I really do think those combination comps are going to come through for them with the heavy dive. You get Karia's Renata here, he's going to have a big one.
And for lane, that feels good. But Renata, blind can get punished. Obviously, the 2v2 is absolutely devastating. And that's why T1, I think, have really struggled in this series. It feels like KT's early game has been better almost all of the time.
Renata,
BDD
okay.
going to be blinding Cassio, or playing Cassio into what is already such a short-range composition. Is going to be feeling impeccable. And it was this pick that got KT over the line against Gen G.
It was, and now against an immobile support like the Renata, luckily has the Kalista to bail her out, but the Pillar is a massive threat to any immobile champion, something that has to be respected. With the Caitlyn, with the Cassio, getting grounded by that Miasma, having a Pillar placed behind you means there is no chance for escape, but T1 bringing out a lot of comfort, bringing out a lot of power here in the first phase.
And you can protection ban the Galio because you third pick this Cassio on red side. There you go, and you can whittle down on even the few options that Faker does have left. Those combinations that we're talking about for the Camille Galio Nocturne just will not be there. I like the Ornn though, as far as the
locking.
KT have very strong scaling and
Oy,
are
binan
building
yung Ornn.
towards that big team
Ban
fight.
Galio.
And it feels kind of awkward because normally what you'd want to do into Cassio is outranger, right? Go for something like the Hui, which we've seen a decent amount of. And I think it's okay, but it doesn't really synergize that well with the Nocturne, right? You'd rather play something that can actually dive deep, that can go in aggressively, but trying to play any dive into Cassio...
I can smell T1 o ano.
just doesn't feel great. And
T1 Aurora.
KT, they say we're not even going to
Naban yung way,
We
nakalusot.
don't care about the comp mismatch. We want to protect BDD with 2 bans towards Fake. 4 in total here.
What?
Setting BDD up for success.
And
Hello?
we knew in a world of Fearless,
Hello?
depth of champion
Nani?
pool was going to be
Ay, Kuya Sen.
incredibly
Hello.
important.
Rinig na.
Because getting that wind on Ornn not able to find that wind on his Viego. Now we're seeing 2 more conventional meta picks get taken off the board.
Yorik.
KT feels
Nanakawin ba yung Aurora? Feel ko, ang ganda ng Aurora. Ay, hindi, may ano na pala. May mid lane na pala yung ano.
I like what I'm seeing from Score. He is a legacy player for KT. The organization really has relied on him over years and years. And he's setting them up again. Oh my goodness.
The Blitz. I don't like the no
umuo na.
Renata feels nigh unplayable, but Blitz is a different story altogether. Peter.
Ay! Tigans!
Okay, an answer into the power that this Nocturne can bring. Denies a lot of the dive.
Exactly. He knows that they're going to round out the
Hell na.
more dive. So preemptively
Oof! Hirap ng bot agad.
That we've seen this tournament as well, and it's perfect that he's going to get the counter pick. What is Doran going to go towards?
Gragas, okay.
Doran,
Okay, let's go. Lakas si Doran sa Gragas.
was one of the pivotal
Okay! Okay! Okay, let's go, Anivia! Maganda yun. Maganda yun sa ano. Maganda yun sa Tom Kench pati sa ano. Trundle Casio. Yep. Then what do we pick from 4 top? Walang Yorick, walang... Wala, Gragas na yun. Yep.
Yeah, it's still got to be the Gragas.
And then what?
They round it
And
out.
then
Okay,
what?
It is a bit
What do we pick sa mid?
Honestly, though, I'm favoring the KT side at the moment.
No way!
Counter.
No way, right?
Okay, let's all take a breath.
No, we're not going to get baited by Oliver.
No room for breathing.
No.
Mordekaiser.
What is he going to lock in here?
Interesting.
Perfect. What's the R5?
Mordekaiser Urgot.
It is interesting because Mordekaiser is a champion that can still split push even when
Okay.
faced with Nocturne
Pwede rin
comps.
Urgot eh.
So I do like it even when T1 have
Okay,
ways
okay.
to attack
Oh my
sideways.
God.
With Nocturne and other people joining, it is something that can still always have threat there due to the Mordekaiser ultimate.
I will also just say, in terms of ease of execution, there's almost no reliable hard CC on the entirety of this KT lineup. They're really going to need to have full map control, be better on the setup, because on the opposite side, you have these walls that can catch people out that matches the one piece of CC that feels like could do something for KT, which is the Pillar. You've got the stuns, you've got the Renata, the Gragas to potentially set up these plays. Huge, I think, burden on Doran to be the guy who can make this happen.
And it was 2023 Spring Finals where Doran had a truly majestic performance on the Gragas. That was back then into T1, to which this day in the LCK, there is a discussion as to whether or not he was robbed from MVP for how good his Gragas was, and that is with match point for KT, what T1 decides to trust him with.
KT
Lock in! Give us a silver scrapes, man.
in their first
Tororot.
finals after their first
Tororot.
semi-finals. An unprecedented run, but they are going up against T1, the greatest to ever do it. A team hungry to find redemption for Faker. 2015, 2016, denied in 2017.
What? 2016 daw? Hello? 2016? Malamig talaga ang kalsada ngayon, guys.
Faker emotes. See if they can actually do it this time. T1, of course, they have to approach this as one game at a time. Every single game must win for them to extend the series. Every play
Oh my God,
critical,
spellbook.
including the level ones.
Wala, ipit na agad sila. Doon pa lang.
Good damage
Di
going down.
nag-W si Peter.
Forcing that early flash out. You have to be terrified now because Cuz is going to start to take over in the jungle.
Yeah, Trundle definitely can go for invades and look to punish flashes.
Yeah, PJ Trundle with a flashless Nocturne, definitely big, as we can see. A little bit of a trip down memory lane.
15-16.
As we keep saying, in case you know, maybe
2017 yung pinakamasakit na year.
what's all the ruckus about? Have had
And then
so
here we
many
go
ups
sa
and downs, and in
2019.
this modern era, it's been
Top
the
4.
four-man core of Owner,
2021,
Faker,
not qualified.
Guma, and Keria. We've had Kana
23
originally in
finals, champion.
2021.
24
We've had
champion.
Zeus in 23, 20 or 22, 23, and 24, and now Doran. As they find their backs against the wall.
How fitting is it that it's KT Rolster that stands in front of T1 now, when it was T1 in 2013 that went over them to go get their first world's title. See if they can do it. Okay, Owner, no flash, but
Game
doesn't
lock
matter.
in.
He can still clear.
Maybe the last game of the series or mag-extend pa ng one game.
Beat the jungle camps.
Yeah,
Let's
and then
fucking go, man.
Flash.
Just clear in peace, and then your flash will be up in no time. That's how you look at it.
Definitely a good luck is BDD is going to be the first to get to level 2. Neither one wants to be too aggressive with their cooldowns. Obviously, if a single Noxious Blast connects, the potential for BDD to just run Faker down is very real. Nice handshake.
Ganda ng handshake.
Immediate barrier coming out from Dokdom. Gamushi using a barrier of his own just in case the tower shot does.
Kabisado yun ha. Matchup na yan. Keria Guma.
2v2 here already from the side of T1.
Kayo nag-abuse niya ng 23.
When the Kench gets locked in, you're just not going to have the laning pressure. This is really a pick that is expected to have
PK Kate.
pressure as you go deeper into the series, right? As you or rather into the game, when the dive will inevitably follow. Gotta say though, Kench into Anivia and Gragas really doesn't feel quite as good. I think
Ah.
the Nocturne and the all-in from Guma and Keria feels good to play into, but Anivia really makes it hard for you to actually reliably protect your carry, get W's off, and Gragas kind of self-explanatory. His ability to create space.
Oh, Keria with the fucking flash forward tas handshake.
Quick on the reactions, crucially, but that is a flash down in the laning phase. And again, while Owner is flashless, may still be in a position come level 6 to really force this dive before Peter has access to that ultimate.
Big for this T1 bottom lane that T1 want to play through their bottom lane here with this comp, this Kalista, Renata, Nocturne trifecta that they've been able to get for themselves. And it is going to mean guaranteed bot side Scuttle Crab with the early push there, and the ward as well from Doran, who took his time from top lane to go ward the second one. So they'll know that this time around, because it's done the same thing he did last time, where he did the clear into recall and then look for the crab.
I do like, though, you see, even though Nocturne isn't necessarily like the #1 dive champion, all the precautions are being taken. Cuz actually hovers there to see if they go for the crash, or for the dive from the first crash. Dokdom still going to be substantially behind, though, force the base. And the early game going the way of T1 here in this fourth game.
Kind of double value when you're able to shut down that Caitlyn early game that so often is incredibly impressive. Now, though, on the top side, Doran, they have to be careful. Good awareness, though.
They should
and
know.
See the potential gank coming, knowing that there's really no play on the bottom side to be had for KT.
Early stages of Mordekaiser versus Gragas, not too big. Plenty of sustain on
True.
Gragas, no problem. So just a farm fest up there, as both junglers will go into their second read clears. It's going to be a little bit quicker, of course, for Owner because of Cuz's little altered path where he goes for the quick recall.
Oh my God, ang layo pa rin pala nung cam ko. Lutang na ako.
When the Nocturne does end up towards the bottom side of the map.
Sorry, chat.
Currently, though, Area and Guma at least
Sorry, chat.
into the fog of war. Then going for pretty deep recalls.
Are seeing Faker taking not the best of trades, but not really bought it. Has his X still available. See if Cuz can make something happen. Might look here. Has his Raptors just now done. Making his way over. Even getting a summoner or getting the egg would be big.
Oh, Faker!
Good wall to force the disengage, but BDD full committing even though he has no mana. They do manage to get the passive out of Faker.
Ay, all in nila. Dito si Peter.
Peter on the way, the tongue lash there. They want to get the kill to BDD.
Wow.
Cuz in the end.
Nakuha ni Cuz.
What could be the deciding game. KT, they send all resources again towards mid lane to BDD to make it happen.
But it's Cuz that gets the kill again. Now we saw how that benefited them. As T1 wanting to look for the punish here.
Keria and Guma are powerful. They move in with the heal, a pillar to immediately block.
Oh! Owner! You fucking beauty.
Handshake is Peter barely able to make it out alive. Good recovery
Damn.
from T1.
And he flashes for that. He's like, no, trust me. I got this. Takes the wheel and finds the 50-50 steal.
Sometimes you need inspiration. When your team are backs against the walls and you just lost out first blood mid, you have to come up with some really big plays. And throwing it there, throwing the flash for the flip, getting it for Owner.
T1 get the objective, and now they've set up Doc Dom in the mid lane, but Peter a little bit late. You can see how, while BDD was comfortable in that 1v1, it's so difficult for Doc Dom. If a wall had appeared just a little bit more behind him, he very likely would have died like the one we're seeing here. Luckily, Peter is there to cover. Knockup will not connect. Nice initial stun from Faker. Procs the phase rush, will back away. Doesn't have any damage under his belt yet, or that could have been a lot more concerning for the side of KT.
It's nice, you know, you get a little indicator for where you need to throw your stun. As Cuz will be able to maintain this lead thanks to the kill that he got. Owner about to hit 6 though, and that is going to be when he comes online is perfect.
Perfect flash away. Doesn't
Perfect
want to risk
flash.
going to the death realm just to come out a few seconds later on the wrong side of a wall from Faker. And I do really love when people play goofy skins in very high stakes matchups.
The Gragas burp, a classic. All right, so much tension though, so much riding on this game as we get the swaps back out, and KT opting to send Caitlyn up to the top side of the map, whereas Guma and Keria have full priority here, trying to push in on BDD's Cassio.
And looking at how the early game setups are going to go, it feels like who gets to the objective first, right? If you're able to use the priority in your lanes, use the priority of this Guma lane with the Kalista Renata, you're able to turn them into vision, and you're able to pick them from KT as they rotate over. Because the big potential is amazing. Turn off the lights, displace them either with the wall or with the Gragas. And there's a lot of damage available early on to take down these targets. For KT, again, it feels like it's going to come down to what can we find in the team fight.
Yeah, an excellent lane assignment from T1. Again, Faker easily able to wave clear, even in the face of the Caitlyn Tom Kench. Good lane, mid lane
Easy
control
stocks.
from Keria and Gumayushi, and now Owner walks his way up top side. Immediate 3 grubs secure.
T1 continuing to stack the objectives that they need in this game. Using Guma and Keria, their priority nicely. They rotate over from mid lane to the grubs, up to top lane. They want
Grubs.
to keep that pressure on.
Hey, they got the first dragon as well. You know, the way in which they did it was high risk, but ended up
All
working
planned.
out. All planned. Oh, I mean, Owner knew, you know, otherwise you're a Nocturne that uses his flash for no reason, but he trusted his smite ones.
And they know that they are going to need to continue to stack those objectives. So we'll see if the emphasis on the earlier Dragon Soul for them does come to fruition. Kalista, of course, looking to be a snowball.
Ooh, and I do love that it's Doctom playing that Caitlyn skin from DRX. The last time that T1 lost in the finals, it was against that team as Faker. Should be fine here, but his prio is continuously maintained, and look at the top side. T1 keeping these waves shoved in, and plates will be our rewards.
And this feels like the first game where T1 are able to build such a clear advantage in the early stages. Yes, BDD has a small gold lead, but Gumayushi essentially, no one can stop this man from pushing in, from building a greater advantage. And you already talked about Drake stacking, right? Kalista, a champion who very effortlessly can contest the big smites of the game, and when Owner and Guma are working together, it feels pretty impossible for KT to stop an objective that T1 have started.
Guma on a lot of champions is pretty good at contesting dragons as well.
Has been known for that, yeah.
Yeah, he has stolen, even at this tournament, multiple dragons on different AD carry champions. This time around, though, we continue the Farm Fest, my friends.
Nice. Love it. You know, it's
bringing the LCK to the world
It wouldn't be
stage.
your final cast if we didn't get a little, the appropriate pace for an
Obviously,
LCK matchup.
the main issue is that normally we go completely off topic.
Sure.
We're not going to do that here.
No. Professionalism.
Yeah, obviously. There's a Hex Plate now done here for Owner. We'll have that available going into the first fight. Looks like double Roa to come through here for T1 as well.
20 seconds.
BDD close to his.
At this stage, however, it feels like T1 just ahead in terms of overall prio. Yes, BDD has mid lane push, but really has to be careful about wandering into Fog of War when Owner has access to that ultimate. Cuz has finished the Sundered Sky, not opting for a Trinity Force, knowing he might need a bit more sustain. Carry a bit of poke onto Peter, and T1 with this bot lane push, very likely set up to be first to the Drake.
Owner's there. Trying to, I think,
Okay, medyo boring pa yung game, pero kailangan.
can set up again. Trying to regain control into Renata,
Magkakapaan,
into Olivia.
man.
Kind of a nightmare. We haven't really talked about it too much, but the engage from KT just not the best. It's really looking like a full commit or bust.
Cuz ready for the 50-50. Faker off to the side, decent damage on a
Boom,
BDD.
inolin ni Owner.
All in. Flashback coming out from Cuz. Wall there as well as BDD just barely able to skirt around the edge. But the objective set up now for the side of T1. Double TPs. KT want to claim a bit for a bit more. Ulti coming out from the side of Keria. Drake down. The backline of KT Berserk as they look if they can turn it back. But again, they don't have the tools to keep the fight going unless Peter wants to flash Tongue Lash. But that's all their CC. Perfect fighting up to the side, dragging Faker into the death realm. In the
Faker
meantime,
nasa death realm.
Doran potentially caught out. The forward
Oh my God, grabe si BDD!
showing he can be clutch in the moments to count. Turning it again. KT
Foreman ult.
they lost the objective.
Di namatay si Jokdam!
The Drake to T1. The
Oh, run, run!
Doran's gonna want that one back. The big whip
Okay,
on
Faker
the
W.
Gragas engagement.
Peter, hello? What?
Thick skin, yeah, it's not
Huh?
gonna save you. Caught up in the hype, caught up in the moment. Faker
Para saan yun?
get one back.
Yeah, getting a little bit ahead of themselves there. The roller coaster, sometimes a bit of a bumpy ride. But as we highlighted, it's BDD that takes this fight into his own hands. At CKT, they at first very respectful of the amount of disengage available on T1. And it's not until this pillar comes through that they're really ready to commit.
Yeah, and they try and pincer them against. Then Doran goes for the big play, but he's left in the middle, and BDD hits the ultimate, peeling all
Grabe
the rest
ulti ni
of it.
BDD
Yes,
dun.
getting those stuns, and T1 get chased out.
And Perfect, while that was happening, took out one of the big DPS sources for T1. Even though he doesn't actually take out Faker, we can see there, the BDD topping those damage charts, and Faker, he was just hitting a Mordekaiser.
Nothing you could do. Guma, BDD, the points of pressure that we look at for both teams. Gumayushi does go down in the end, giving a lot of that gold back to Dokdom, crucially for this KT lineup. And BDD now with the Roa fully stacked as Faker struggles to complete his, is in an excellent position in the fights to come. Again, 1 minute and 30 seconds now until that Herald is available. Top side still close. Mid lane still very much dominated by Guma. T1 would really like to have that prio advantage ahead of this next objective.
Yeah, they made the call. Just try and go for Dokdom. You know, Doran getting in there for the knockback, but they didn't have the damage to follow it back up. And so the extra kills here for KT, but T1 preemptively got the Dragon. So that plan of stacking the Drakes is still there.
Ooh, and this is a game where I think Ocean's are actually going to get a ton of value. It makes your side laning so oppressive. There are a ton of champions on either side that have a good amount of sustain. Going to become even more annoying when you become basically an immovable object in that side. And a lot of champions that, even with the Roas, even with the Seraphs, are going to chew through a ton of mana. As right now, KT feeling like, despite everything that's happened, game basically that even, right? If anything, it's in favor of T1, given that we've seen the Grubs go their way, given that they're currently up a whole whopping 2 plants as well.
And remember the context of all of KT's kills. It is a lot of flashes, it is a lot of full committals with very long cooldown sums and abilities. T1 still have a much easier time setting up fights, setting up picks, and because they've secured those 2 Drakes, they will inevitably be allowed to force at least one fight on their own terms, even now as we see both teams setting up for the Herald.
And I think that will be necessary for T1 because KT, they have used this Caitlyn so effectively from the very beginning of the tournament. And they've constantly looked towards the late game with this champion for Dokdom. And the Siege power, the extra range. KT right now, speaking of Siege, with the 4-1, but T1 are able to take control of it. They've got control and access to the Rift Herald as well, so they can continue to stack these neutral objectives. And that's the way that they're going to apply this pressure to KT and not allow them a lot of extra time in the game.
Early objective stacking going the way of T1 convincingly and fully. As a possible play onto Doran here, a dive with about 50 seconds.
Oh my God, si Doran.
Would be big.
Owner on the way. Access to the ulti. TP.
Oh my God, 5 ban sa bot.
Full commit now going down. Owner turning off the lights. All of KT immediately.
Oh my God, we go. Okay, out muna pala. Never mind.
Thick skin. Abyssal dive away as Faker takes down the top lane tier 1. And again, this is the struggle of the KT composition. It's so hard to force anything, and T1 continue to trade up.
And T1 read them like a book. The 5-man rotation gets punished heavily. They're ready to keep Doran safe this time around. That Gragas will not be taken down. And then on the cross map, the top side turret falls.
Now they're in a perfect position to contest this next
Tag
break.
lang.
Good news for the side of KT is at least Dokdom finally has that collector. He's able to chip away at Gumayusi's health bar.
Ingat ang lahat, guys.
Guma forced to be reckoned with. KT poking their heads, and they don't really have the vision, but they do have a ward on the flank that Perfect can find his way in. We'll just take the more conventional path through the mid lane, however.
And look at the flank from Doran here, trying to hide there on the Ocean Rift, looking for a big displacement.
Herald summoned in the mid lane. 5v5 at the pit. Flash ulti available for BDD if he wants to try and find it. Perfect isolated off to the side.
Oh!
Stops Peter from going any further. Dokdom completely isolated. Cooking the barrel for just
Owner!
Taking it.
Doran?
Isolated.
Carrieran. Play Guma. Oh my God, grabe ulti ni BDD.
The ulti from BDD, he might get a couple more kills, but again, the objective belongs to KT. Even as T1 begin to fall, Faker and Carry are ready to turn it.
Ano the objectives no punta sa KT? What the fuck? What do you mean, man?
Connecting for full damage, Cuz on the chase, waiting a few seconds for the pillar, but the stun clutch disengage from the side of T1.
T1, they get the dragon, but at what cost, guys? The gold here going over to KT, some of these kills. Ooh, it is tense. I mean, T1, I think it's still good because they can still keep up their timeline for Dragon Soul.
I think you take it because of the double steal that comes through, right? Because they're unable to get this dragon. Owner gets to secure again. And I want to look at the amount of flashes that are blown here for KT. As Dokdom gets taken down, completely focused by Guma, who stays alive until BDD gets on top of him.
Hey, Log!
The stalling here is a big deal, and the trades aren't that bad when it comes to kills here for T1. And with that objective going their way, so many summoners were blown there for KT.
And I think the big thing that I'm looking at is the effectiveness of this Tom Kench. This is a moment where across this series it's felt like Peter flashes in to try to devour
Hawak pa ng
Dokdom.
T1 ng laro.
Flashes over the wall. They can't get the angle. And those moments of miscoordination are effortless for T1 to punish. And this is something they cannot afford because they're already falling behind in terms of map pressure. Even if they have a kill advantage, they're behind in gold. Single mistakes like that could cost them everything.
And I'm looking at Owner's smite button.
Oh yeah.
Inspect that thing. This guy is cold as hell, man. Keeps on getting these dragons. Started out the game with a flash to go steal it. Can he do one more? Does he have one more in him?
And started off the game without a flash to speak of. When it comes off cooldown, he flashes to steal it. And again, this is the member that we've heralded on this T1 lineup as the most consistent point. Being clutch around these objectives is crucial because now you see the runway, you see the path to victory. The Otacon, the soul, stand in front of T1.
2013 OGN Summer, those telecom wars going the distance. Will we go the distance here on the World Finals?
Game 5, please.
Poll, can we ask for Game 5 blind pick?
Game 5, please.
It's a throwback. Let's get double Zeds, double Shens back
Fearless
in there.
Game 5 blind pick.
Run it back.
We could do that, right? It's fine.
We have that authority, I'm sure.
Yeah, certainly.
Absolutely not, for anyone concerned.
5 flashes have been blown by KT, and that does mean that I expect T1 to maintain prio in these lanes, because not having flash means that you're much more susceptible to a Nocturne showing up and taking your lunch money as owner. We've seen him and Gumayushi often be the deciding factor together. As KT, they might just full send in on Otacon, at least to get the TP out of Doran.
Understand the gamble that KT are in, because T1 are collapsing, and in the meantime, waves are being deleted. It's costing KT hundreds of gold.
No
just
way,
to be
right?
here.
No way, right?
And if T1 take the fight, it might just cost them the game.
Perfect has
KT
ult.
sticking around,
Perfect.
ready to get them
Ulti.
away. The ulti not stacked.
Lol, to si Perfect.
Going forward just a little bit longer, the death realm to come out.
Oh my god, boy pa si Guma.
Turning off the lights on this team.
Hey, laglog!
Fight between both lineups. Gumayushi
Oh my god, patay na si Perfect. Sa Death Realm. Oh my god. T1. Faker. Nice stun. Ulti. Oh my god. Nag-ulti si Keria. Oh my god. Nakakait si Kaz. Oh! My god, nakuha ni Guma yung atakan.
And there
Oh,
it
what
is,
the
the
fuck?
second smite for T1 strikes again as Otacon goes their way.
Nakuha na naman ng pangalawang jungler.
That was a tense one. You can tell the call from KT, I think at the beginning, is have Mordekaiser just run at owner and try and ult owner. But look at Perfect getting kited. The Anivia does so much work keeping him at bay.
Putik si
Carry as well,
Gumay na pindot.
trying to delay. And then as the ult goes down there, they kite it back out. Otacon resetting. They put so many spears into this Otacon.
And I cannot think of a worse champion to pull into Death Realm 1v1 than a Kalista that has been accelerated. Unfortunate from the side of KT.
Yeah.
You see that they have the damage, that they have the items. They just cannot put it where it counts. And ultimately, that just means that T1 are even further ahead. 23-9, the score in terms of the pedals. 1,000 gold advantage and 20 seconds until T1 are set up to take the soul.
It's going to have to be a miraculous team fight here from KT, because they are second to the objective. And if this soul goes over, barring an Elder flip, T1's got to be feeling real good.
Doran isolated for a moment, the miasma just a little bit late as Faker.
Uy! Nakakatakot yun pag nag-grab si Faker dun.
Cuz still eating a bit of damage. The poke from T1.
Oh my god, ang kati ni Guma. Naman si Jokdom ng QE. Faker run! Owner, brown out. Ayun o! Separated! Let's go! Pwede na si Perfect! Oh my god, oh! My god, Doran, you fucking beauty, man. Oh my god, oh my god. Dancing, Guma.
Smites available.
Hoy, si Owner.
It's going to teleport back. They're recalling Mordekaiser and the Anivia.
The fight just continues to go. 6K getting lower. Jokdom trying to get
Ulti! Grabe si Keria! Nakain ni Peter kaso mamatay pa rin yata si Jokdom. Nakapag-flash si Jokdom. Oh my god, si Owner patay. Na-block ni Doran. Ang ganda na ulti ni VDD, man. Peter dead! Oh my god! Nakuha ni Doran! Guma! Kite E! Oh my god! Game 5! Holy shit! Kuya Rek, Game 5! Kuya Rek, I can feel a Game 5! Oh my god!
Made every person in this stadium stand up as well. Doctum gets hit with the Keria ultimate immediately. Peter trying to bail him out. They're both so low they get pushed out. Then Doran blocking the Caitlyn ultimate, protecting Owner here as they try and kite back into the pit. Meanwhile, on the top side, BDD was running straight at them. Immediately gets deleted there by Keria and Faker on the other side.
And it's Guma skirting alongside the fight. And the fact that Faker, even though BDD got his ultimate off, hit him with the stun. So he didn't actually get to do the damage that he needed to.
Ngiti na si Faker, pre! Let's go! Yes!
Surprise the moment of the game. Ocean Soul secured for T1.
Plus in the lead up to that fight, Faker was kiting so well with the Anivia, and there was a moment where the
Grabe, 8.5k!
but the Trundle Pillar
Damn.
also bumped him out
Oh
as
my
well.
god, the Anivia value, man.
The annoyance of the late game Anivia, the kiting here that he's able to pull off, really created so much space.
And T1 seemed to perfectly understand their strengths in comparison to KT's weaknesses. We've mentioned it countless times. We saw it in draft, and we've seen it be the bane of KT this entire game. They do not have good tools to force picks. T1 get to stay in these fights at 20% health, 30% health, because once they see that pillar go down, they know there's no way anyone else is getting on top of them in the back line. Now, Soul in
BDD and
their favor,
Faker.
Flowers in their favor, 5K gold lead, and they're set up to take the first Baron of the game.
It's again costly when it comes to summoners for KT. And T1, call the T1 Baron. Gold leads there, Ocean Soul is theirs. And KT, we'll see if they can make something happen.
Owner and T1 have secured every single objective this game. Cuz moving in, but zoned away.
Oh! Big ult, Doran! Oh my god! You fucking beauty talaga, pre!
Owner using an ulti of his own.
Honor? Looking?
Meanwhile, in the mid lane, happy to just continue fighting.
Brown out lang, huwag mag-engage.
Looking to get taken down by Faker. He's in the death realm, but Faker's happy with the 1v1.
Wah!
Just in time.
Ang ina, kinain ni Faker si Perfect sa loob, man. Yo, sorry.
They've already
Bakit pa
lost
yan?
their top laner. The game rapidly slipping away.
They're trying their best to not let this game go to 5 as Doran still searching.
No flash.
Doran still looking, man. Still looking. Faker nasa side bush.
Faker just waiting in the darkness.
Guma. Nice wall. Ulti. Jokdam. Medyo awkward yung position ni Jokdam.
Flash not there for Cuz either.
BDD, dito mama yung ult.
W in from Peter does absolutely
Oy!
They see a vulnerable opponent. They know
Guma! Fucking Guma, man. Look at Guma, man. Oh my god, Doran. Ang galing mo talaga, pre. Holy shit.
in a world final.
The T1 ensure that we
Ha.
are going the distance. We are getting
Silver Scrapes, man. Let's go. 5 games tayo na.
just cannot close the gap to T1's backline.
The turn off of Baron to grab the kills, and now they will secure the objective. Here's another look at it. So Doran had just
Man, look at Doran, man. Look at Doran, man.
used Cassiopeia ultimate. The rest of them can then chase through the
And
river
then,
here.
boom, Guma. Pug. Kite. Guma. Doran. Boom. Bomba.
Know that if Baron goes down, game is as good as lost. And Peter, it's not an enviable job. You're trying to play engage Kench, and I've seen a single man do that well, and he's on the opposite side
Yan,
of
nasa
the
opposite
rift.
side.
We knew it was a gamble.
Kabisado ni Kira yan, man.
Plus the blind Cassio, I think, really getting punished so nicely by
Yeah,
T1 in
pangit
this
nung
game.
Casio blind.
The
Tangina.
top lane difference as well. The Mordekaiser has not found a lot of value. He's getting kited a lot, and hasn't had very high value ultimates either. So we'll see as we progress in this series. If we progress, because T1 still have not done it yet. They've got the Dragon Soul and a 9,000 gold lead though, so they definitely should be able to.
They had 20 pedal lead. They have Krubs. We haven't
Joke the
taken a
boys
turn
over
yet,
his
Kobe.
They got more items. They got more money.
Game 5, guys.
Yeah.
Looking like a hard road for the
I
side of
know,
KT. And
but
now,
it's good news for us.
when a comeback happens, if KT can make it happen, then it's something to be considered. Maybe a miracle flash, but it will take that miracle. And for KT, it's so important not to lose sight of the bigger picture. This is a game you could afford to lose because of what you won earlier. It might come down to a best of one, but you need to be at your best form
Wall,
for that
wall,
matchup.
Faker.
Because This game is looking done.
Tower.
dusted.
Paper na paper.
Owner pushing in the mid lane. KT can't really afford to
Owner.
split that tower.
Kinakalmot yung tower sa mid.
Diving into their backline. A very real threat.
BDD found a big play on his Yone.
Here we go. Here we go.
Genji.
Game deciding.
Find a
Game deciding
miraculous
clash. Game
comeback.
deciding
This game
clash.
feels so much more dire. About 35 seconds.
Bomba.
So we see that Elder come up. I don't even know if T1 really wants to wait for it.
No. Wait.
They can just decide to back off. No pressure on them.
Owner waiting, hoping to catch out a member of KT, over eager, knowing how important it is for them to stop the Soul from going down. 20 seconds, a TP in his
TP
mid
sa
lane.
harapan ni Guma.
Catch out Gumayushi here. But it's perfect. Again, this is the problem. No matter who TP's in, it's so effortless for T1 to just walk away.
Yeah, perfect. Guma is 2 levels up on the top laner.
Oy, naipit si Kaz! Hell na! Flash. Guma. Oh my god, agad na ulti ni BDD. Oh my god, mukhang na-turn around pa, pre. Ulti ni Keria. Si Guma, nakapag-preet pa si Kuya. Oh my god. Quadra kill. Game fucking 5, man. Let's go.
Guma lives the engage, and T1's hopes live in the grand finals.
Game fucking 5, boys. Oh no, KT. Game 5. Oh no! Oh no! Oh fuck! It's a fucking rap.
In game 4, though, the story for
Damn.
T1 as we get ready for game 5. Let's send it back over to the analyst desk.
They're on it again, Dracos. That's what's happening. I cannot believe what's
Let's
happening
go.
in front of my eyes. The fact that at every single objective, they look like they could lose the game, but somehow they secure it and somehow they stay ahead despite everything KT threw at them.
I can absolutely believe it because I've seen this happen at Worlds several times and I've seen it happen to my team so many times back in the LCK and in OGN Champions. I don't think it was louder in this building than when Faker absolutely popped off on Anivia and they showed the damage numbers at 8,568. This entire place was cheering just for that graphic alone.
We see Koma there. He's deep in thought. He, of course, had said before that 2017 is something I regret, right? Let's look at this.
Oh my god, game fucking 5, boys. Boys and girls, wrap it up. Lock in.
One of those critical plays. Keria pops out of the brush, catches.
Grabe ulti ni Kerry, walang takas oh. Prime perfect man.
It felt like decided in a lot of ways.
It was
You beauty.
so many tense fights that T1 just kept getting the better of KT in. So many of these moments, if they just swung slightly the way of KT, maybe things could have been different. But under this situation, to be down against KT, who's at match point, T1 are just too
Damn,
good
fuck.
It's crazy.
at playing from this pressure.
Yeah, and I think the big thing for me that
Holy
happened
fuck.
in this early game is that whenever T1 looked like they were in a bad spot, even when KT was coming out ahead in the fight, T1 had all of the objectives.
Yeah.
They were chilling until their Nivea
100% yung
comes
objectives.
offline
What
and
the
destroys
hell?
Absolutely everyone. And again, I cannot understate how strong of a pick Anivia was for Faker in this draft against what KT had drafted.
It was very, very good. I asked for like a super cut of all the objectives just because we talked so much about Guma making kind of those mistakes in the game before that, right? And how at this level that does happen. But how does this happen every single time? Is that plot armor?
I mean, it's kind of crazy. It just feels like they're able to step up in these big moments. I think Cuz maybe just barely didn't have his smite and didn't quite get it off. It was at 619. Owner flashes in, auto smite, steals it away. They had so many opportunities.
Oh
where you
my
think,
god,
okay, they're
let's go,
finally gonna
man.
get it. Owner gets in again and steals it.
Huh.
The soul fight was actually Dorian securing it, where Dorian went off in this next fight, Betty.
It was really important for certain players to step up, and given that this series has been the Cuz show, Owner couldn't have picked a better time to show up in this series. Fantastic.
Grabe
play
si
on all
Guma
the
dun.
objectives, and
Lahat ang galing nila, di ba?
His
What the?
scoreline was not impressive, but the impact
Wow.
he had in so many
Holy
of
crap.
these team fights
Wait lang, Kois. Be right back,
was
Kois.
truly phenomenal.
It was, and I have to shout out BDD as well, right? Because he gets, just like on the Syndra, right? He gets a lot of four-man stuns. He gets in there with the Casio. He can turn the fight, but you just see at some point that with all the objectives that T1 had and the fact that they were up on the forefront, right? And they have the confidence makes that they just run this one home.
Absolutely, and I mean, I think they're going to be regretting giving that man a Nivea.
Yeah.
Talking through, hey, if you're going to blind Casio, you really do need to ban the Anivia. Instead, they elected to take away the Galio and the Hwei, which are comfort picks for Faker. With Faker, there's always going to be something up, but man, Anivia was crazy in this game.
And while we look at the faces of T1, focused, calm, getting ready for the next game, we know that this is a situation where they've been in multiple times before, even just last year against BLG. For KT, I can't imagine the pressure that they must feel, the stress, given that you could be a single game away from lifting a World
Yo,
Trophy,
chat. Be right
or
back, chat.
It could be done and dusted just like that.
I mean, it's basically
Teka lang,
the best
sirs.
moment of your life or the worst
Break
moment of
time
your
din
life,
ako.
right? And it's coming in 30 minutes.
Yerby.
And we heard interviews
Bye.
from both of the
Game
bot
5, guys.
from T1.
Let's go.
where they're talking about the advantage that they have is the experience. They have been here before. Keria said, I wanted it too much. I was dying to get it. And I think KT is going to be as well.
Yes, they are absolutely dying to get it. We'll get some time to talk on the other end of the break about this man, Emily, but also about the chances of KT. We'll be right back before Game 5.
The fight just continues to go. 6K getting lower. Doctum trying to get a bit of poke. Hops will take over connecting. They don't have a cleanse. Devour from Peter is good, but it might not matter. Cuz continuing to move in. BDD waiting over the wall. The ulti is there, but they don't need to face him yet. The turn on the Faker. Is it enough? 3K. Cuz in the pit. At the end of the day, it does not matter because it is Doran to get the soul. KT might be able to get the fight, but there's too many members of T1 standing. Ocean Soul to T1 as everybody on KT falls.
How could it end any other way than a Game 5 in this telecom war for the ages between KT and T1 with their eyes set on the Summoners Cup? We have been blessed with the series so far, but now comes, Azael, the most important game of KT's career.
Absolutely. I mean, you can really say for a lot of these players, their entire life has built to this one moment. There's so much pressure on being able to perform in this moment. This is one of those things where you are going to be thinking about this as I said before, the best moment of your life or the worst moment of your life. And it all comes down to how you perform in this next game.
And that's why I really did like what BDD said to Cuz, right? Where he was like, it's just one more match. That's what it has to be for them. They have to be able to shrug off the pressure and play like it's just one more match, as we see their friendship going back all the way to 2017 Longzhu Gaming when they first started playing together. And the other person who's been here is Score. I don't know if that was necessarily the worst day of his life. Maybe it was the 2 HP Baron fiasco against Rocks Tigers. But as the coach of this KT roster, I think they should also be looking to him, who was on the 2018 team.
I mean, he's quoted this moment personally versus IG, who would go on to win the cup, as where they left left it all on the Rift and they didn't do enough, and that's what we saw that he tried to instill into this roster. But again, this is when all the floodlights are on, right? This is when you've had time to think about it, and you know it's only one game. Only the best survive that.
And if you want to look at some history, across the 9
Let's fucking
or
go,
5
man.
games that these two organizations have had, it's 6 to T1 in game 5.
Oh my God, let's
3
go.
to KT. The odds favor T1, as has been their history. But again, every time we have to mention that it is the magic of Worlds that we love to watch. And on this day, history will be made, whether it is the 3-peat for T1 or whether it is KT who is able to upset the dominant Giants.
And BDD, who was in our featured matchup today versus Faker, how could he not be? Now, we started off the show by talking about the eras from Faker, right? And we have here his rookie era. I also want to say we have the actual final, but the two that are most important currently are these two, Azael and Betty. Why?
Yeah, I mean, it's the question of, you know, is it that heartbreaking moment for Faker being distraught after having lost a
Oh my
final
God,
he
tingnan mo
thought
aso.
he was going to be able to take down? To me, this defined him because it showed how much of a competitor he is. Even though he had won so many world
Teka,
championships,
wait
we
lang,
still
guys.
got this kind of a reaction from him when he finally fell.
But the beauty of modern day Faker is that not only has he found a way to, I mean, people will argue that back in 2015, 2016, this was his prime. But this feels like T1's prime, the era of T1. And today we could witness him doing what he couldn't do in the past with these players, marking his mark on history once again.
Do you see it? The little Easter egg, it has 6 stars on the bottom for if it does come true. And let's just stand still with this for a second, right? When you talk about KT being almost at the top of the mountain and just needing to bring it home, Faker is on the other side. And often when we talk about Faker, we're not mentioning all the rest, but it's also so important for them, and they've done it 2 times before. But who hasn't, Azael?
Doran has not done it. He is not a world champion. As I said at the start of the day, I feel like his legacy is the most impacted out of anyone on T1 by far. If he wins here, he can push aside all this narratives about him being an international choker, about him not being able to rise to the moment. And if he loses, I think people are still going to be casting aspersions on just how good he has been.
Yeah, because he has been fantastic in this series. We talked about it in the Gragas game. We've talked about it in this series, how much of an impact that he has consistently tried to have. And I think he deserves such a massive shout out.
Imagine walking back on stage and seeing this, Emily, KT looking at the cup thinking it's now or never.
Yeah, as we see everyone walking back on stage, both teams look pretty relaxed. That's good, right? Good sign. But that man, Doran, I think encapsulates what has made both of these teams, has brought them here, right? Because it's not that they haven't made mistakes. Doran, I feel like, has even made mistakes in this series, but then has overcome them to have fantastic plays, helping bring this to a Game 5.
And I mean, we talk so much about T1 and rising to the occasion, but we also have to give that credit to KT in this series, because I think so many teams
Let's
would
fucking
fall
go.
apart
Let's fucking go,
with
man.
the amount of
Game
pressure that has been
fucking
put
5.
on them when things have gone wrong. But KT has consistently played towards the rain conditions, played confidently, even down 12K in a soul. You see BDD flashing over the wall on Casio, looking for that moment. And they have not shied away from the bright lights of the World Finals. I think we're going to be in for an incredible Game 5.
KT are the almost men of the LCK. They've almost had their dynasties. They've almost been the best team in the world, but they've never been able to prove it. Today, they've demonstrated that they, at the very least, stand shoulder to shoulder with the greatest that we have in our esport, but they can do what KT have never been able to do before. And to do it against T1 would be incredible.
Would be incredible, and is also the most difficult task that can be laid
Let's
upon
go.
your shoulders if you are KT. Not just for the fans that maybe have become a fan of them during this tournament because of what they've shown, but so many, like the one here next to me and the one I can see
Game
there,
fucking
Lord,
5, man.
who have followed this team for so long, for so many years, for so many heartbreaks, for reverse sweeps. You can undo it all
Eto na yun,
for
pre.
all of those fans. But on the other side stands
Go for
T1
6.
and stands Faker. This isn't their first rodeo. They've done this a couple of times already. And in Game 5s, they know exactly what it takes to win that Summoner's Cup. Will it be BDD with his first after
Hi,
a
Pao.
life of longing for the Summoner's Cup. Or will it
Pre!
be Takers?
Pre, tuto na pre! Pre, crazy man. Ay, nakala ko matatalo na yung game 5. Ay, game 4.
Unique. It is the first world final with Fearless Draft.
Ah!
This might be the
Let's
hardest
go!
Game 5 we've ever seen. There's never been a world final with more emphasis on diverse champion pools.
Wala ako nyan.
On adaptability, you cannot fall back on meta staples
Wala ako
or
100k.
comfort
Let's
picks.
go man! Lock
Straight up
in!
put everything on the table as we get ready.
Oh my god, game fucking 5 bro.
This is also where you could maybe see teams take big
Last
gambles. We've
game.
seen teams try to throw off
BO5.
KT picking blue side despite
First to
being
3
in
wins,
front of Fearless.
BO5.
Maybe this is the game where we leave open things like the Azir, which have
Ma
basically
matatanggal na ba yung sumpa sa League Worlds na bawal ka mag-3-pit? Okay, drafting time! Boom, boom, boom! Bard! Bard! Draven! Azir! And then what? Oriana pa din. Di na ibibigay Oriana. Ito na. Lock in! Lock in! Okay, T, kung matalino kayo, you fucking ban Galio. Yung trophy, no? Grabe. Kung matalino kayo, ibaban nyo yung Ornn pati Galio, man. Yan.
In domestic leagues, Game 5 of Fearless has meant scaling. Champions like Ornn rising to
Do
the
we fucking pick Galio T1 o we ban it, man?
flying hyper carry,
Lock in!
making all the difference. So KT wisely
Okay, ban pa rin yung Yone. Yone. Oh, pipik na ba? Pipik ba ni BDD? What if BDD Akali? Sigs, okay. Okay, bro. Hey! Wag nyo ibigay yung Sigs. Ay, wag nyo ibigay yung ano, Seraphine, man.
Maokai 80 or Ivern 80 mid shenanigans here from KT. Because normally what I'd be thinking about is BDD.
What if we pick? Huh? What if? Kai'Sa? Guma, alam ko di ka marunong, di ka magaling mag-Kai'Sa. Ayan na pala, Pantheon. Pero may chance. Ito na yung chance mo. Oh! Ito na nakikita. Naamoy ko na yung Galio. Ito na yung Galio. Pre, ito na yung Galio. Naaamoy ko na yung Galio. Ito na yung Galio. Lalabas na yan dyan. Lalabas na yan dyan. Pag hindi yan lumabas, oh my god. Oh! Let's go! Lock in! Lock it in, man. Game 5. Let's go. Pang! Pang! Back-to-back finals. Game 5 Galio. Oh, KT, do we pick Seraphine or no? No? Yes? Ah, may Nautilus pa nga pala. Are we sure? Yan, prayo nyo yan. Pwede yan, kung gusto nyo may chance. Yan. Tas, dyan nyo i-pick. Dyan nyo i-pick yung ano. Dyan nyo i-pick yung Nautilus. Or, pwede na tayong kumuha ng mid. Ah, sige, prayo nyo yan. Baka makuha pa eh. By the way, yung Pantheon ng T1, pwedeng i-flex yan pero higher chance maging jungle. Tapos pwede na tayo mag-pick ng support dito. Or ADC. T1, what are we thinking? What if Jhin? Ha?
ADC yan.
What if Jhin?
Every choice could be the one that costs you.
Ooh! Camille! Camille ni Doran!
It's the Camille for
Ay.
Camille Galio we were looking for in the previous game finds itself
Okay, I smell you.
Number 5. The crazy pick potential that T1 have
Okay.
drafted.
For sure, baban natin Sera, di ba? T1? Ay, hindi na pala Sera, may Nautilus na pala. Oh, Akali ban. Ban yun ni Akali. Ay, okay, may Maokai. Hindi ko tinitignan yung mga na-series ban.
Not in recent times, but there is a lot of short range on T1. They're basically committed. I'm wondering if T1 want to go towards Jinx. That has been something
Eh, Kai'Sa or Jinx? Yan. Yeah, Kai'Sa yung binan. Kai'Sa yung binan. Ibibigay ba? Ibibigay ba yung ano? Ibibigay ba yung Jinx? KT? Bibigay nyo ba? May plano ba kayo sa Jinx?
Yeah, full dive comp makes sense.
Skarner. Okay, good ban. What the fuck?
So they said, if they still wanted a tank in the jungle, it would be Sejuani. Kind of
God.
pushing them in that direction if they wanted it.
I'm still looking at that Neferi or Cuz on something.
Eh, yung Jin. Pinan nga yung Jin. Sayang. Di nakalusot yung Jin. May plano yung ano, Kitty. MF! MF? Pre? Seryoso? Game 5 MF? Sure na tayo dyan?
MF, parang MF Pantheon yan ah.
Yun nga eh, pwede nga yung MF Pantheon eh.
Tangina, MF Pantheon yan, grabe burst niyan.
Transition them into mid-wave so that you can make use of your
Oh my god,
global
Katie.
filter as well. So Misfortune on
Eh, isa Juwan.
Nauna yung
Juwan.
live nung kapatid ko.
Sed.
Hindi, magkatabi lang kami ng please.
And Sejuani, one of
Let's go.
his all-time favorites. In 2023,
Oh my god, lalabas na yung... Ay, Tristana!
Tristana, do it,
Sige,
do it,
pwede!
do it,
Pwede!
do it, do it, do it.
Pwede!
Tristana,
Pwede! Pwede!
Tuloy mo.
ADC bot lane yan, pwede yan.
Tuloy mo yan.
Smolder, boring! 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 Naglag! Oh, di ba naglag? Ang boring yan. Ito ang tanong. Jungle ang ipipick or support hero?
Tangina, mas maganda scaling ni Tristana sa lineup na to eh. Awit. Smolder.
Oh my god, natakot ako sa last pick, man. Tumatawa si Keria, pre! Ayun, sige. Sige.
Diba?
Oh my god.
grab the ultimate here. And
Okay, go drop. Pause. Boom. Oh, refresh. Log. Ah, ano na.
GG.
Oh my god.
Alam ko na to. Napanood ko na to, pre.
Uy, angas ng post nyo. Only legends know. Kangkang my goat. Valorant yun eh. Di naman league to, pre. Ba't nagba-Valorant post ka, man?
Riot naman daw.
Ah, sabagay. Riot.
You're just pressing your buttons. Everyone goes in.
Wrong game
You
lang,
layer
wrong
that MF ult on top.
Ooh, let's go.
The problem that you have will disappear in seconds.
Remember that the performance also crucial. If a single member on KT or T1 misstep, despite the confidence we've earned.
Ganda ng trophy ngayon. Binalik nila yung lumang design ng ano, Summoners Cup.
Yan yung lumang-luma.
Oh, tas ni-redesign lang nila. Kakulay nung ano, kakulay nung previous na ano, Summoners Cup. Yung pagka-silver. Dati kasi hard silver. Ayun mo, Pager, ang sarap mo talaga. Wala, natalo na sila.
2025 here in Chengdu. BDD was asked in the interview after they upset
Man, game 5 galyo to man, Pager.
And I thought his answer was so eloquent. He said, just do what you normally do.
Oh, kids, hawakan na ang mga kamay. Eto na tayo. Last game of the fucking day, man. Last tournament. Last game ng buong year ng league, man. Here we go. Oh, spellbook Keria. Let's fucking go, man. Gusto ko. Ano gusto ko?
Level 1 setups, keeping an eye out for any creative
Yay!
options, drawing lines of scrimmage.
Kanina, magkakatabi lahat ngayon, lahat ng sides, so tiga mo. Opposite lang.
One thing I do want to highlight for specifically is the value of Mercs. Looking at the CC that's available on T1.
Dapat dito sa ginawa ng KT, sure kill na yung ano eh.
Let's go. Actually, nakakatakot yung bot lane ng KT. Putang, grabe. Oh! Oh, chill. Pag nag-auto-attack ka dun, bug, hatak, drench line. Pok. AW perfect, naka-panda skin, man.
Take a look at how Cuz and Owner have performed last game. No doubt a masterclass from Owner, but here comfort for Cuz on on Sejuani.
Grabe lamang sigas, oh.
Option for Owner. We know what he can do with those
Faker, alam mo yan.
Eyes are on them to make these early game plays.
Alam mo yan.
Even as we see the
Hirap ka dyan.
Can we add Smite's hit to that list of stats as well?
I don't know. I think
Actually, kailangan na ni Faker mag-6 eh. Makakaharap-harap na yun. Oo, Doran! Looking!
Perfect and Doran just trading blows.
Camille, one of those
Akala ko magchochogat eh kasi
I
nag-Yorick
think
eh.
has a really funny power curve like level 1, level 2, level 3, you're feeling great.
Tapos nilock in yung Camille.
First base, not too bad.
Oo, lifesteal.
Until you hit your Triforce.
Uy, Kerya! Kerya! Wag!
Just trying to zone away, make the most of that level 2 power spike. Knockdown and Peter waiting to catch the wave.
And BDD is going to be trying his best to both farm as many stacks as possible.
Oh my
and
God.
keep this Galio lane locked. If Galio isn't able to make impact.
Oh, Doran, you beauty.
Especially in the early game, it's going to make it a lot
Oh.
harder for T1 to find
Hey, yung
places.
mga panda, pre.
Oh, look at Owner. He's diverted his pathing. He's looking for
Ah!
It's a classic.
Perfect. Needs to back up.
Level 3 na si Doran! Wala na! Wala na! Kill na si Perfect! Level 3 na si Doran! Wala na! Wala na! Di na yan! Mapapatay na yan! Wala na yan! Let's go! Let's go! Wala na yan! Nag-3 si Doran! Sure ball yun! May ina si Doran!
From Owner. The price you pay is usually
Kahit saan siya pumunta dun.
And since Faker is
Nakita
getting
niya pa rin yung
pushed in,
Maker natin.
since the Smolder has priority, it does allow Cuz to exact
Faker,
that
alam mo
price.
yan. Alam mo yung matchup na yan, pre.
TP back to the lane.
Tungnan, laki naman ng betlog ni Faker. Tignan mo, hindi nag-Doran shield.
Yeah, so we'll still need to play with a little bit of respect.
Nag-ring?
The Perfect has had such an incredible tournament.
Sa Smolder matchup?
When the criticism towards him
Walang
was the
pakialam.
heaviest was when he fell behind early.
Damn.
It's been a big test
Faker,
for
my
him
goat.
to try and not fall deeper down the hole once it started. Many an LCK team in playoffs throughout the last 2
Hoy, Log!
years have made that their goal. And this is his biggest test.
Expect nyo si Peter lagi umaangat ng ano. Tutulong ng jungle tapos paangat-angat ng mid. Aalagaan nila yung Smolder eh.
Do the top side, 3 camp in the gank, sacrifices blue buff.
O teka, walang happenings, walang happenings. Refresh. Boom. Para di tayo ano, late sa update.
For the ability for Doran to dive in on his Camille. Hextech ultimatum into Galio ultimate lockdown. The possibilities here are critical for T1 and Owner. Back on the warpath.
Ooh, BDD! Ah! Nagkamali si Faker ng flash E!
Faker tried to go for the angle, the flash.
Nice try.
Punch, hoping it would carry him back just far
Ang
enough.
sketchy talaga ng flash E, pero putang bisa nun kung tumaman.
Swing and a miss from the GOAT.
Flash E palayo kasi mas ano eh. Aabante pa si Galio kapag magta-third skill eh. Matagal yun kapag nag-flash E siya paharap eh.
But BDD
Makaka-react si
doesn't even have
BDD.
to use flash himself, just walks it up.
Nagkamali lang si
This means
Faker.
that Faker is now in an even deeper hole
Kalaban niya
because
sarili niya eh.
BDD actually having so much Fred here in mid.
Yeah, it's a critical breakpoint because Galio lane does really revolve
Oh
around.
man, ang sketchy
You
ng
have
bot
jungle
lane.
pressure to put threat
Parang
behind
mag-all
Blue
in yung
Buff
ano,
lane and try
KT
and
sa bot.
box you. And now you don't have that pressure at all.
Ay, patay ka BDD, doon ka nagkamali! 1 for 1. Good deal.
No hesitation. Must have known that was going to kill him.
Don't run! Don't run! Don't run! Don't run! Uy, dito ba may W ni Kas? Tangina, totoong Diyos.
They didn't want to use the flash knowing
Hey, Log! Hello? Hello? Uy, ang tagal masyado niyan. Please. Hey! YouTube. Hey, ang tagal. Oh, ayan na! Patay si Perfect. Ano nangyari? Ayun. Oh, yan. Balik tayo ulit. Wala nga, okay lang malate.
Owner flashes in so that Doran can
Kasi may
then also
napatay.
close the
Okay lang.
distance,
Tama.
flash into melee range, and save the hook shot for the answer flash.
Paano
for
nila na-counter
Perfect,
yun?
securing the kill.
Bigla lang ba lumabas si Honor?
again. We've seen KT struggle with, we've seen Perfect struggle with Yorick. He just goes for the
Lakas masyado
call,
nun
and
sa
his team
YouTube,
at least
puta,
will be
nabingi
able
ako.
to find on the cross map.
Okay, sige, KT sa inyo na yan. Walang
Walang
resources yung T1 man, galing top lane.
unplayable for KT.
That it does.
Oh my god, tanga na nag-game 5 yung ano.
Currently, even as we see gold leads get bigger for Owner and Doran.
Ikang ironic lang.
They'll start to take over. Perfect
KT yung kalaban nila Faker nung sumikat siya eh. Yung outplay sa SED. Game 5 din yun eh. Oo. Peter, ulti! Pwede na yan si Peter. W. Pak. Sinaksak. Tinugtog. Nag-flash Q. Nakatakbo si Spider-Man kaso tinamaan ng inip. Kerya, pre. Ah! Boy si Kerya. Napanood ko na yun eh. Easy.
T1 find the trailing play here. Doctum
Oh my God.
fully push the wave in, and so T1.
And that's the
Oy! Oh, tangina! Ang galing ni Jokdam!
He snipes him.
Fuck!
Salvages the play.
Oh no!
Down, Doctum on the zigs finds the play to salvage it for KT.
Ayan, tignan mo. Sabi ko sa'yo si Peter lagi nakasama kay Kaz eh. Tapos dadaan-daan ng mid. Ay, ay, ay.
Chops it back down a little bit.
And it's again
Fucking
the
rat.
power of Pantheon, Leona, Camille. If you're slightly too far up in the lane, you will just get Honda to 0.
Area.
Keria, minaamoy si Keria.
Off to the side, Cuz
Boo!
6. Critically, Spike comes through. Cuz
Okay lang yun.
immediately going to retreat.
Info
Red Buffs
info
deal a
rin.
nice little advantage for the side of KT.
They have to be careful there because there is obviously the
Ay na, biglang uminit ah.
going for an ult
Game
there, so
5.
can't
Game
really
5
come to the
bills.
fight. BDD can damage him, but he cannot stop
Let's go.
that ult. Doesn't have the tools available.
Ay, di nalasit.
And we do see
May Q ba si Faker?
the gold lead for Doran
Ayan na.
still there. Gold lead
Naglabas na ng asawa si ano
Owner
man.
as well, and
Si
the
Perfect.
resilience of KT, as we have seen these early games swing in the last 2 games. First couple of games it was in their favor.
chill.
This time around it's T1.
Chill.
Owner's been on a mission.
Chill.
Doing so much with this Pantheon. Cuz though has level 6 on the Sejuani, so the possibilities of your plays become that much greater. He starts out the grubs with the confidence.
Grubs.
BDD does have priority of
Oh,
mid.
okay. Wala na.
Gonna be the
Iiwan
one
na.
for
Iiwan
now.
na yan. Iiwan na yan ng KT.
Have to be so respectful of the sheer
Sa trade na yan.
quantity
Dalawa
of
sa
CC on the
T1
side
na
of
yan.
T1. Also, all of
Bigay
their
na yan.
burst damage
Hirap
so
mag-risk
heavily
ng ganyan man.
telegraphed, makes it very easy for Doran with the ultimate.
Like
For
imagine mo
Owner
yung
being
T1
assault,
nakakatawag
just
ng
mitigate
lead.
all of that
Paano
burst
pa kaya
and
kung sila yung
fight
may lead
right
man?
back around.
There's no mercs yet. More KT.
Ano gagawin?
What I do love is that often in a game 5 in Fearless,
Parang mas
we end up with
mas
comps
sa
that don't have
pitch ka.
engaged. This is kind of
Kaya nga, logger sa pitch man.
amazing hard engage. With
Yo,
Nautilus on one
ganun.
side,
Mas marami nanonood dun eh.
back it up, and the Camille Galio, Leona combo.
Faker looking! Ulti! Pagka-ulti ni Doran, oh my god, si Perfect! Boom! Bag! Bang! Boom! Dopa down.
Faker Galio in
Diba?
game 5 world
Yan ang
finals
mindset
here.
kapag uwi ka sa mid.
Does make the move for
Aalis ako sa mid.
guaranteed play.
Dadalaw ako sa
These two
kakampi ko.
ultimates, when they are available,
Thank you.
know T1
Ayan
can
na,
push
nakakapag-spam na si
forward.
Doc
It does
Dam ng
allow,
skill.
Of course, the push in. You see the mini-map, BDD shoved in the wave, but they're not going to get much out of it.
It's just not going to compare, right? Look at Perfect State. I wouldn't be surprised if Doran with that is going to be at
Look
least
at Perfect
close to
State.
his Triforce, sitting on a 1K gold lead, and that is such an insane spike, particularly when you're playing in like a Triforce versus Triforce matchup, right? Doesn't quite have it yet. But Perfect, he needs to find a way to make an impact because he is currently just fodder for T1.
That he is. Luckily for him, the Trinity Force completion does not come through for Doran because very rapidly Doran is going to be a problem.
BT bumpers build ni Kuma.
Isolated 1v1, but for BDD,
Parang BT. Tayo na kasi may ano eh. May poke eh.
that is really going to be the break point.
Kailangan
The
na
KT are
lifesteal.
terrified of.
Yeah.
Ayun na. Unleash na yung teleport guys. Kahit saan na pwede mag-teleport yung mga ungas. 10 minutes na.
Forms of dive from T1 will be looking to take them out.
And it's the entirety of T1 also playing, right? This isn't Perfect getting 1v1, it's one gang from
Ano sa rank game man, magpa-farm pa yan. Yung cute oh.
Buga
Buga, sinagasaan? What?
Not really going to be able to
The
make
fuck?
anything happen there, and instead, just paths top. But that means that this gold lead is going to remain the way it is, and there it is for Doran. Triforce in the pocket. TP used.
Sundered Sky as well. Two incredible power spikes for the coming objectives.
Grabe
30
talaga si
seconds
Faker lumaining.
until
Putang.
Chemtech Drake spawns. It won't be a soul of Mountain or Chemtech. Very likely to be critical for either team to deny this soul. And at this point,
Faker baka naman. Galli or Anibia. World skin kung sakali. Wala na, na-jinx, natalo na.
the Essence Reaver, the Luden's companion.
Trinity Force for Doran though. That
Uy, Trinity na si Doran. Ang katay na niyan.
really going to hurt.
Pangatlong gupit nung Q.
They can make a
May
play
pangalawa.
away from the top lane. It's
Peter!
not for KT.
Rat!
Ready to input buffer on the
Sayang.
hook.
Look at Doran though, he's moving down. If Doran comes, that's the over 1,000 gold lead coming over.
Shutdowns on
Ooh.
Doran and Owner just showing us.
Wala tayong
On the
info.
way.
Walang info, walang info. Oh, sige, yan. Nagpakita na siya. Pakita mo kung sino ka, Doran. Pakita mo kung sino ka.
BDD zoning, poking while he can.
Faker, nagtipi sa plank. Nakita yun ni Kaz, pati ni Peter. Keria, looking. Looking. Pre-DR.
Not the first one, not the second one.
Faker, stay ka sa bot. Mag-farm ka dyan.
Diyan ka lang, no? Diyan ka lang.
Mag-farm ka dyan. Diyan ka lang, ha. Ingat ka dyan. Dito na muna yung
Wala
dalawa.
naman. Wala naman ata.
Ayun na, may sides.
Faker? Kalmahan
Ingat,
na.
ingat. Alam niya yan. O yun, si Piniping no. Atakihin na raw si Faker. O, attack. Ay, nagping si Faker. Nagping si Faker. Magaling. Faker, you smell me? You smell me? Boom. Faker na yun. Wait. Oh my God. Wait lang. Walang TP si Doran. Pero si Doran, tanginang kati oh. Di pa nagkukiyo no.
The good news for Perfect is Yorick's power
Yung third skill pa lang yun.
survive a little bit here in what should be a very one-sided matchup. But obviously with Owner poking
Cancel
his
guys.
top side of the map,
Tayo na, Diyos yung dadalawan natin.
Yeah, you have to be cognizant of this
Ayun,
Pantheon movement
nila
at all times.
Dadive sana nila yung bot.
Thankfully for KT, they still have their tower standing for now.
Okay, Honor, I see you.
How much longer will
Nakita
that
si
be
Honor, nakita si
true?
Honor.
T1 make a pretty heavy
Nakita rin si
move
ano,
into the
Keria.
jungle. Look at the river pings.
Daming ping sa
Nobody
river oh.
actually goes for the engage,
Kulay
though,
blue.
the crab will be secured by KT.
Good shadow from Owner, looking for a potential angle of attack there on the top side, looking to put Perfect even further behind, but Doc Dom, of course, with access to that Mega Inferno Bomb, can immediately
No,
clear
sa
the
rank
wave.
game yan. Nag-flash R na yung Nautilus. Meow.
T1 don't need to take any risks. They've got a cold lead.
Kukunin na yung MF na yun. Ganong kalalim. Mag-isa lang.
Perfect. Like you can't fix your wave. There's a Camille, you know there's a Leon nearby, and there's Pantheon with ult as well. So unless KT sends someone up, and Cuz thus far
Dadive na yun. Promise.
found impact in this game, not a hard steel stack to be found. There is obviously the promised land, right, where KT is going to try and get to the point where he
Promised
gets his stacks. Doc Dom is at his third item, and Yorick is one of those champions that I
Ganda
think
ng
always
comp both
will get
sides eh.
value.
Pahusayan na
A
lang
little bit
talaga
of
na
time on the
execution eh.
side, but T1, I don't think they're gonna just let them get to that point. You're gonna have to fight tooth and nail.
And I foresee a future where the value of
Ang
Yorick
ina
gets
delikado
given
sila
over
dito
in
kay
gold
ano
to T1 if
kay
he's out there
Doc
in the
Dam.
side lane.
Real. Mamaya.
Pag pinalate game nila ng matindi-tindi to.
Ah, okay. Tinignan ko ulit yung lineup ng ng T1. Nagets ko na ba't di nag-Tristana.
End up going down.
Tayo na, walang gagawin yung talon ni Tris dyan eh. Oh. Lahat may stun eh. Oh. Except sa MF.
We have plenty of
Eh kung tatalunan niyo yung MF, babaralin lang. Tangin mo, makulit.
back and forth, and it's gonna be about the
Patay.
engage. But as you open up the
CC
map,
chain pala yung T1.
that's when the true plays begin.
Okay.
Uy, dito mama yung ulti! Flash! Easy.
From Peter's hook.
Uy, grabe naman yung delay ng hook ni ano, Peter.
Ultimately, KT doing what they can with the Ziggs to hold control of the mid lane.
Grabe rin
Do not
sumay
want
step
to
si
see that
Guma man.
priority as Keria just continues to
Sa bagay, uncle mo ba naman si Faker eh. Tas nasa same team kayo. Sos,
BDD currently at 116
naman,
stacks.
lugi man, magkadugo, nasa isang team man.
Of 225 as soon as humanly possible. Currently,
Tangina, parang ang sarap igaw ni ano doon no, kay Ria.
Oh! Doc Dam. Sayang oh, last pixel. Last pixel man.
as well. Peter has his buddies
Isang
back.
kulangot lang yung diferensya.
Guma, but this might still be this Herald. Oh, perfect.
Oh no. Katay. Ay, numikyuto pa si Dora no. Wala na. Bugbog. Bugbog. Boom.
Just in time. KT want to punish. They're a little bit too late.
Oh, may info, may info. Give yung Herald dito, pustahan.
Guma's got to get out of there though.
Ah, BT
He has
first build
his
nga si
struts.
Guma.
Even though he doesn't have his flash, he can walk away. Again, it is just so hard to play side lanes. Even
Nahabulin
with
niya yung,
power
nahabulin niya
there,
yung MF, kaya botan lang kayo niyan eh.
force it and still find a pick. KT, the consolation prize will be the Rift Herald though.
No one can really catch this wave though.
Give yan, give yan. Nagsayang sila ng resources sa ano eh. Top
Plus,
lane.
you're losing bottom side power there with Galio just up at the turret. Faker pushing on that bottom side tower with
40 seconds, DR. Si Faker oh, nagrarat sa baba oh. Di pa uwi yan. Pa uwi yan, may info yan eh. Kakagaling lang nila na Herald. Oh, tas mag-award si Keria para save si Faker. Kasi magkaka-DR na rin eh. Tas magre-recall si Keria. Magre-recall si Keria para makakapag-refresh siya ng wards na gamit niya lahat. Tas babalik ulit yan ng mid. Tapos gagapang ng bot.
Predicted.
Yes sir! Ayun na, refresh na yung wards. No? Dadaan ng mid, tapos bababa ng bot lane jungle camps.
Parang ikaw na pumalit as ko.
Ikaw si Keria, galing mid ah. Oh, bumaba ng Pad.
For the
Hey!
KT
Oh my
squad
God.
is to be able to poke with your
Push na yung
Ziggs as well as your Smolder once you get to your rapid
Ah,
fire.
diba kasi mag-i-start na ng ano eh, magki-clearing operation na yun eh. Owner, may flash ka owner. Blast cone. Alam mo yan. Alam mo yan, tol. Up. Bye time. Wala silang info. Di sila sure. Kasi pinupush yung bot pati top ay mid. Inangkati ni Doran. Si Doran kung may split si Doran, may ano yan, may panakban. Do we go? May info na oh. Okay lang yan, ignore niyo yung DR. Uy! Grabe si Doran dun! Kung alam niyo yung combo na yun, putangin ang hirap ipulop nun man. Faker, andito na. Faker. Ton. Perfect. Difference maker si Perfect dito. Nahuli si Dokdam. Owner, still fighting? Still alive? Oh my god, boy pa din? Not bad. BTD, drive mo yan. Drive mo yan. Ay, joke lang, tatlo pa rin nasa mid. Hey, Log! Riot, sa kanila yun, hindi nag-post eh. Rah! Boom! Eh, sasalid sana ni Faker kasi dito mama. Re-recall na si Keria kasi wala na ulit siyang wards. Boom. Ayun no, hirap ng combo na yun no. WEQ tapos last frame may stun tapos maampas ng W sa Camille. Boom. Dapat tumot na si Honor dun eh. Bad comms. Okay lang yan.
KT again, the gold lead was starting to feel insurmountable, but they brought it closer.
Fuck, grabe yung Smolder oh. 3-8.
Unfortunately for him, the reality after that fight is as well as he played, there is now a target on his head.
But yeah, I mean fortunately for him,
Okay,
now he's
looking at the map, Faker top side, nagki-clear si Honor sa bot. Ay, sa jungle sa red.
But you are rich. 2 items and that rapid fire is what we were looking for. The breakpoint here
Okay.
for KT, they actually hit it fairly early.
Like, expect na ano, aakyat ng tatlo sa top lane kung mag-i-stay pa rin si Faker.
Normally, the counter to poke damage is hard engage, but you can't mess it up.
Expect 3 man. Diyan sila gugo ng dalawa. Sige 3 man yan. Ayun, nag-i-stay si Faker oh. Dedef yung bot. Keria looking, 4 yung wards. Mag-ward niya sa tri-bush or dyan lang info. Yan, kita, dalawa. Jungle tsaka support. Edi safe na si Doran. Alam niya na, may info siya. Oh, we out. We out. Why they out. Yan, out. Chill. Ganyan lang. Galio looking. Abot yung Camille lang. Hey, may blue buff guys, oh, ayaw nyo. Di wag. Ayun na, pupuntahan na ni Faker. Nakita niya, may blue buff. TP, Jokdam. Looking, Faker looking. Pusyan nila mid, irarat nila yung mid. Irarat lang nila yung mid. Okay, Keria is recalling dahil wala na naman siyang wards. Doran, chill! Hey! Oh my god, tinamaan ng ulti si Faker kaso makakapag-out siya dito, pustahan. Nice flash E! Ay! Tinamaan ng nanay, pre. Oof! Faker rakat kan top. Ay, hindi, may atakan pala. Sorry. Hello, Kaz. Oh, may info, may words. May words sa mid, guys.
Have to try their best, T1 does, to maintain this momentum, but they're not even close to a break point.
Oh, si Guma.
Guma is just taking matters into his own
Binanbiwan yung atakan.
Dokdam, no ulti available, decent.
Dokdam, walang ult. Keria with the fucking TP. Doran. Nag-TP din. Peter, looking at Doran. Malabo na may steal.
pushing them back. It'll take a miracle.
Doran, pwede ka mag-out. Let's go. Huwag mo na mag-turn, huwag mo na mag-turn, huwag mo na mag-turn. Pang! Patay! Wait nyo magkamali. Ayan na! Huli na! Sedge. First target. Ulti, dito mama. Boom! Pwede gumaw, pwede gumaw, pwede gumaw. Oh, yun na, Smolder, oh. Nasa harapan ni Smolder, bro. BDD dead. BDD dead. GG. Put the price in the bag. Oh my god. Eto na yun, man. Linis nan.
For the roller coaster as Otacon goes the way of T1. KT overplay their hand, and the Dragon is gonna follow suit.
Ultimately,
Nag-overstep ba si BDD o nahuli siya? Or same, nag-overstep siya kaya siya nahuli.
and it all falls apart for KT. The backline lives for far longer than expected. But T1 are
Oh yeah, naglakad siya papunta doon kay Keria pati kay Faker. Tapos umatras. Like yung small frame lang ng movement, tangina delikado yun, man.
Already have the advantage. Owner ulting behind to make sure there's no escape for Dokdom.
And there, it's the call from KT is to try
Grabe
their
si
best
Guma,
to
5-7
force a fight
damage
because
sa fight, man.
resistances for T1 are shredded. But Peter just overextends, right? Just walks to his death. Then Cuz tries to hard force. And that desperation now feels apt. Because for KT, this is a almost 6k goal deficit. And
Tapon talaga yung pick na ano eh.
It's not going to be enough anymore.
And good stuff from Guma, it has to be said.
Oh my god.
Not good, but the bounce back here in this game 5, the bounce back in the Kalista game to really take over. This man, again, unfazed by the pressure placed upon him. 3,000
Tapon yung
individual
top,
goal
pre.
lead. He conceded his pick early. He was willing to see the Ziggs on the other side, and now the MS that he picked so
Sa
late
kuya
in
ko
the draft
nakita ko
is
sa
doing
kanila.
so much work.
Bottom side play at the moment. Cuz was kind of
Hindi kasi dapat Yorick yan eh.
Di talaga dapat Yorick.
Faker backs off.
Orn na lang dapat yan eh.
Ban.
Not going to become alive.
Sila nagban.
And it's T1 who start up the Otacon.
KT.
Draw KT into that fight.
Takin ang dami-daming pwedeng top lane eh.
It's in these moments, these big
Tana,
moments.
ina-expect ko nga ano eh. Like Urgot eh.
And T1 claim a huge
Ooh.
advantage in the game, but it's not over yet.
Oo, sinukuha ng blue. Nabigay kay Guma. Ito yung mahirap. Feel ko maliit lang champion pool ni Perfect eh.
Behind schedule now from the tournament most impressive moments as he was delayed by T1.
Oh, may shadow flame na si Dokdam. Makatinin.
The luxury is that they have dragons, so they don't need to be forced into a fight.
Like, hindi ko alam. Prenayo pick nila yung Yorick, knowing na may Camille. Or Cho'Gath. Kahit ano i-pick dun, bugbog yung Yorick eh.
Third item for BDD plus the breakpoint, but they're gonna have to find a miracle fight to stay in this game because if they lose, this one's over.
And the reason you start that Baron is to draw KT out in the open. So they can
As
actually
you can
find the
see,
engage onto
Keria
BDD
is
from
walking.
there.
Naglalakad na naman siya ng may bit-bit na wards. Nagki-clear. Clearing operation. Red ward. Tapos sa mid bush. Wag na mag-ward sa mid bush.
T1 have so many weapons looking.
Looking lang. Ah, kita ni Faker. Di niya titake yan.
Feels like they're forced on the back foot.
Tignan niyo muna kung milalapit. Oh, run. Tapos mag-ward si Keria. Oh, boom.
T1 in touching distance. Once again,
Oh, nasira. Pwede ka maglapag ulit dun. Or dyan na lang sa mid bush. Lalapag ulit si Keria dyan. Oh, Keria, ward ulit. Okay, ward ka na ulit. Ayun, na doon naman sa mid. Oh, na-clear ulit. May isa ka pang ward. Pero di ka na magre-recall niyan, pre. Nagbabaro na.
Wala silang ano.
Wala silang vision. Faker. Po, maganda na solar flare. Na zone. Wala out. Jokdam, you fucking dead, mate. Bye. Oh, tama yung Q. Pero patay na yan. Doran! With Faker. Okay, masyado malalim. Oh my god. May execute na yung Smolder.
Tangina
Anyari.
nakapag-shutdown yung ano.
Anyari.
Nakapag-shutdown yung
Oh my god, nagka-gold yung Yorick. Gagi.
There's no way with Smolder alive. I don't think you can get away with it. And yes, they get Dokdom.
Gagi na demonyo si Faker. Tulungan ko si Doran. Nag-iint eh.
Carry has engaged, doesn't hit the mark immediately, and
Ay no.
Dokdom
Boom.
stalls for a good amount of time.
Oh, dito tama. Nag-overextend yung tatlo dun, no? Natuwa. Hindi namatay si BDD sa Q ni Faker. Sayang.
T1 split their focus, split their attention, and it cost them dearly. It is again all eyes on BDD because who else could it be? 3,000 individual gold lead has crossed the stack threshold. He is the threat that T1 must reckon with in the fights to come.
Warding.
Even with the massive lead they still hold.
And now he has Flash to play with, the ability to outplay.
Kaya pwede tayo mag-iwan ng words.
It has not been the
Clear
story
mo
of
yan.
this world, but it has been the story of this year for KT. This gold graph right here is something that any KT fan has
Apat
watched
pa yung words niya, isang
throughout,
red word,
and when
tatlong
all
normal na word.
is on the line, it might have to be BDD that carries them over again. I'm looking
Owner,
at Doran,
walang
doesn't
ulti
have
pati
flash,
si
but if he
Faker.
can get a node onto
Buy
BDD,
time sa ult ni
that could be
Faker.
enough to win the game.
Di yan sila go ng walang
Choose
ulti si
not to
Faker.
fight here,
Ay na, mag-up na.
but it looks like
9
they're
seconds,
going
ay no.
to do
8.
so anyway.
T1. They need to have
2.
focus this time around. Last
1.
fight, they went for 2
Boom,
angles
ayun na,
at
may ulti na si
once,
Faker.
and they paid the price.
Let's go. Ayun na, 5 seconds. Ulti.
Flash, that crucial cooldown, but they're
Looking.
always gonna be there.
Faker looking. Keria looking. Plank. Doran. Nakita na si BDD, kaso di inabot. Out. Dito na si Doran. Dito na si Owner. Oh my God! Guma ult! Boom! Tapos! End na lang! End! Push! Hindi, Baron! Ako na, luto! Diba, ayun yung ayun yung wala yung KT. Di sila nagre-risk ng fight. Tignan mo yung ginagawa ni Doran pati ni ni Owner. Go for fight para sa anong ganda Anong ganda pa ng solar flare, tas ulti ni Faker. Boom! Bayani talaga si Faker game 5, Begalio. Yeah, it's a wrap. Oh, masaya si Coach Tom, si Coach Mata, at si Coach Koma. My goats.
9,000 gold. See what they can do with the Red Bull Baron.
Grabe rin si Tom. Tangina, pinagtiyagaan yung T1. Grabe.
They dug deep on the top side, punished T1.
I mean, ba't di ka magtsatsaga sa T1 man? Bumalik si Mata sa assistant coach, tas nag-main coach si Koma. Sos. Tayo naisipin mo yun, yung assistant coach mo, pre, puta, world champion. Nag-iisang MVP na support sa Worlds. Ay. Paldo. Tapos yung coach mo bumalik after ilang years man. Tayo na, 4 na tatlong championship yung binigay sa T1. Paldo si Tom. Di siya mapapanot. Trip ng ina. May nakapag-tripit din sa league.
They don't want to give BDD the time to get that infinity edge. KT don't have the luxury.
Wala, di na mag-infinite edging yan si BDD man.
For their key carries, redemption really all they have to protect Doc Dom.
Faker. Wala, may ulti ako iyo. Pupush ako dito. Bala kayo dyan. The fuck?
Hindi nila alam sa ano yung iaano nila
Doran, no? Siga.
Let them win.
Pwede ka ulihin dyan, Doran. May ulti si Kaz. Actually, lahat may ulti. Putang. Pagka ulti ni Kaz, dredge line. Boom, patay. Doran looking at top.
In Game 5 of the World Finals would likely be the greatest we have ever seen in the history of the sport. 10,000 goal advantage for T1. They are on full point. They are so far ahead in every metric.
Oh my God. They are doing it again, man. 4 fucking years, man.
Walang sibuyas.
4 years. Finalist. Tayo na isipin mo yun, oh. 4 pizza na yun eh. Kundi lang nila pinagtripan yung 22 eh.
And they will not be denied unless KT pull out an absolute miracle. I think we're seeing Owner looking for an ult angle, sitting in that jungle. But
Owner.
with the wave clear of Ziggs,
Difference maker na sa fight na to si Doran. Ayan na nga, oh. Ayan na nga eh. Oh, nagisimula na nga, oh. Kaso natuwa masyado eh. Boom! Patay! Natuwa masyado, pre. Kalma lang.
simple. Not enough to get T1 back in
Ayan, mag-engage ng fight dyan eh. Baliw yan eh.
on the map, but it will slow
Okay lang, okay lang. Chill, 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 chill. Lamang lahat ng waves eh.
Masyadong na-excite.
Oh, gusto na magka-trophy ni Doran, man.
Gusto niya nakawakan.
Gusto niya na magka-international trophy. Ay na, i-bash ka ba naman ng ilang taon na puro domestic lang titles mo? Kahit ako eh. Eto na yun. Ayun lang yung masakit doon. Tayo na si Jokdam yung pinag-anti-heal nila. Bawas ng damage. Bakit? Ay, hindi sa bagay siya kasi may pang-poke eh. Siya yung makakalapit eh. Okay, sige. Understandable, pre. Have a nice day.
Yeah, you know, normally we talk about not getting excited for KT. We're way past that. They're in finals. But Doran might have to chill a little bit.
He's a player, though, that you have to love in these moments.
Napakalmahin nyo kasi.
You have to embrace it. You have to laugh with him.
It's very true.
And at him.
And despite the fumbles, all of the fights that have gone well.
Okay, we chill.
Have involved Doran in some way or another.
Calm your dicks.
That MF ult.
Ayo, ayo.
Ay, log. Oy, ayun, speaking of log. Sa Riot yan, di sa akin yan.
Will need to make a stand.
It's so hard though, because like, who do you actually focus? There's Faker, who has stopwatch. Galio is just naturally tanking.
Gumamit niya. Ito yung akin
It
eh.
is just Guma, right? Like that's the only one, but he has not been in a position for you to engage.
Aray ko, nagsapatos na si MF.
You could engage on Doran, maybe.
Ano, panlimang item yung sapatos.
Okay, in a scenario where Doran is with the rest of the team, I feel like you should be able. Camille of hookshot and ult. I know what we've been witnessing.
100%
Okay, but I mean,
value.
in a theoretical world where that doesn't happen,
True.
TP ward there.
Mid lane, well highlighted by our observers. Potential for a flank. Perfect in BDD as well as Dokdom do have access to that TP, although I imagine only Perfect will be looking to make the
Pag natapos tong series na to, si Guma MVP. Puta. Klarong-klaro.
I think this was Hanwha.
Kung T1 mananalo.
Go to 60 minutes. I'm just saying, we might only be halfway there. You know, we don't know.
Yeah, mali mo, mag 45 minutes pa yung game.
But it could happen again.
But no,
Never
2
know.
times in a row. Let's start the countdown now.
Yeah.
All right, 25 minutes away, 26 minutes away from the 60-minute game.
All they need is to get a, actually see the lines. So you steal with Dokdom.
Oh my god, magpo 400. Malapit na ba mag 400?
And then you flip Elder and you win.
Got it.
Yeah.
Well, the good news for KT is, aside from that pipe dream, they do have Seekers on
Just
BDD.
optimistic.
Si
Si Faker nandun sa baba oh.
Blinding optimism.
Wala na eh, nakita na siya.
Oh, nagagawin.
They see Faker, but again, if they overcommit to this play,
Kakancelan si Faker na recall. Nabait si ano.
Global is there. They could just look to end. So Perfect has been called back as T1 looks set to get the soul.
And T1 also
Ayan, si Faker looking lang yan. Di yan mapapakita.
if they wanted to.
Owner
Okay.
takes the soul. Cuz stuck around a little bit.
Kalma, kalma. Pangit is solar player yan. Pag ganyang game state, tayo na yung squishy na. May Baron din eh. Faker looking. Game, mais mo ka guys.
We're about to know whether this series will continue.
Pwede sila ma-flip. Ano to? Pag na-ace yung T1 dito, kayang tapusin yung game.
GA's there for owner. Guma is the sum.
Walang ano yung mid eh. Walang inhibitor na nasira yung mid eh.
Beautiful engage as Dokdom just now hit us for an item. It's BDD with a stopwatch and a dream, wanting to keep that goal of making the World Finals win a reality, but I think you guys are justifiably calling me out. It still doesn't really feel that likely.
And yet it didn't feel likely before when T1 split their attention.
That's true.
BDD was able to find the kill, so it's not over till it's over. But now with Baron spawning, relatively even setup, but again, it's
Uy, Guma, alam mo yan.
in favor of T1 that make this so hard.
Owner?
Kick things off by going in on Cuz.
Yan, sige Keria. Pwede na, pwede na, pwede na, pwede na, pwede na si Gus, pwede na si Gus. Pwede na si Gus. Oh my god, patay si Keria.
A good flash to take him out, and Guma has to be careful, but he's so damn.
Guma! Ang katil ni Guma! Oh my god. GG! Wala na. Wala na. Ayun na yun. Oh my god. Oh my god, T1, they are doing it again. La la la! Boom! Oh my god, 6-time world champion na si Faker, pre. Tapos may trophy na si Doran. Oh my god.
And again, there can be no doubting it. 4 players on the Rift today, making the impossible possible. Owner, Faker, Guma.
Oh my god, Doran, let's go, man! You are a world champion, man! Oh my God, Doran. Oh my God, grabe yun. O di sila masyado nag-celebrate eh. Alam nilang nakalusot sila sa buong nangyari ng taon na yun eh. Struggle yung year na yun eh. Tangina, grabe. Nag-champion na naman sila ng ano, pinakamahinang pwesto sa buong mundo. 4th place na naman sila. Oh my God, si Doran, may trophy si Doran. Oh my God, Faker, tangina. You mad lad. Hug it out, man. Aww, BDD Faker, man. Sa wakas, nagkaroon... Oh my God. Uy, talis kayo dyan, T1. Sus! Huwag kayo dyan. Nag-champion na kayo. Sasali pa kayo sa picture ng KT. Oh my God. Let's go, man.
Let's go.
Man, that's crazy, man. Like, imagine. Walang nakapag-tripit sa League of Legends. Tapos pagbalik ni Faker sa tripit, tayo nabalik siya ng lumang Summoners Cup na itsura na trophy. Dam. Gini-cheer up ni Faker si Doran, man. Hindi siya makapaniwalo. Holy fuck. Ang ganda ng stage. Oh my God, that trophy, man. Holy. Oh, wala magpapauntog ha. Pag minuntog sa trophy, lilipat ng team. Ganun nangyari kay Zeus, man. Oh my God, T1. Tag-ina. Hinihintay pa nila yung coach. Let's go!
Let's go!
Oh my God, Doran, world champion ka na, pre. Isa pa! Yee! Akala ko magiging Chinese library. Pabuhat nyo kay Doran! Kay Doran! Kay Doran! Let's go! Let's go, my boy!
Iyak ko siya, iyak ko siya.
Man, ang daming doubters kay Doran, man. Ayan na, lakas talaga ni Doran. Pre, ino. Bigat. Faker! My fucking God. Oh, walang mauuntog. Ang mauuntog, matitrade. It's good. Dam Keria. Hindi maangat yan ng ano, sagad. Oh, noodles. Noodles. Ay, bigat kasi. Oh my God. Sapa! Yippee! Dam. Oh my God, T1, man. Let's go, Koma! Man! Oh my God. Tom Mata Koma, man. Oh my God, ay no. Magtatayo si Koma tsaka si Faker. Dam. Grabe. Let's go. Coaching staff. Grabe kayo. Tagay. Naalala ko tuloy yung clip na sobrang galit na galit si Koma sa kanila. This year. Pinapapatay ni Koma yung camera sa ano, sa T1 staff. Sa sermonan ng malala. Parang ginawa ng T1 ano eh. Kinip nila yung footage, tas nag-agree si Koma na ipakita sa public. Tilted na tilted si Koma, pre, naaway sila. Kulang na lang, sapakin sila eh. Kasi malabo talaga mag-qualify sila sa Worlds eh. Gagalit na si Koma eh. Diba? Dami na nilang doubters this year, puta, sobra. Yeah. Oh, walang iiyak, walang iiyak. Naka 17. Dam. Let's go! Oh my God, si Koma i-interviewin. Ah! Let's go, Koma. Let's go, boy. Oh my God, grabe si Koma, man. Tayo na, mag 40 years old ba talaga yan?
Yun nga eh, di ba? 40 yan, pre.
What the fuck? Alam ko 40 something na si Koma eh. 38? 38, 39, ganun? Di ko alam.
Pre, hindi ko mukhang 30.
Gogi, pre, di ba? Grabe si Koma, man. Ayun na yung bait niyang ano na yun, yung T1 staff na yun, no? Yung kalbo. Oh my God. Koma, may world champion na ulit.
The world's repeat. Congratulations one more time. How are you feeling right now? Oh, siguro yun nasa comment, no? I was here.
Real. Andito kami.
I was here.
때문에 여기까지 왔다고 생각하고 있고요. 또 이런 인터뷰 자리까지 또 선수들과
My coach.
만들어줘서 일단 선수들과 스태프들에게 너무 감사하고 고맙다는 마음이 가장
My coach.
그리고 정말 힘든 순간도 많았는데 마지막까지 선수들과 스태프들이
My goat.
이렇게 최선을 다해줘서
Sa wakas, nag-world champion si Faker ng maganda yung gupit. Noong 2023 tsaka 24, ang pangit ng buhok niya eh. Pangit ng buhok niya nun, man. Plat na plat.
다시 한번 저희 선수들, 스태프들, 팬분들에게
Katsu!
감사드립니다.
Nagwagi ang mga ano. Nagwagi ang mga bida.
Ni Doran yan.
Deserve ni Dora yan, pre. Oh, bigay niyo na kay ano. Bigay niyo na kay Guma yung MVP trophy.
Staff member that works for the team.
Guma na yun. Pag hindi si Guma yan, magtatampo ako.
Moments throughout the year, but we have never given up a single moment because we all tried our best until the very end. We were able
Napil ko mas mabigat yung trophy ngayon kumpara last year.
working so hard for this moment, and
Mas mataba eh.
it was possible because our fans believed in us until the very last moment. So for one more time, I would like to send my
Eh,
friends
last year din kasi na trophy. Ang awkward hawakan sa gilid lang.
Thank
Ayun,
you
no?
very much.
Dam. Tayo na, ngayon ko lang na-realize na pwede na pala tayong bilhin ni Faker lahat dito. Kahit sa buong Dakamp eh.
Ang yaman na siguro niyan.
Real.
Tangina super.
For real. For real.
Tulog ang mga ano.
You have to stimulate
Let's
Tulog ang
go, man.
rollster.
Royals T1.
Ayun na, grabe rin yung KT. Ayun na.
Tutulog na ang mga KT.
Ganda ng run nila, this Worlds. Sa T1 lang sila na natalo, buong run ng Worlds. Defeated sila.
조금 더 집중력이 더 올라간다는 거를 좀
Yan, bigyan nyo ng spotlight yung mga coach. Thank you, Lord. Please.
When we're at Worlds, I can feel and tell that every player, their focus level goes even
Ay, naririto ako sino nagsasalita eh.
Kaya ka, di ko na naiintindihan yung interview
May
eh.
Korean, may Chinese, may nag-English.
Ah. Doran! Doran!
Woo! Galing mo.
My boy, world champion ka, boy. Eh no, ganda ng ano nila oh. Ayun na yung white t-shirt nila.
Nilabas na ang t-shirt.
Ayun na yung t-shirt tsaka cap. Natawa ka sa picture nila last year, pinagpatong-patong lahat ng sombrero sa ulo ni Faker. Sa interview. Ay, hindi, sa stage pala. Baka gawin ulit nila ngayon.
Congratulations, Toran.
Oh my
Trail,
God.
nakalbuhin.
You have
Kalbo.
your own story. And now, you have added a precious star to the T1 jersey, to the T1 logo.
Wala na. Pwede nang i-consider si ano. Pwede nang i-consider si Honor, si Guma, si Keria na ano, na goat sa roles nila, putang ina. Sa ganong kaliit na karir. Sa ganong kaliit na karir man, 3 world champions, 4 na finals. Dam.
이루게 돼서 너무 행복하고
Bro, ano pangalan ng IG mo?
Ha?
Ano pangalan ng IG mo, bro?
Ganun pa din. Yung ano ko, name ko dito sa ano, DC.
Yung Attack on Titan.
Oh, si Eren Yeager. Oh, iyak si Doran man.
천천히.
이번 우승이 끝이 아닌 제 불안이란 드라마의 시작점이 되길 원하면서 승리를 만끽하겠습니다.
Oh my God, Doran. Oh, ingay ng dog.
I am very happy that I managed to grab the opportunity that was given to me.
Oh,
But I must say,
nasan na yung mga haters na nagsasabi na hindi makakapasok ng finals yung T1 or magcha-champion this year dahil kay Doran? Nasaan na?
Nanahimik na.
Nasaan na?
Nanahimik na, pre.
Nasaan na? Like, hindi magcha-champion yung T1 ulit. Wala si Zeus. Bobo yan si Doran. Oh, nasaan na kayo man? The fuck? What the fuck?
May message pa lang na makikita ko na may potential si Doran.
Omsim. Yun ang yan, minamama niya lang si Zeus sa Korea eh. Sa international lang siya mahina eh. Pero grabe yung performance niya. Ayan na!
Uy, the GOAT. Faker.
congratulations on the win.
Oh my God, my
How do
boy.
you feel? Would you like to say hi to the fans?
Uy, nag-Chinese si Faker! Grabe talaga si Faker! Last year nag-French, ngayon Korean. Ay ano, Chinese. Dam. Ah, kaya wala si Jason sa stage, siya yung nagtatranslate. Okay, gets.
Paano nyo naririnig? May ano?
Oo, siguro. Like live feedback.
Sa speaker siguro, no? Kasi walang earphones. Walang earphones.
Yung babae meron.
Ah, marunong yung nag-interview.
Ah.
On the line.
And si Jason nag-translate.
4 times back-to-back Worlds Finals for you.
Ay, ang galing rin ito ni Jason, no? Tika niya English niya. Korean yan. Tapos nakakaintindi ng Chinese. The fuck?
Ano, ganyan.
Well, this is only
Malakang
based on
sahod
our
yun.
perspective.
Yung translate.
On the line for you.
Tapos ito rin Chinese din tong babaeng to eh. Nakapag-Korean. The fuck?
Kaya nga sabi ko sa'yo, naririto ako eh.
Diba? The fuck? Oh, Faker, baka naman tumbling dyan.
같이 경기해준 팬한테 저는 더좀 감사함을 보내고
Tumbling.
因为其实比起所有的这些成就或者说记录的话 numbers were not on the line for me. I
Hey,
am
pero
very happy and satisfied with the fact that I
Man,
was able to
ayan,
have
ganda ng
the
finals,
last
man.
in the games today. And today, KT was able to put up a
Mas
great
intense lang yung last
performance.
year.
Together, we were able to make such a great
Nagtikit
game,
na
and
dikit
that's
kasi
what
yung last year
matters
eh.
to me.
Buong 5 games.
Win the title in the end, but I
Tayo na,
will
durog
send
yung
my
game 5, man.
gratitude over to KT Roaster for making such
Aww,
a
grabe
games
naman si
together.
Faker, man. Humble king ka talaga, my goat.
저희가 함성 소리를 다시 한번
Ang dami na umiiyak.
기회인 것 같습니다. 现在6冠加身，他也是
Taong Diyos.
英雄联盟最高的山，他依旧屹立不倒。他也是英雄联盟最长的河，他依旧
Oh
奔
my
流
God,
不息
my goat.
所以最后，我也想让他代替 T1 的所有选手们
World champion ka na ulit. Ulit-ulit.
다시 한번 우승 축하드리고요.
Baka gusto pa isa.
One more time.
Isa pa yan, hanggang 2029 pa siya eh. Sa T1 eh.
Before we go,
Isa pa.
Ay, imagine mo na lang pre, 33 na siya sa ano, 2029.
이렇게 큰 무대에서
Fucking crazy, man.
경기할 수 있어서 너무 좋았고요.
Ano, pero yaman yun, no?
Yaman yan. Tayo na, yung pera, yung kamay niyan pre, halagang milyon eh. Yung right hand.
I thank every single one of you.
May insurance,
And I was
man.
really happy and grateful that I was
Saka yung
able to
utak din,
deliver
pre.
this game on
Tapos
such a
tayo na
big
isipin mo yun,
stage.
national treasure ka sa Korea pre. Tao ka lang.
Working hard.
Damn. The fuck?
Pinagmamalaki ng Korea.
Ano, national treasure ka, tao ka lang. Like mostly ang national treasure, di ba puta, baka places lang.
Saka yung mga artifacts.
Oo. Tayo na ikaw tao. Tao. The fuck?
战之路上的璀璨时刻，而他也将荣获 OPPO 2025年全球总决赛 FMVP。
Ayan na, MVP. Guma! Guma! Guma yan! Sos. Guma na yan.
与此同时，也让我荣幸的为大家有请英雄联盟史上的
Guma yan,
传
Guma,
奇选
Guma.
手，入选2025年英
Guma
雄联盟名人堂的 UCI 选手来为 FMVP 颁奖，让我们欢迎 Uzi。
Gumayusi nga.
Guma. Guma. Oh my God, si Uzi! Siya magbibigay ng trophy! Ang ganda niyan kung kay Guma ibibigay man, ADC to ADC man. Oh my God, Uzi. Chinese fans, cheer nyo naman si Uzi man. Ang laki ng binigay sa inyo niyan man. The fuck?
Hindi daw siya national treasure.
That's crazy man. Oh my God. Oy, tropa mo. Faker oh. Oh, di ba? Tititigan ng Faker. Tropa yan eh.
Tawa. Ay, tropa. What's up?
What's up ka? Ganda ng outfit niyo, parang Chinese schoolboy something high school.
Japanese yan?
Yung kay ano? Kay Uzi?
Oh, Japanese high school.
Hindi, pag Japanese alam ko din malalaki yung button sa gitna. Tapos ang signature ng China yun, yung white collar na manipis.
Saka yung may ganyan din Chinese. Na maalala.
Oh, ba't may binabatong sombrero dun? The fuck? Oy, sombrero mo, nakalimutan mo.
大声的宣布本届2025年全球总决赛 OPPO FMVP 的人选。
Arling R. Number.
Lagi ang angas na outfit ni... Oh, si Guma, di ba? Guma! Guma!
Gulat din
Oh my God, ADC to ADC, man.
Gumayusi, please give it up for the Finals MVP Gumayusi。 那接下来我们
Oh my God, eh, di ibig sabihin, two skins.
来进行一个简单的采访。恭喜你获得了 OPPO FMVP。其实每一场比赛，我们都觉得 Gumayusi 总是那个能够 carry 队伍的
yung trophy, ang
，Dam
ganda pa rin.
gando.
而且我们觉得 Gumayusi 选手
Parang pwede kang manak yung saksak ng tao yun.
胜负好像是享受游戏，做好自己才是最重要的。那现在获得了 OPPO，
It's
Sponsored ng
good.
Oppo. Sponsored ng Oppo.
So real.
打得开心吗？
Opo na yan.
MVP 받는 거 축하드립니다.
Congratulations on winning the finals MVP as well. Gumayusi,
Ay, marunong din mag-Korean.
Oh my God.
you mentioned that instead of the victory, instead of the competition, you said you were just
Ano bang kinain nila nung bata sila? Dam.
play on stage.
Ano yung KD nyo,
How do you feel
23-15?
about the win today, and how do you feel about winning the finals
Damn.
MVP?
It's good! Ay, joke lang. Holy.
Ganda nung kapre, oh.
So real.
일단은 너무
It's good.
부담
아, joke
같고요.
lang.
오늘 이렇게 파임 받을 수 있을 거라고 생각 못했는데 파임에 선정해 주셔서 너무 감사드리고 사실 올해는 저에게 되게 힘든 해였습니다.
Ah, thank you daw.
항상
Hindi lang naiintindihan ako.
증명의 아이콘으로 매 해마다 증명을 했었는데 이번에 증명이 좀 다른 점이 있다면은 제 자신에게 저를 증명하는
Oh my God. Ay na, 6 na yung stars man.
그래가지고 지금은 저에게 증명해냈고 제가 세계 최고 원딜이라고 생각합니다.
确实，对于我来讲，现在就好像在做
It
梦
feels
一样。
like a
我都没有
dream.
想到
I did not expect this at all.
拿奖项。
Thank you so much for voting me for the OPPO Finals MVP. This year was very difficult for
Buti
me.
hindi sila na-overwhelm no pag nag-translate. Like to si Jisun, sinasabayan niya yung ano.
And I always had to prove
Or in-off
myself.
siguro yung mic ng
You know,
babae.
I have been the icon of being someone who always has to prove. But this year was different because finally I feel like I have proven myself to myself. And I am really happy that I was able to prove who I am to myself, and I can say for sure that I am the best AD carry in the world.
当然了，现在这个瞬间，你的队友们也在你的身边，一起见证着这个时刻。
Oh, champion ng T1. Di ko pa rin nahanap yung last year ko na jersey ng Worlds. Tayo lang yan. Nasaan yun? Saan napunta yun?
都在一路见证着你的成长。在此时此刻，有没有什么话想要对一直支持你的所有人说的呢？ 사실 지금 함께 있는 팀원도 앞에 있어서 또 바로 이런 fact
You are surrounded by
Daming mga resibo sa Welcome Doran tweet.
who have supported you.
Search nyo.
Asan yung mga say sorry to say sorry to Doran yun na letters?
True.
Ay,
Search
ay.
mo sa Twitter. Welcome Doran. Yung tweet ng T1 last year. Ang daming mga resibo.
Real. Nakakita ko din sa Reddit man. Nakita ko na sa Reddit yun. Putag yun.
Daming mga resibo.
저를 끝까지 응원해
Malupit, boy. Ang daming mga resibo.
지인들, 가족들
Ay, sila no! Sila Evo no! Mga streamer ng Twitch!
감사한 마음 전하고 싶고
The fuck?
마지막으로는 하나님께 감사와 영광 돌리고 싶습니다.
其实就像我刚才提到的，我觉得今年对我来讲有着非常多无比艰难的时刻。
I have mentioned that this year was very difficult to me, and had I not had the support,
Kagi deserve ni Guma yung pre. Isipin mo, binangko siya ng ilang buwan.
not have been able to make it all the way to
Muntik pa
here.
siyang di mapunta sa main lineup. Tinanggal siya.
Thank you to all my friends who has been showing so much love and support until the very end, and also my friends and
Sakit nun,
family
isipin mo,
and my team.
tatlong beses kayo nag-Worlds Finals sa back-to-back na trophy. Tapos ibabangko ka lang dahil ang pangit ng laro mo sa isang season. Ay. Pangit sa feeling nun, man.
再次的恭喜他们！与此同时，也让我们再一次的感谢本次全球总决赛所有的参赛战队、所有台前幕后的工作人员，当然也要感谢所有线上线下热爱英雄联盟的每一个你。成都的朋友们，最后一次，让我们汇聚所有的
Doran
热情，让我们把所有的掌声和欢呼声送给2022年全球总决赛。
Sana tumayo sa yung babae.
Side wala si Jason. Nagtatranslate, may trabaho.
It is absolutely incredible, but they have done it again.
Pogi ng Summoners Cup this year, putik.
And Faker has
Ganda.
lifted his 6th World Championship
Six.
trophy.
Oh, 6 na si Faker, man.
There,
Six.
designed,
Damn.
return to the one he knows and loves so much from the first time he wanted to go for the three-peat. But now, finally getting that honor for him, Emily, and the rest of T1.
Yeah, I think you can tell how much it means to all of these T1 members, right? We've talked about their struggles domestically. We've talked
Holy.
about how impressive it is that Faker keeps reinventing himself to end up right here, lifting the Summoners Cup. And I don't think anything encapsulates this as much as Doran's emotion as he was lifting that trophy, Azale.
I mean, it's just incredible to see.
Makapaniwala si Doran, man.
Has had this
Ay,
career
si
that has
Pabro.
been defined by some of these missteps. I think he had a
My boy.
fantastic series here today. Overall, really earned that world championship. And for everyone else, yeah, they were already world champions, but now they have done the three-peat. No one had done that in
Wala
the
pa
history of League of
nagti-three-peat,
Legends. To
man.
me,
Kahit
it's
saan.
point-blank period, the greatest roster we have
Like sa
seen
international, wala.
in League's history.
Absolutely, and you could also tell how much that MVP trophy meant to Gumayusi, right? He cited his struggles this year in the first part of the year, substituted out for Smash, came back, wins like MVP of Worlds Finals and his 3rd Summoners Cup. Are you
Head of
kidding me?
China.
It's
That's
crazy.
amazing.
It's even crazier because I think we saw the arc within this series. He was struggling with himself just a little. Those moments where he's usually so on point, it didn't quite work out. But Game 5 is all that matters.
I mean, he showed up when it mattered most, and I loved what he said, that this is the year he
CEO
finally
Riot.
proved himself to himself.
Yeah.
And to me, I think there's nothing better than that. And what a special moment. Not only does he win,
developers.
Pabro!
but
And lead developer.
AD carry, being the one presenting that to you, I think just makes it even
Paul
cooler.
Pabro.
Who's he the one up there on stage to give it to him?
Executive producer, League of
Also,
Legends.
a special note if you're still watching, we will hopefully, we gotta ask, we'll get Faker to come to the desk to give a goodbye, and we will give him a congratulations, of course, from the English.
Coming up interview with Faker. Okay man. Siya lang?
But I mean, let's talk about him for just a second, because I'm not gonna do that exactly in the same way if he does come, but he is so inspirational. It really is unbelievable. A lot of careers fall flat when they hit the first hurdle. A lot of careers fall flat
Man,
when they have
imagine, ang daming...
even a percentage of the disappointment that he has.
Hindi lang may back-to-back na worlds man. Tayo na siya 6.
Notably, right here in China in
The fuck?
2017, where we saw him just being completely downtrodden about that. Again, in 2022, when he was trying to get back on the docket and win a world championship again, knocked down, but he always gets back up, right? It's crazy, Emily, and it's just, I'm in awe whenever I watch him
Damn.
play, and whenever I hear him speak, he's just, I'm so happy that Faker is the one that we can hang all of our hopes and dreams and aspirations to when it comes to League of Legends esports.
Yeah, we're really fortunate.
Gago, may
Marcia, I
nagbilit.
don't know how many times I've said that, either in private to friends or publicly on this broadcast, how lucky we are to have Faker as the face of our sport. It means so much.
Grabe,
And I'm so glad
putang
you brought
ina.
out, because I feel like people really underestimate
Ay, ay, ay.
Faker's resiliency and overall this T1 team's resiliency, right? Because, oh, they just keep winning worlds. It must be so easy for them. But I think it's made so much greater.
Gago, walang easy sa buong run ng T1 simula ng 2022. In 2022 yung pinakamadali nila. Kasi lakas talaga nila nung year na yun. Pero nung 23, 24, 25, puta, lagi silang last place.
That's amazing. It's inspiring. It's something I want to bring to
Si Matang umangang oh.
presence on a broadcast. Like just
Uy, shut up ka muna kay Faker man.
Faker silencing us once again. I mean, to
It's like
me,
he already do, Emily. That's he heard it.
the thing that has
Oh,
always
thumbs
blown
up.
me away about Faker, because all my time as a pro gamer, I always respected consistency above all else, because I saw how much it took to ever even reach that peak one time, to have like a glimpse of what Faker has achieved. You know, to get there once takes your entire life for most of
Holy
these
crap.
pros. To be able to do it year after year after year after year for so long, to maintain that level of dominance in a game that is so competitive, that has so
Grabe,
many
no?
people that are gunning for you year after year, I just think it's unreal to be able to just watch that greatness
Repeat.
every single time.
It's crazy. He helped them get back up.
Si Doran nakaisang finger lang.
He's looking at Keria saying, I'm not going to let this happen again. And Kerry also talked so much about how that was a formative event for what we see now. And I just want to remind people of what we said back then. This is the
GG.
best roster to never win Worlds. They might never after that. And they just said, nope, we're about to win 3 in a row. And I think that's crazy for the entire roster, because like no other roster in the world, the pressure that they are
Nakakapagod
under
din yung year na yun, yung 22. Doon nag-start yung ano eh. Apat na sunod na international finals nilang puro talo.
The undisputed GOAT of League of Legends, that's not even a question. But it's about international accolades. You know, people talk about Jungle, and there's people who are on the Canyon side for individual dominance. There's people who are on the Bengi side for all the trophies that he had won. All of these players, even though to me, though they still feel new, when you think of like Owner and Guma and Keria, you think, wow, they haven't been around for that long. Now they have 3 world championships, 4 world finals appearances.
In a row.
Oh,
Even if
shush
you
ka
just want
muna.
to talk about accolades, they
Dam.
have to be in the conversation for the greatest ever in
Oh,
their
ganun ulit.
role.
It's insane, and to follow that journey, and every year for them to come in and to just peak at Worlds. We talked a lot about
Teka,
it
teka,
Emily,
baba
at
lang
the
saglit.
beginning
Wait.
of the show, but the fact that, yes, domestically, we hold them to signature pose. We hold them to an insane standard, right? Because like, oh, you're not going to win the LCK, you really should, but it was always Gen G. But somehow that is what makes them different from teams like Gen G. They have the clutch factor. They peak when it matters. The bright lights, they don't affect them as much as other teams, right, Em?
I mean, I wouldn't say it even doesn't affect them, but I like how they almost thrive under it, right? Like, they take that pressure and they use it, and that's why I really like that you pointed out, coming out of that 2022 loss to DRX, Keria saying, I wanted it too much, you know? Like, now I just want to have a good game. You heard Faker in his interview being like, thank you, KT. I think we put out a really great performance today, and ultimately, sometimes it's just about having fun with your friends, playing League of Legends.
And I mean, obviously the players players are deserving of so much credit, but you also have to look at T1 as an organization, right?
Yeah.
Because it has not just been, oh, you fluked into a great roster and you won a couple times. They have been at the top of League of Legends for so long, through so many different iterations, through so many different rosters, even through times where Faker wasn't always playing and he was getting subbed out at times, right? They still are able to find that success. And to me, that really does speak to the foundation of T1 as an organization. We heard in the coach's interview giving so much credit to the support staff, to the coaching staff, to everyone that is there to help enable that success.
Definitely so. Faker's still on stage, who's not joining us yet, as you may have noticed. The only one we haven't talked about, and it happens often, even though he's so important for the team, it's Oner. And I think specifically in this series, right, where Cuz was kind of getting the better, not just of him, but of the series overall, I feel like. And then to come in, to have that game where together with Guma, they secure every objective. They're still in the fight. They push it to game 5. I mean, the guy is incredible.
Well, and also, yeah, the game 5 Pantheon I thought was really great, right? Like, he was getting these ults off on priority targets like Gokdam, pushing BDD back, so BDD was always constant under pressure as this primary threat of the KT composition. And yeah, Oner's another one of those players I feel really seems to thrive under the pressure of World.
I mean, Oner just seems to thrive under every circumstance. This guy is just always so reliable. He's recession-proof. He was my finals MVP vote. You know, I thought he was incredible. Yes, you know, Cuz did get the better of him in some games, but that is not a slight against Oner, because Cuz was playing an incredible series, and this was such a back-and-forth battle. The Nocturne game, the Pantheon game, I felt like he was really dominant, so critical in these high-pressure moments, being able to get those smite secures in. And I just think this guy, to me, is the greatest jungler of all time. The level of consistency that he has shown over these past years is unmatched.
Yeah, we had it already. We couldn't count them out. It was very hard to predict against them in these situations at World, specifically in best of fives. As you know, when you're a team and you work so much together behind the 5 players that are on stage, it takes a lot out of you, I'm sure, right? Because you absorb everything that they get hit with, because you need to help them work through it.
What a fucking story, man.
That's probably an incredible weight off their shoulders that they really
Struggle yung
celebrate
year na
with
to,
each
puta.
other as. Look at Keria, that's amazing. I can't believe Oner one-handed that, by the way.
Yeah.
I mean, we know he hits the gym, but holy, he really wanted to show.
That's light work. Light
Damn.
work for the GOAT.
That's
Grabe.
crazy. Here we see, of course, in that game 5, I believe, yeah. And also, Doran goes for the Camille,
sila
right?
part
He's done
nung
it before,
China?
and it's important, but it's just,
Chengdu.
it's a vote of confidence from the team and from himself.
And that's what I really love about this T1 roster. Again, we're talking about their resiliency. We're talking about their trust in each other. It shows the trust they have in Doran. Like, obviously, yes, the Camille is a good pick into the Yorick, right? But it is still a risky pick despite fitting with their composition. And
Tingnan mo
I
yung Red
really
Bull sa
like
likod,
that
oh.
they
Sheesh!
had the confidence to tell Oner to first-time window. They're like, no, you got this, bro, in the lead up to here. They had the confidence to be behind Doran in some of these picks, right? I think it just really speaks well overall to the team atmosphere and their coaching staff to like facilitate such trust between each other.
Absolutely. I mean, you touched on it, the Mundo pick. I love seeing those comms. Yes, because A, they're funny and it's fun, but also because there's no hesitation for the rest of the team.
Yeah.
He's like, I haven't played it before. They're like, that's no problem. Here's what's good. Here's what's bad. You should lock it in. It's a good pick. And then they do it, right? And it's like that kind of environment fosters confidence in yourself, right? When everyone around you is constantly supporting you and believing in you, you're like, hey, maybe I am that good. Maybe I can pull it off, right? Like, it starts to kind of build you up in a way that I think
man.
you can play so much more confidently than you would be able to otherwise.
Another thing we want to emulate as a team.
Yes.
Right? Am I right? Just all these
That's why I'm
examples.
here with
You
the
guys
GOATs.
make me better. Let's go. Okay, we see that they're almost done on stage. I don't know, and we wouldn't want to cut it short. I think
No.
Faker, like in, I believe it was the semifinals or the quarterfinals, he went to every corner
Holy
of the
crap.
stage to personally say thank you to everyone that has supported him, and I think that's going to happen as well. As we filled, I
Bakit?
think it's time to hit on the other side a
Yep.
little bit, right? I think we'll also hear from the camp of KT at some point. But Emily, as someone who has been here for the good and the bad and the heartbreak, how do you read this defeat on this World Championship final day?
I was wondering when you would come to me with this question now. I mean, obviously, I'm sad as a KT fan, but I also, this roster
3
achieved
fucking
things that I
feet,
really
man.
did not think was possible, right? And even though, obviously, Perfect got a little bullied in that game 5 by Doran and T1, I think he really stepped up to get them here. Peter really
throwing
stepped up
stuff
to
in,
get
they're
them
throwing
here.
t-shirts into the ground.
And
Nag-update agad yung T1 kanino. 6 na yung
I
stars.
never expected them to be able to make it this far, especially with this
Oh my
lineup.
god! It's the hats! Sorry, it's so
Nag-
funny.
Nag-post si Jerem. I'm sorry, Doran. I'm sorry, Doran.
A KT team that I really expected to ever be in this position in the first place. So I'm honestly like really, really proud of this roster.
Yeah.
I'm crushed as a KT fan. I'm also crushed.
The 6
specifically
is
for,
for Doran, sabi ng Manila Bulletin, pre. Crazy.
And I mean, they should be super proud of themselves. I just think, as pro gamers, it is so hard to not just be reliving every moment from this series over and over when you think about all the little things you would want to change. It was a 5-game series. You were one Nexus away from being world
Coach
champion.
pre. Enjoy. GG's.
That three-peat.
Oh
It's
my
gonna
God.
be hard for them, but I hope that,
Oh my God.
whether it's next year, next
So
week,
happy,
in
man.
2 years, 5 years, that they can look back
Fuck.
and realize what they accomplished in getting here and taking T1 to 5 was
Tigil na
incredible,
to.
and that
Grabe
they
yan.
can really appreciate and be proud of that.
Absolutely. I'm sorry. I was just looking behind me, seeing the t-shirts. I didn't
Whew!
get to take
Tam.
your moments because
Tayo ko yung interview ni
it's true.
Faker.
You guys have worded it very, very well. In terms of, we talk so much about those teams who do it once, right? FPX,
Wait
KDG,
lang.
Dom1 even, right?
Wait,
because
chat.
it is so difficult to do it again. And if I have one hope, Emily, it is that for this roster that showed so much promise and the fact that this was the first time Peter and Perfect were even at a stage like this, that TAC can foster a telecom rivalry for the ages, hopefully, but more chances for them in the future.
Yeah, I mean, I think one thing that this T1 lineup has also proven is that if you are able to stick with a roster and train together, obviously, like, not everyone, this roster is very special, but I do think a lot of times we see orgs pivot away from teams that have developed with each other. This KT roster does seem to have a lot of chemistry together, so I'm actually quite curious to see what the org will do going forward.
I mean, I absolutely agree. You know, rosters get so little time together these days before they are, really kind of just saying, all right, that's it. That's all you get. We're going to have to change things up. We're going to have to move on. So I really do hope that they get that time to try to continue building together, working together to try to find something special. I remember this was a couple years ago, but looking into the average length of a career in LoL Esports, and it was like under a year. And so it's like people have so little time, often as a pro, to really get results. This was an incredible result from KT, even though it's not going to feel like that today. So I hope they get that time to keep building.
Yeah, some people get no chances. T1 makes chances for themselves over and over and over as they turn on the big house lights here. That's why we are even brighter than usual. Isonius, guys, sorry. But we are waiting for Faker. As you see that they are kind of done with everything they've done on stage, and then he has to make his way to us. And I really want to show him this, right? Because it's so cool to have all of these eras and to have everything he's been through and the kind of whole journey. And I wonder what he has to say about it, because he said in London, this one's for you guys. I wonder what this one's for. And if there's going to be another
Doran.
For Doran. Yeah, we absolutely have to ask him about Doran as well, as we see the celebration. As, we've seen him mature also in front of the camera, really, right? In all of these moments. And it's beautiful to see. Anything to add?
No, I mean, it's kind of crazy, right, to think about. Again, I went back as a preparation, and also because I was going to write an article that I actually didn't finish. I went back and watched BDD's debut, and already we were talking about how powerful Faker's debut was, right? Like, what a hotshot mid laner. He had grown into this really, like, well-rounded mid laner, but that wasn't even halfway through the career he's had now almost, right? So that was back in 2016, so almost halfway through where we're at.
This is so cool.
And it's just so cool because his greatest rival is himself, and he just beat himself because he got the 1-3-peat.
I mean, it is absolutely insane, right? They're such different eras that it's really hard to compare, because I think the game has also changed and evolved in a way where it's almost impossible to have the level of individual dominance that Faker had, on his debut and in those initial years. But the fact that he has been able to equal the titles, equal the finals, is so insane after, what was a longish drought, right? Where he hadn't been able to win one for quite some time. I really think no one would have believed that a couple years later, if you told them, in 2021, that by 2025, Faker will make 4 finals in a row and win 3, people would be like, you are trolling.
You are crazy. Yeah. He's on the way as well. We're not just, I know you're all like, oh, they're talking about Faker still. Well, the man deserved it, okay? I think you can all agree with
You
this.
can't rush the GOAT.
You can't rush the GOAT. He's on his way. It's so cool because something I said when we went into our countdown for the beginning of the first game was like, it's like a river. He permeates through all the stories, because if you think about one of your favorite players' stories or letdowns or whatever, he's probably played a role in it, be it as a villain or as a teammate or as, I don't know what, you know, and it's
As a
so
hero.
interesting.
A rival, I would say, as opposed to a
Mostly.
villain, you know.
Yeah, sorry, a rival.
I think like a lot of mid laners look up to Faker, right? Like you have so many players, BDD himself included, being like, I was inspired to play mid lane because of this person, and is now a veteran himself, right? And like mid laners in Korea coming up now, all over the world really, are still looking at Faker and being like, I want to be like that guy.
I mean, he's such an inspiration, and he does transcend the game, because I always love when Worlds time comes around. You see top pros from every esport that I love tweeting about, oh my God, it's Faker.
It's Faker time.
And I'll see people, you know, getting signed to T1 on like Valorant or other games or whatever, and they're like, I'm just hoping I can run into Faker. Like, that's the best part about signing on T1, is like I maybe bump into him in the training facility.
I mean, we feel the same way, don't we?
Yeah, of course. Every time I run into him in an elevator or something, I'm just like, ah!
Oh, I just do the annyeonghaseyo.
Me too, so just hello. And whenever he sees me come with a photographer, he's like, it's the time for
He's
this.
like, I know what this is.
Oh, there, he brought the trophy. Oh my God. Let's go. Oh, this is so special, guys.
Oh, this is incredible.
I don't know how to do this gracefully, so.
Just probably pass over the headset. You guys can go right in the middle. Here, come on in the middle, Jisun. They can both be right here. Hello.
Hello, hello.
Congratulations.
Hello, congratulations.
Oh, Faker interview, man.
Either one should be fine.
Okay.
Here you go, Jisun. Come right here. Yeah.
We're making it work.
We're doing it live.
We're doing it live. I absolutely love it. Yeah.
Yes.
와주셔서 너무 감사해요.
No worries. Thank you.
Oh, so Faker, what was different about this journey, about your players that you played with and how they have leveled up? Because this was once again a very difficult best of 5. But how would you say this title differs from the others you've gotten?
이번 우승도 사실 작년만큼 굉장히 어려운 경기였는데 그래서 그런지 좀 더 극적인 승리였던 것 같고, 그리고 저는 뭐 우승한 것도 좋지만 좋은 경기를 했다는 게 굉장히 좋은 것 같습니다.
Yeah, this match
Oh my God, di
was
nakita.
as difficult as the last year's one, but that made this victory even more dramatic again. And I'm really happy with the fact that I managed to win the title one more time, but I'm more happy and grateful that I was able to have such a great game together.
I wanted to congratulate you on being the first ever to three-peat, 3 World Championships in a row. Your previous roster with SKT1 was the closest to do it before, and you fell short in 2017. How would you compare these 2 different eras of T1? You know, the SKT1 dynasty versus the now T1 dynasty.
이제 최초로 월 3피 달성하셨습니다. 이전에 가장 3피에 근접했던 팀도 SKT였지만 17년도 때 좌절되었거든요. 이번에 또 T1으로서 3피를 달성하셨습니다. 그 당시 SKT 왕조와 현재 T1 왕조를 비교하자면 어떻게 보시나요?
솔직히 예전에는 월드 우승하는 게 그렇게 어렵지 않다고 생각을 했었는데 요즘에는 좀 굉장히 좀 어려운 경기들 많이 하기도 했고, 또 워낙 강한 팀들도 많기 때문에 이번 우승이 더 뭐랄까 난이도가 높았던 것 같은데 저희가 이뤄냈기 때문에 더 성취감 있는 것 같습니다.
In the previous run, I kind of felt like winning Worlds wasn't that difficult for us, but now recently, it was like struggles after struggles, and every team we faced, every match we played was so difficult and tough. So I kind of felt like it was like a harder mode, but that also makes us feel even stronger achievements.
Does that feel more rewarding as a result because it felt harder to win?
말씀하신 것처럼 조금 더 이기기 어려웠던 과정이 많았기 때문에 더 성취감이 큰 것이죠.
성취감은 지금이 더 큰 것 같고, 예전에는 우승을 하는 게 굉장히 또 즐겁고 그냥 내가 다 이겼다라는 그런 기분이 좋았다면 지금은 어려운 것을 좀 이렇게 성장해서 이뤄냈다는 그런 성취감은 더 큰 것 같습니다.
Yeah, of course, because in the past it was more like I was happy that I won. I was happy that I beat everyone. But nowadays it's more like I'm happy and grateful that I was able to step up, evolve together, grow up together. So we were able to overcome all of the hardships. So it's a lot more rewarding.
Okay, two more things I'd like to ask you. First off is, could you say something about your top laner, Doran? Because we have talked a lot this year about, is he going to get his international title, because he didn't have the best experiences in the past. What do you want to say about your top laner?
우선 가장 먼저 도란 선수에 대해서 좀 여쭤보고 싶은데요. 올해 드디어 도란 선수가 이렇게 국제 무대에서 증명 하나, 우승 하나 많은 분들이 좀 관심을 갖고 지켜봤습니다. 좀 이전에는 국제 대회에서 어떻게 보면 조금 아쉬웠던 그런 순간들도 있었던 만큼 많은 분들이 좀 기대하면서 지켜보셨는데요. 올해 어떻게 생각하세요?
도란 선수가 사실 항상 잘하기만은 하진 않았다고 생각하지만 그래도 저희 팀이 중요할 때 본인의 역할을 잘 해줬다고 생각하고요. 오늘도 사실 5세트 때도 물론 던지긴 했지만 그래도 잘한 부분도 굉장히 많고 또 저희 팀이 이제 또 도란 선수한테 좀 어려운 역할을 시켜도 잘 해내는 선수라고 생각하고 있습니다.
Well, I can also say that he was not always playing perfectly, There were maybe sometimes ups and downs, but when the team needed him to step up, he was always there to play the role that we wanted him to play. And even in Game 5, he was doing a great job. Well, there were some moments where he threw the game, but still he was doing amazing. He did a fantastic job. So also sometimes T1 kind of asked him to execute some of the really difficult roles, and he always managed to pull it off.
Yeah, we've seen that you've been incredibly flexible. Also, Owner played Mundo for the first time in very important match last week, and you seemed very calm about it. Can you tell me about that moment and the trust that you seem to have in everybody?
또 이제 오너 선수가 저번 경기 매우 중요한 순간에서 첫 문도 경기를 이제 하셨는데 너무 중요했는데 다들 선수분들이 너무 평정심이 있어 보이더라고요. 그 당시에 좀 어땠는지, 그리고 또 어느 정도 신뢰를 바탕으로 이런 또 픽을 꺼내들 수 있는 건가요?
사실 문도가 그렇게 어려운 역할을 하는 챔피언은 아니라고 생각을 했고 그때 이제 8강전 5세트에서 저희가 문도가 좀 필요한 조합이라고 생각을 했어가지고 팀적으로 승련도보다는 그래도 픽적으로 좀 중요한 픽을 해야겠다라고 다들 생각이 있었던 것 같고 또 오너 선수도 그 처음 하는 챔피언을 그래도 잘 막 엄청 던지진 않고 플레이 해줘서 고맙다고 생각하고 있습니다.
Honestly, when we thought of Mundo, it was not a very difficult role to kind of execute in the game. And in game number 5 in the quarterfinals, if I remember correctly from Faker, our comp needed it. Our comp needed that champion, and so we didn't want to care too much about the mastery and proficiency. We rather wanted to focus on the champion that kind of rounds out our comp in the end.
You've had a long history against BDD, and you've also, as much as you've won, you've also had defeats in your career. Do you have any words for BDD, who made his first World Finals, but you winning obviously means he is experiencing some of that heartbreak that you have at times as well?
BDD 선수와의 역사가 굉장히 깊으시잖아요. 그런 만큼 페이커 선수도 수없이 많이 BDD 선수를 이겨왔지만 또 동시에 BDD 선수로부터 많은 패배를 경험하시기도 했습니다. 그리고 오늘 이 자리에서는 페이커 선수가 이겼다는 것은 또 BDD 선수가 페이커 선수가 이전에 경험했던 그런 슬픈 패배를 지금 겪고 계신다는 말씀인데, 혹시 BDD 선수께 또 이 자리를 빌어서 전하고 싶은 말씀이 있으실까요?
네, 오늘 BDD 선수가 굉장히 잘 플레이했다고 생각하고 그리고 이제 KT라는 팀이 올 한 해 동안 그렇게 좀 좋은 결과를 만들어내지 못했는데 이번에 저희가 KT를 만났을 때 느낀 거는 굉장히 팀적으로 좀 준비가 잘 되어 있고 좀 조직적이라는 생각을 많이 하게 됐고 그게 저는 좀 BDD 선수가 올 한 해 동안 만들었던 그런 플레이들로 인해서 팀원들의 신뢰가 쌓인 거라고 생각하고요. 그런 부분들이 굉장히 저는 대단하다고 생각했고 그리고 BDD 선수 개인적인 퍼포먼스도 최근에 굉장히 좋다고 느꼈어가지고 오늘 되게 좋은 경기 할 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
I think I can say KT this year, they were not always having the best result. They were having some struggles. But today, in the match, what I was able to tell is that they're so well organized as a team, and their movement as a team was so good. I could see that their preparation was already there and was so good. I think it was able to happen because BDD, his performance has been phenomenal so far. So it was built a based on the trust and faith they have in BDD. So I want to say, BDD, I have a mad respect for that, and also his individual performance has been amazing recently. So I want to say, I also have a huge respect to BDD.
Okay, lovely. Finally, Faker, we have huge respect for you, of course, on the English broadcast, and we had the idea to take a look at all the eras there have been for Faker, and there's a vinyl that fits with it. And here we have this one, which is when you started out. We also have this wonderful memory as well. Then we had the question of, is it going to happen once again? The heartbreak, of course, unfortunately, in 2017 and in 2022. And I was wondering if you wanted to have this one, because this is the 6 stars, the fact that you've made it, Faker's version, the three-peat, and if you want to say anything about this huge achievement and what is next.
이제 페이커 선수의 어떤 일대기를 각 단계별로 담은 이런 LP판 같은 앨범을 여러 개 만들어 봤는데요. 신인 시절부터 해서 우승을 많이 했을 때, 그리고 좌절을 겪었을 때, 그리고 많은 사람들이 의심했을 때 우승할 수 있을까 해서 또 한 번 우승을 하기도 했었고, 이제 6번째 별을 달게 된 버전도 여기 있거든요. 이 업적에 대해서 어떻게 생각하시는지, 앞으로 또 어떤 좀 길을 나아가실 것 같나요?
이렇게 또 저의 업적에 대해서 많은 팬분들과 많은 분들이 이제 또 저를 응원해 주셔서 감사하다는 생각이고, 나중에 또 할아버지가 되면은 이 에피판을 들으면서 잘 살아보도록 하겠습니다. 그리고 또 이거 많이 팔릴 것 같아요.
Yeah, I'm very grateful for all the fans who has been supporting all along for this achievement. And when I get old and I become a grandpa, I will cue this vinyl and have a great life, enjoy my life, and I'm pretty sure this is gonna sell really well.
That is amazing. Interview 감사합니다. Thank you so much. Congratulations
감사합니다.
once again, Faker. Amazing job, Jason, as always.
Killing it.
Yeah, for sure. And we're gonna send you off. I wonder how, because you have to take the trophy, of course. So is someone gonna help with the trophy, perhaps?
이제 보내드리려고 하는데요. 이거 가지고 가실 수 있겠습니까?
No need.
He's got it.
No
It's his
need.
trophy.
No need.
Thank you. 감사합니다.
Other side, I think. What? There you go. Fighting indeed.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you. Congratulations. Some
I don't know.
photos, yes, as we go. Sure, live photos, I love it. Yeah, let's go.
Never gonna pass up an opportunity to take a photo with the goat.
Whoa. Okay. Yes, we're still live.
Yeah.
We're just. Come
Come on. Yes, of course.
Yay. Awesome. We are still live, so we're gonna keep going. I wanted to get some of the people in here, perhaps, maybe.
Thank you, Faker.
Thank you so much, Faker.
Thank you.
For the photo as well and for taking the time. Jason. Oh, it's so messy. I love it. That's what it's like. It's the end. We got to talk to Faker. Everybody should come in because we
Get
might
over here, everybody.
see T1 again in 2026. We definitely will, and maybe they make it for that run at Worlds again. But something we will not have in 2026
Kobe, Dracos.
is
Oh,
Chronicler. As everybody
Chronicler,
can join.
man.
I think you all have maybe seen already, you know, that this is the last event for Mao. So let's take a look back at our favorite moments and memories.
I'm Atlas, and I'm joined for the first time by the Chronicler. Welcome to the LCK, finally. It only took you, like, what, a few weeks to get here? Extraordinary stuff.
I know, yeah. You know, I was like, LCK, right? Like, how cool is it really? He kind of looked like he was about to go to his Latin dance class, but then decided that he had to do, like, a drug deal beforehand.
No, okay, bro.
He flashed over the wall! He did, they knew where the ward was! Diablo's in a flash. He just flashed over the wall! He's crazy!
Oh god, up with the Giga Jets! They're gonna make it to playoffs! Gonna be rolled in! Whoa! Feel like DK has a great chance! Are you trying to choke me or what? No! No, Destiny! No! I trust DK! DK! Show your ability! Show your skills! DK, you can do it! Well, DK I trust you! No!
Aw, Chronicler, man.
Let's go, bro!
Give me the microphone, peasant. I came here today to crown Wadid. I had the crown on I was ready to give it to him because he had done so well. But guess what? He's not good enough. Better luck next year.
I want to thank all the fans who've been living for the LCK for the last 5 years.
Ah,
It's been
Chronicler,
an
man.
incredible honor to be an LCK caster. It's been incredible, and I'm very grateful that I've been able to do this. Thank you so much.
Man, I just want to say, Mao, like you're an incredible caster, but you are such a better person and
Yeah.
friend, and I'm really gonna miss you, man.
Yeah, we're gonna miss you so much.
Gonna miss you, buddy.
I'm gonna miss all of you too. Thank you.
You have the mic for a sec if you want.
Okay, well, I got nothing to say. I've said everything I want to. This was an amazing final. Thank you so much for having me all these wonderful years. I will never forget any of it, and I'm gonna miss every single one of you on the desk and every single one still watching from home. Thank you so much.
Right back at you. We're gonna miss you so much you don't even know it, Mao. It's gonna be a very weird year without you, but you know, it's our honor to continue what you have started, be it being very warm to everyone, be it inviting everybody to board games to make sure that we hang out.
A brunch!
Yes!
And
be
the
it
brunch, yeah.
brunch, amazing cast. Like, thank you so much from all of us, of course, and that's it, I guess. Everybody,
it.
thank you so much for joining me.
Incredible
Another
Worlds.
congratulations to our world champion. Oh, on and off. And Zonid again, guys. T1. And on behalf of everybody here that you see on screen, but maybe
That's a
more
wrap,
importantly,
guys.
everyone behind the screen
See
that
you
has made
next
this happen. Thank
fucking
you so much.
year.
And thank you to you, our viewer, for watching us for one more year. I hope you had an unbelievable Worlds, and we'll see you in 2026.
Bye.
And we're all hoping for the same thing. A series that goes the distance and a telecom war to rule them all.
It all comes down to one final game of League of Legends.
It'll take a miracle for them to get this one out. Owner, Peter coming in for the lockup, but Owner manages to get the objective, the fight coming out. Fire rained over the wall by Gumayushi, and down goes Peter. BDD finally arrived. That's the ulti coming in. In the meantime, he needs a little bit more space. Docton, BDD untouched, but the front line has fallen. BDD, CC'd, knocked into the sky, and right back into the grave. T1, get Otacon, and ace KT.
A triple kill for Guma and T1! Do it! They take over!
T1 earning their legacy again and again and again. There can be no doubting it. 4 players on the Rift today making the impossible possible. Owner, Faker, Gumayushi, Keria, and now Doran as well are world champions.
Eh, guys. Goodbye, guys. 6 time naman. GG's. Goodbye.